number 4. So that's been really good to know as we work over to Schwedenkreuz. There's a Porsche trying to stay out of the way then as they try and figure out a way on by. And they have changed at grid and go as well for position. So Guntajdelen has got the pass. That was the Maniti Porsche that they had to get by. The number 9 piloted by the South African Patrick Kessel.
Yeah, so some moves happening in the pack. I don't think it's surprising to see that Velociotis is staying so close to the likes of Sebastian Job, ever so slightly losing to the car ahead, which is the 3 of Luke McEwen. Verstappen Sim Racing choosing to do triple stints. They did this in the first hour, the first stint of the race. They're doing this in the second stint of the race. So you can expect to see them switching every 3 hours. That's what they've chosen to be the best. And a few other teams just doing double stints, which is perhaps more traditional. But no need to be doing any weird tyre strategies. Everybody's changing tyres each time by. This battle continues between F1, Williams F1 Team Gaming and Grid and Go. Look to be pretty closely matched, the 150 and the 001.
Yeah, working hard then, down in through the corners and off and away towards Exmuller as the next challenge out there on the lap. And really, Williams F1 Team Gaming were a team that probably 12 months ago, were probably up there to say, we are the best team in sim racing, or had a chance to name that moniker. They got the win in GT3 at Daytona and haven't had anything else to sniff at since.
I think that ultimately, driver rosters ebb and flow. You have drivers leave, drivers come, drivers go. Ultimately, Williams F1 Team Gaming are a very good team. They always have been. They've got a good driver roster. It's a case of having the drivers there at the right time. Ultimately, the likes of Alessandro Bico and others. I think Bico's in this lineup today for one of the Williams cars, and it's just kind of a case of trying to perfect that lineup as much as possible. Sometimes things don't go your way. Sometimes the races, you're not as quick as you expect to be, but they'll come back, I'm sure of it, and they'll have some good races as the year goes on. I have no doubt about that.
God, Nicholas Mateo's really fighting out there, and that is a peek to the inside at the carousel there from Benedek Vida, which is an indication of, I'm quicker than you, please let me go through, please let me find a way to go and make this pass. And ultimately, you are trying to earn every single overtake out there to say, this is what I'm capable of. It's both of them in the BMW, and this is a BMW, by the way, here, in terms of its history. One that released in iRacing before it released out there in the real world, changed for position as Coanda get back through then on grid and go along the Dossinger Herb. But the BMW in GT3 spec absolutely took the data from sim racing and said, let's apply it.
Yep, same with the 992.2. It launched in the sim before it ran in the real world as well, really, other than small cases of practicing, I guess, that you could say, of them practicing the cars. A little bit of contact there between the two cars. That was a little bit clumsy maybe between the two, and thankfully not ending in disaster.
I think that was a flash of, I'm sorry I made that contact there from Coanda, if I'm quite honest there with that one. So, nothing really lost between them, but ultimately they are having to not work together, but they're going to have to cooperate at this point if they want any way of chasing back the likes then of Xander Reed with a 15-second margin at the front of the field. So it is very tough to try and pull that back. And we're almost 6 hours in, and the leading Porsche Cup cars haven't been lapped, as in comes Luke McEwen for GT3 stops.
Absolutely. All the GT3s expected in this time by. No real chance of them going the one extra lap. We spoke about it a lot already, but essentially nobody is off sync in strategy. And there's your race leader, McEwen. What a great stint from McEwen in that BMW M Verstappen racing car. You can see them getting out. Same will be expected from Sebastian Job. Be interesting to see who they switch to, because Pinto is back into that number 3 car having started the race. Would be interesting maybe if Ariel gets back in. No, it's Koiter. So Koiter in for the first time in the number 4.
It's nice to see Sam Koiter then taking his first chance out there of the race. Diogo Pinto needs no explanation. A wonderful sim racer out there. Everything he has touched, he's got the Midas touch. It turns to gold. As he goes and races, and he now gets the drive off and away and says, look, this is brilliant, and we'll look to continue to build that gap into the night. And you know, you worry through the first hour with the way that Verstappen sim racing worked together, that they were going to try and do something very similar to what happened at the 24 hours of Spa, where they would just bump draft each other the whole way around and say, look, we're just going to push each other to the final lap, and then whoever has it. But it's clear they've built gap, and there are differences out there in terms of who's got what pace.
Yeah, it's interesting. I expected the 4 maybe to be able to catch up to the 3, but ultimately both of those cars have been running very, very good races. Velociotis is still within the fight as well, is still within touching distance of the 4, so that is still an interesting battle that we'll see throughout the race. I would be intrigued to see whether the 4 at any point will be able to close down to the 3. Maybe rain could impact that if we get into that situation.
It could, and we're keeping a close eye on it. We haven't seen anything to indicate that rain is on the horizon. Still a 0% chance of rain. We are in a wheelhouse where it could all develop. Here's Matteo Kunza, who has now got behind the wheel, the Italian, of the 150 machine. And a change at gridandgo.com esports 001. They've got the Slovakian Daniel Pastor now taking laps.
Yes, Pastor. I think Pastor is an underrated driver. I had the opportunity to race with Daniel in a practice group for the Porsche Esports Contender Series back in 2024. So the end of 2024, the Contender Series for the 2025 series. Pastor, what a driver he is, how fast he can be. And it's something that you don't, I think when you're in sim racing and you see all these drivers and you can maybe judge people on the performances potentially, when you see them in a practice server, you can really see how fast some people are. And sometimes it can be surprising. Sometimes it's like, wow, I did not expect you to be that fast. Of course, everybody at this level is exceptionally fast, but some people are even faster than you expect them to be, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you get an expectation of what a driver is, how much pace they've got, and then they blow your expectations out the water when you really start to get to know them. It's something that you maybe see a lot more in a real-world sense when you're not playing on so much of the same playing field that you go, oh, you are actually that quick and you are actually that talented. Wow. That's something that you see maybe a bit more, but you really do understand it here in sim racing, maybe on a slightly more diminished level, but definitely still to a strong extent of what those differences are. And Daniel Pastor clearly being an example. Kunza here looking to chase down through the opening sections of corner out there at the moment, just working there through Hutzenbach, and now dealing with these very important lefts and rights, because you're trying to set yourself up through to the Quiddelbacher Herb and over to Flugplatz corner, which is the first real scary part of this Nordschleife.
Yeah, you could say that for sure. I mean, it's exceptionally easy to make a mistake here. Up in this section of the circuit, touch the grass, you're gone. Run slightly wide, you're gone, you're in the wall. But I mean, every section of the circuit can be like that at many stages of time. But yeah, interesting to see having to come across an M2 right now, which is going to split two of those cars, maybe able to open up a potential gap in this fight that we've been watching for a number of laps now. So a little bit of a gap there opening up for Grid and Go. Wonder if they're able to capitalise on that.
Yeah, Grid and Go want to be grid and gone, and the gap that they've managed to have, thanks to Team Fraudline back out there with Dustin Reinhard, I think they'll be quite happy that they are building up that margin and saying, hey, look, we're actually doing something really cool out there as we work into the night here with us on iRacing. What a wonderful challenge. This is, again, a reminder that for those of you who are watching on YouTube, please head over to part 2 out there and get that set up and ready, because we will be switching very, very soon, within the next 12 minutes, to go and get into that. So this is your reminder. Get switched over. We want to see you over. We want to entertain you over on the second part of running out there at this stage. These 5 categories have given a really good show for it, but well, over the course of these first 6 hours, you've had the chance to see absolutely all of it. It has been a really interesting case where we've started with 60 and we're probably down to about 47. We talk about this being an attritional race. We've almost lost a quarter of our cars in the opening quarter of the race. If we keep going at this current rate, we might have 5 finishers.
Yeah, you could say it like that. In some cases, I expect a lot of the slower car classes to be that attritional, potentially. But, you know, ultimately it depends on what happens. If you tell me that in 6 hours' time we're going to get, like, yellow level rain, and just to put that into context for everyone, that's, like, pretty heavy rain. That would mean, like, a very heavily wet track. Who knows what the number of finishes could be, because that would be extremely difficult to drive. But at this moment in time, no rain on the horizon in terms of a definitive forecast chance. You're watching Racespot. Oh, that's bad. What a shame for them.
Yeah, that number 18 car has been pretty much battered so much they could start opening a fish and chip shop. So Daniel Roberts there ultimately finding out just how tough it is. But consolidation still remaining close, still remaining resolute, and has just been saying, look, I'm just going to sit here. I'm not going to worry. I'm not going to make this move. I'm not going to pass. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But they know this is their race. They're trying to keep Dur behind, and they've got a big gap to the team in 4th place. So the way they're going about it, I don't think this is a case of, say, this isn't race-winning driving. This is pretty much a race for them to try and consolidate a podium at this phase of the race.
Absolutely. I mean, ultimately, they need to just keep it going. Like I've said, like they need to keep with the car ahead, the Quandra ahead, and they need to just focus on maintaining an amount of consistency and a clean car. You don't want to get any damage on the car. Keep the pace up as high as possible and keep yourself in the fight. I've said it a lot. I've said it before. I've said it multiple times across the broadcast. The ticket to the last hour is what you need. You need to be in this race on the lead lap, within touching distance, on the last hour. Anything can happen in that case.
It very much can, and that's an evolution on Mark Scaife's quote. You always have to buy a ticket to the end of the race, and so you're out there, you sat there on your train, and if you get off your stop too early and retire the car, that's it. That makes life tough. Share Esports weren't too happy with the way that Tajlan dived down the inside of the turn 3 left-hander there, and so they are noting that they want to get on with it because WSR Esports White are out there and trying to charge, at least at this point, with Ross McFarlane behind the wheel. So that all sets itself off very pretty out there at this point, as they are 12.5 seconds off the back of the race lead. And actually, this is really good credit here to what Mitchell de Jong and Ganesha Tajdelen are doing, because they are ever so slowly reeling Xander Reed in.
Ever so slowly, yeah. But this is, I am not surprised to see de Jong be able to do that. I expected when Sanchez got into the car for him to be very commanding, very, very fast. Sanchez is an exceptional driver, one of the best in the world of sim racing, and is very, very fast. And no disrespect to Xander Reed, very good driver, not quite on the level of de Jong, and I'm not surprised to see that gap come down slightly. However, I think Xander will be able to hold that gap to a fairly reasonable margin until he gets out of that car.
Well, what I do know is that Xander Reed normally races with a backwards cap on, which means he knows it's going to go down.
Is that how you assess things?
Yes. Cap is normal, cap is fine. Cap is backwards, all right, we focus.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds to me like the play. So, yeah, I mean, I would love to get a face cam, but unfortunately I don't think we have that. But yeah, de Jong looking to try and close in, and also if the Tajdelen car and the Grin and Go car is able to give a bump draft, then that's going to be gaining you time. A bump draft can give you about half a second to a second per lap in this cup class. So if you're able to work together and you've got just about the same pace as the car ahead, working together is going to get you that gap down every lap.
It very much will, and we've seen it so often. Will, 6 hours in, this has been a lovely start to the racing action. I just want to get your thoughts here in terms of what we're expecting to see now over the next 18 hours of this race, things to keep in mind, some strategies that's maybe going in under the radar, and who is pretty much your star of the first 6 hours.
Ooh, good question. I think the most strategically diverse class is still GT4. It seems to be the class that's got the most ability to be changed by a small difference in fuel strategy. SimRC have clearly got a plan in there, and they're very, very adept in GT4 and in getting it right. So that will be interesting to see how that develops, see if they're able to get a fuel advantage. In Cup, I think I expect the 08 Commander to take this, providing no dramas for them, but obviously there's a lot to happen. And in GT3, I don't know. It's quite up in the air in GT3. It's within 20 seconds for the opening 3 cars. That can be one incident here or there. Of course, the 3 has been commanding across the course of the race, but both the Verstappen sim racing cars look strong. It'll be interesting to see how Blue Mercure deal with a period of time where Romanidis? That's definitely not the right person.
Wrong Greek.
Bellastiotis is taking a break.
Yeah, so Blue Mercure will know how much are they going to be reliant on Vasilios Bellastiotis. That's going to be some of the question marks that are going to be there at the moment. We will note right now that as far as this race sits, we are at 18 hours, 5 minutes and 50 seconds remaining here in your iRacing 24 hours of the Nürburgring. It's the third big 24-hour race of the year after the likes of Daytona. In fact, sorry, it's the second one because the Sebring was a 12-hour, of course, because I was on for all 12. But ultimately, it's been a wonderful start to racing action that we have seen here from William Chadwick, who's been along for the ride here for the first 6 hours. He's going to step out of the commentary booth now for the moment, because we're going to take this chance to listen into the sound of sights and the night as it sets itself in as we go in RaceSpotTV fan immersion. second position overall as we work into the second part here of the Nürburgring 24 hours here on iRacing, and what a privilege it is to bring you coverage here for this one. I'm Jake Sperry, and joining me now alongside is Ewan O'Leary for the first time today. And Ewan, what a race we start ourselves into. We've got every single category with somewhat of a lead right now, but at the moment it's these Porsche Cup cars that are proving two very good drivers. One, I would say, one of the best in the business against one of the best that runs around here on the Nordschleife.
It's a fantastic battle to watch, and good evening, Jake. Good evening to everyone at home as well. Normally in endurance races, multi-class races, especially the Nürburgring 24-hour, which has the most classes of any of our 24 hours, we get sort of 5 different races where there's 5 different sort of lead battles happening all the different times, and 5 different races evolving all different times. This time round, it actually looks like, I can't remember the last time I've seen this, 5 different classes with 5 different races that are roughly evolving very similarly, and all of them hovering around 10 to 20 seconds of a gap between first and second, with the exception of the M2 class, which is only a 30-second gap, so it's not exactly too large of a one either. And very, very similar races in terms of their situation right now. How we've got here, obviously different across the board for our different classes. Some of them, especially the slower classes, have been decimated a little bit in the early laps. But remarkable, really, that we've gotten to this stage with so similar classes, it seems, throughout the field.
Yeah, I just want to point on something just before we run through the classes, because WSR Esports Red have had a massive scary moment heading towards the Beloff S, and that's come along with Edwin Onofre, who had been piloting around the Tech Sports Sim Team BMW M2 that very nearly, Ewan, put WSR basically in the Armco.
Now, these are the moments through the night, aren't they, that you've just got to get through. But you know, you worry about them. We'll try and catch a glimpse of it with a replay. But yeah, these are the moments through the night. You were just talking about it before the top of the hour. It's about buying a ticket to the end of the race. Now, around here, because there's no safety cars or whatever, there isn't in real life, there isn't here, it doesn't close up the field in the way that some races do in the world. However, you do still have to be there or thereabouts and sort of near the leader's inch. And yeah, you're not going to do that if you get involved in incidents. And that's what this time of night is really about, staying out of those sorts of incidents. Now that, you know, it's a lot more dangerous, can't see where you're going quite as much, but there's still plenty of lap traffic, especially for the higher classes to deal with.
Yeah, there's a lot to try and battle through with, to understand, to get yourself set up and ready in what has been some tough battling. So let's just run through the category then, in terms of how everything then goes. GT3 currently stands with BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing. They've got the control and they lead by 11.3 over the line right now over some Kiter. It's Diogo Pinto currently behind the wheel. Blue Mercure find themselves as the last car on the podium. That is with Vasilios Belletsiotis, who's been doing the lion's share of work to try and pull this through, and just trying to work away around Baptiste Jimenez there for RDV Competition Unity out there. Fourth is currently Drago Racing White with Ate Kalpanen behind the wheel in your top 5 rounds, with Martin Kadlacik, who had a very big scare going through around Flamsgarten and the run to the Beloff S over on the last lap. So if we can get a replay at some point after our run through, that would be huge on that regard. As actually, we're going to take a little look at this. This is the 906 of Effect Simulations having trouble at the Xiaomi corner. That is what we would call a vintage spin out there for the TCRs.
Yeah, well, yes, indeed. It's on the Grand Prix circuit, which we sometimes neglect to mention the challenge, but especially as you're getting hooked over that curb on the left-hand side there, trying to get that car turned in, you can go overboard with these TCRs. You do need to really get the rear end kicked out. Sometimes it does feel a little bit understeery, those cars, but you can't get over the curb too aggressively like that. You will spin around, but yeah, as I say, you forget to mention the Grand Prix circuit when you're talking about this racetrack, because it's so different to the Nordschleife, but it presents its challenge as well.
Very much does. This battle's going on for 10th in GT3 at the moment between Stint 1 Motorsport and Solpec Precision Racing. They have found themselves over the last few hours and have been very good running stable mates out there. Marcus Soholm for Solpec, Tristan Kistner for Stint 1 Motorsport. In Porsches, it's a Coanda 1-2 at the moment, the 08 and the 018. Finding themselves on top, about 15 seconds between them. Gridandgo.com Esports, who we saw through the fan immersion, then in third position. It is then Dur Esports by SX, who find themselves in fourth, and Scherer Esports Blue rounding the top 5. There goes the lunge down the inside of the Padgett Racing curve, not without its contact there into the right-hander, but ultimately, sorry, I'll correct myself, down at the Goodyear hairpin. Great pass there that's done out there, and so lovely for Solpec. They're up now, up into 10th place. In your GT4s, it's Sesha Esports who were in the lead, but now it is in the hands of SimRC after their pit stop with Fisty Forward Pink, of course, then Sesha, RDV, Competition Unity, and Impulse were your top 5 as they crossed the line. Scherer in command of TCRs with the 415. They have got back in Eric Noy into the car. Matthias Pentela is then in second, being chased by another Finn, Joni Katela, in third position. Then it's Sart x MC Detal in fourth position, as there is Joni Katela working his way through then Aaron Bergen. It's only fitting here that we've got Bruno Reales on screen right now to 600 in fourth position. Your top 5 there rounded out by Ian Lake with the 906 in effect simulations, who have just gone around for that spin, but still with a margin over BZR Racing. And then in your field, we just got in now the M2s, gridandgo.com Esports 005, Gabriel Strikematter making the stop. Simfight Esports Orange are trying to chase. They've had a couple moments that have put them back, with Team RSO in third, fourth belonging to Blocco Motore in the 083, and then Tech Sports Sim Team round out the top 5 after issues for both Team Fraudline and for Radix Racing Red, who have had their own issues out there. So a lot to deal with. There's Edwin Onofre out there on circuit after his scare. He was immediately on the radio, Ewan, to say, I'm really sorry, that was my fault for being in the middle of the road.
Yeah, you've got to keep the communication nice between the drivers, if at all possible. Especially in the nighttime hours, when these slower class cars might be a little bit less visible than they otherwise might be. A little bit more difficult to find your way through the traffic here for these GT3s, one of which we ride on board with now, checking back in with the battle for 10th place again in GT3. It is the only fight in this category happening at the moment. We saw the Solpec Precision Racing car get through a couple of moments ago. Tristan Kistner not letting him get away though.
Lots of damage, long stop for Eetu Eskalainen, then for Williams F1 Team Gaming. So they've obviously had a shunt up somewhere out there on track, which has necessitated their need to come down in and take such a long stop. They had been running in the lower part of the GT3 field, but it goes to show this is a circuit that commands its respect pretty much everywhere out there with how they've gone about, as we focus with Kistner and co. Out there still in the scrap. That gap just extending out now to 0.6 of a second, working to hit, miss, hit. Now this triple right, which Jimmy Broadbent often colloquially calls this miss, miss, miss. You can never hit an apex through here.
It is if you're a driver like me, that's for sure. It's very, very tricky indeed to spot your line through there. But that is the way it's supposed to be done, miss, hit, miss, and not hit too hard either. You can't get too far over the curb on the inside there. That's, you could take that as read for almost all of these curves, to be honest, on the Nord side, with a few exceptions. But yeah, you are rather threading the needle through there, and it's such a fascinating corner to watch, and so great to ride on board with the GT3. We're spending a few moments in the last half an hour or so riding on board with a few different classes of car and so on. It's just magical at this time of night to ride on board and watch these guys at work, because they are very, very special to watch indeed. Especially from those views, even well, we can't see too much. Have a look at this. This is how much you can see of Ganoso Tastelen from the back of Mitchell de Jong.
Yeah, you pretty much in Night Rider, you see two white lights there, or military-grade headlights there behind you, and that's about it. Nothing more that you can really get the chance to see behind. So I think that really sets itself up as, well, how hard are you going to have to try and deal with fighting? Because basically, every driver here, as in comes the 76 of SimRC to make their stop from the race lead. Every car out there that finds itself in a battle, Ewan, is basically battling against some headlights.
Yeah, you are. It's so difficult to actually see what's going on sometimes. We have trouble with that as spectators sometimes, just watching the headlights in the darkness. But also it is for the drivers as well. If you're looking in the rear view camera or mirror, to be honest, doesn't really matter which. It's very, very difficult to see behind you because, as Will was mentioning just before the top of the hour there's just no lighting around this circuit. And why would there be, I suppose, going out into the forest here, into the hills. But it doesn't half make this exceptionally challenging. We speak about it every year, but it gets no easier, even though the muscle memory and everyone gets more comfortable with the Nordschleife. And, there'll be guys in here who've done thousands of laps around here. It doesn't get any easier this time of the night.
No, it doesn't. And there's always something that catches you out. So there's always a new learning curve out there to set yourself up. As also in is Baptiste Jimenez. And Aidan Maytaish then is going to jump in for Fiercely Forward Red. So he's going to get that to work through. And the lesser spotted there, Ewan, no nationality given.
Yeah. Have to make one up, maybe. No, that's not a good idea. But yeah, very unusual. But so many people from all over the world competing with us here in the top split, which is nice. You do at this time of night, well, maybe not quite this time of night, but certainly in a couple of hours' time, start to see a few more from the North and South America driving in the cars, because it gets towards night time in Europe, but there's still obviously plenty of time in the evening to go over in North and South America, so expect to see a few more of those over the course of this stint over the next few hours, as some Europeans start to drift to bed as we get towards midnight.
Yeah, I know I'll certainly be drifting to bed before midnight, mainly because I've got to be back 10 o'clock my time to go out and do another stint. I know you've got a couple stints a little bit earlier than me, but ultimately this is going to be one of those where you just sit back and say, right, how do you set up your team and get this going? De Jong and Tajdelen here, who have been pretty much mirrors of each other out there at this point, haven't really seen anything to break this deadlock. They've both driven pretty much even keel between them. That's Jan Sama just in front. This is the 005 race leading Grid and Go BMW M2 that's trying to work its way by, and an M2, Ewan, that basically took all of the data that the M4 GT4 built and said, how can we make it easier to get people to drive racing cars? And they came up here with the concept of the M2.
And I think it's such a great addition to this race. I mean, it fits it, but it fits the bill perfectly, doesn't it? Because for many years, actually, well, it's going back a few years now, but for many years, we didn't actually have a production car in this race for some time. We had the Mazda MX-5 initially, back in the early years, and Team RSO were very good with that in the first few years, but it didn't feel quite right, or didn't feel quite as nice, I don't think, as the M2 added in a few years ago. Now it feels like we've got a proper field of, the top level GT cars, the Porsche Cup cars now, which are almost as fast as the GT3s, to be honest. Just saw in the first hour them competing basically for positions with them in the first and second hour. And then you've obviously got the slower production cars of the M2 and to an extent the TCR as well. Just completes this field really nicely, and it's a shame really that there's so many M2s out of the race, but unfortunately well, first of all, they're more likely to come back out again despite being laps down, which is a good thing. But second of all, it is the slowest class that unfortunately takes the biggest beating in this race. It happens every year, and it has taken a toll on that field even in the first quarter of this race.
I will argue, though, it's not the M2s that have taken the biggest beating out there. I'm just looking at the cars that have gone out of this race, as we've got the battle for 10th as well in GT3 continuing on out there at this point. We've lost 3 out there from GT3. We've lost 2 from the Porsche cars. 3 have gone from TCR. And you keep going through. We have lost 2 from the M2 class. And then you've lost another 3 then from GT4. All things all said, we've lost a little bit from everyone.
Yeah, we have, but what I would say to that is if you look at the M2 field in terms of where they all are, the ones that are still running in relation to each other. Team Fraudline are a lap down. They've just come out after a 15.5-minute stop, although that was quite a while ago now. They've been out for a little while. Radix Racing Red have had a 12-minute stop most recently, and Capivara Racing Team are 3 laps down. That's normally not very many, but round here that's an absolute age. That's nearly half an hour. So they have taken a beating as well, but that's what I mean. They're more likely to carry on than some of the others. I mean, as soon as, for example, the Drago Racing number 2 crashed at Flugplatz all those hours ago, there's still 22 hours of the race to go, but unfortunately these GT3 teams not quite as likely to carry on. Goodness me.
Mitchell de Jong, you can't accuse him, Ewan, of not pushing at this moment in time. He absolutely reverted back to X Games spec. They're looking to try and go over through Flansgarten, and he was battering around the circuit, trying to get that one to build a gap.
He's pushing very, very hard, Mitchell de Jong, and I'm not entirely sure I understand this strategy from Coanda at the moment, to be honest, because effectively what they seem to be doing to me is using one car to bring Grid and Go back towards their race leading machine. Now, admittedly, they're not actually closing any more. Earlier in this stint, we were commenting that maybe Xander Reed was getting reeled in a little bit. Well, I'm not sure that's quite true anymore. The gap has grown to nearly 17 seconds now. I saw it as low as 14 a few laps ago, but if he were to get there, de Jong would be dragging Tastelen and Grid and Go on terms with the number 08, and I'm not sure that is the best strategy for Coanda. I know they'd like to be 1 and 2 running together, I suppose, but at the moment, to me, they're bringing Grid and Go back into this race, although, having said that, now they're not catching at all, so maybe Xander Reed is safe for now.
Well, I look at where they are at the moment here, and I think you agree with this the same way that I think I agree with you. I don't think they want to drag themselves back to the 08. You've got to remember at exactly the same time that Coanda Esports wants a win, they want a win with either car, and so what's going to give them the best chance of winning if they have both their cars together maybe compared to apart? But if the gap is, 16.5 as they cross the line, I'd be looking at Grid and Go. Yeah, they're a threat, but if Coanda doesn't have this sort of speed and doesn't keep it honest, Grid and Go will shed them and go, well, I'm just going to run off. Now, we've got a replay here of Solpec Precision Racing. This is the number 12 Porsche, then, with John Bertefeur running into troubles. It's not the first time we've seen him backwards out there, and all on his own heading up to Megetsfeld. That's a tough place to do it, and there you can see it there, just how quickly it can snap. But John really struggling out there in the Porsche, and I'm shocked to see that from a driver who used to hold a pro stripe in the GT spec of the iRacing World Championships.
Yeah, that was a pretty quick and well, it seemed to be really an error that had carried over from the previous turns you come into Metzgersfeld there. You've got to slow more than you think on the way in there, so that you don't run too wide into the grass and go straight on towards the curb there and the wall indeed as well. But I mentioned the curb because you can very much get beached on there. It looked for a moment like Butterfield was actually going to do that, and thankfully manages to get out of that scenario, and they're still running in 7th place by some margin. But here is the full rundown of the Cup order, and it is very much a 3-horse race, it seems, in the Porsche Cup class at the moment. And to be honest, I expected that to be the case, really. I don't think any of the others, on pace should be able to stay with the leaders at the moment, based on what I've seen around the Nürburgring in the past. There was, I'm thinking back to DNLS seasons I've done now, and Porsche Cup classes we've had there. I think in one of the more dominant pairings in this car I've seen is Luca Alpert and Rafael Renhofer, formerly of Share at Eastport. I forget which team they moved to now, but they've moved somewhere. And anyway, you would need more than 2 drivers for this race, but in any case, they had a very, very strong setup at Share, and they went somewhere else with that setup and did very well again in DNLS. And I do wonder where they are in this kind of race, whether they've not had the best luck, whether they've not decided to do it or whatever. But they should definitely be contenders for this kind of race, up against Coanda and Grid and Go, the likes of whom they've come up against in DNLS before.
I wonder if they went to Marla, and Marla are out of this race, so that would be probably where I'd be looking out there of this one, and what has been such a tough start to racing action. No rain has been hit. There's been talk about whether rain is going to be around, but at the moment we are in fully overcast conditions without the threat of rain at this moment. There's the number 9 down on the lane. This is David Noash over at Maniti Racing. So they just get up on the jacks, get their tyres on and sorted, and they'll be on for another run. Team that runs a little hot and cold Maniti. Sometimes they're right up there and challenging. Other times they're sort of hidden away in the middle of the pack. I think it's a team that has a lot of different range and experience in it, and it benefits them actually in a lot of ways as we focus on with 10th and 11th still. Solpeck being effectively pushed down the straight right now by Tristan Kishner, who pulls out to the right-hand side looking for the move right in front of Matthias Pentela here. This is going to be very scary, and I think quite rightfully, they're going to pull themselves back into line with the TCR to try and navigate through, who gets almost scared off the line.
Boy, it did, yeah. Got a big snap there as Marcus Song tried to go around the outside there. Probably should have waited, really. It was a high-risk manoeuvre for very little gain, really, but they get away with it. And the TCR as well gathered it up nicely as it got just a little bit loose through the Tiergarten, and Marcus Song able to keep that position. Kistner, I think, was put off making that move at all, actually, when they saw the TCR approaching. It was probably for the best for everybody that the BMW just stayed tucked in behind the Mercedes on that occasion.
Yeah, I think discretion the better part of valour there, and we take another look at this right now for WSR Esports, and this is what happens. GT3 is super fast. You get in. It's almost like you get caught in the wake of those two just breezing by, and suddenly you get shifted around and you're not expecting that difference. He turned in for a corner, saw headlights on the right-hand side and went, oh no, I've got to make sure I get actually through it.
I mean, you can absolutely understand it, because you just don't know what those GT3s are going to do, how much room you're going to get here. And yeah, I think Pentello might be a little bit upset about that, and I think he probably has a right to be as well. But, you know, these guys in GT3 are pushing hard, and so they're not going to be waiting, if at all possible, at any moment, really, for these TCRs to get on with it. They're a lot quicker, and they're just going to try and get through as quickly as they possibly can. But another scary moment put behind us, thankfully. We survive again through the Tiergarten that time round. Everybody survives, so thankful for that. But Pentela's still on the charge, still trying to catch up to that share at Eastport leading TCR car. By the way, Luke Rappert and Rafa Renhofer moved to EMM, who aren't in this race for Porsche Cup. So there we go.
Yeah, that's where you see all these changes and all these different teams that turn around and say, look, we're going to challenge here, we're going to challenge there. No EMM here today, which is a real shame, so they felt like they couldn't offer a team entry out there as they look to try and go through. I did just know Matteo Kunze pushing really hard through the middle of the track in the 150 Williams F1 Team Gaming car, almost clipping the barriers, actually. Out there, so just keep an eye out on Matteo here, who has dropped time to Daniel Pajtor, who has pulled 5 seconds away, and I think that's just a case of pushing a bit hard, realising that the Golden Goose is seemingly walking off.
It's very easy to lose time very quickly when you're chasing somebody like Daniel Pajtor. Former team, were they at Williams at the same time? Pajtor was at Williams formerly. I was about to say former teammates, but I don't know if they were there at the same time. But anyway, it's a gap that looks like it's going the wrong way at the moment for the current Williams driver, Quenzer, and Daniel Pajtor holding on to 6th place. But it's really symptomatic of the top 9 in this GT3 field, really. You see the gap to the leader there on the left-hand side, but there's no gap really incrementally between them, more than 24 seconds at the moment. The gap between Belziotis and Kauppinen is the biggest in the top 9 at only 24 seconds. So there's plenty of fights that could emerge in the next few hours, given what these gaps look like.
Yeah, they can merge up or merge down, and actually the bigger worry for Williams F1 Team Gaming is going to be the charge of James Boumet, who has been so good in the WSR World GT Championship. So he's going to be someone who is looking to hunt down Matteo Kunze in the Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue car and say, how do I go about this and start chasing? 42 down then in on the lane for the moment. That is Augustin Tolashi, who is currently behind the wheel of the TC Esports car. Now, they had a massive shunt in the middle of the night, and I think this might be, as we take a little look, the end of TC Esports' effort. So have they run into more issues as we look at second in Porsche Cup?
Yeah, they were leading earlier, very early in the race, TC Esports. They're a long way off of the lead now. This gap, by the way, in Cup, just while we're talking about it, Richard de Jong has brought it back to 14.5 seconds, so it is yo-yoing a little bit. I'm sure traffic is involved. I think TC Esports and Augustin Tolashi has left the session completely, so that might be the end for them.
Yeah, it didn't look like there was anything too much with it. I've just gone back half a lap to have a look, and I don't think there's masses, really, that Tolashi's been caught out with. So, obviously, something's probably knocked something else on, and the existing damage then has worsened, and basically they've said, right, there's not really much more point in us going out there for it. We're going to pull it behind the wall and call it a day. So, tough for them. It's a team with a lot of promise out there at TC Esports. It's Thibaut Courtois' team, and they could really go out there and, you know, use a big result somewhere to set up for what they're all about and what they're doing. It's really tough what they are managing to navigate through. But as far as our focus goes, it stays here with Porsche Cup. It stays with de Jong versus Tajdelen out there. And for the moment, it stays with a gap that isn't really going to shift too much, and arguably I don't think it should. It's these three cars right now of Coanda and Grid and Go, which even at this point, Ewan, are still on the lead lap.
Yeah, and you know, as I said earlier, it's I'll repeat myself. It is just those three. I mean, I'll just talk you through the lap times actually last time round, which really illustrates this. Obviously, this has been a developing story for 6.5 hours, but you can even see it distilled in the last lap times of those on the lead lap. The 8 on the lead lap, the top three, 11.499 and 10.0. That's de Jong, the quicker of the three there, by a second and a half, catching his teammate Xander Reed that time round. But the other 5 times, 12.3, 13.1, 17.6. One mistake for Solpek on that lap for John Butterford, obviously 36.2, so we'll ignore that. But 14.1 for Jeff Giassi. I mean, this is just one lap, but it's showing really what's been going on for the last 6.5 hours. These three teams are by far the quicker, and they're extending their advantage by at least a second a lap, it seems, even at this time of the night.
And you put it here on a massive circuit like this one. This is a, give or take, 170 turn, 26 kilometre circuit. It is bitterly cold out there at the moment, and the times that you're out there and you are seeing 3 seconds a lap difference here. A normal circuit, if you want to go down that level, would be about what, 3/10, 4/10 of a second a lap?
But less, maybe less. But yeah, I always like to try and times everything by 5 when I do everything here. Maybe 4 if it makes it easier with the even numbers. But yeah, when you're thinking about that sort of gap, times it by 4 or 5, and you can sort of see what a normal lap might look like. But you know, talk about it all the time around here. It's just a complete recalibration of the brain, isn't it? To have a you know, the fastest lap of this race is in the 7:58. It's just a complete recalibration of your mind.
It feels old school, doesn't it? You don't get circuits, you can't make circuits like this one anymore, and it goes back to the history of what old school racing really was, Ewan, where you look around and you know, the Nürburgring wasn't even one of the longest circuit in the world. You go to circuits like Pescara, for example, that was a massive long circuit that people look to battle about. It goes to the old school mentality of what Po is still, for example, as a circuit out there, what Macau still is as a circuit out there, as we go to Sesha Esports and Balazs Pilar, who leads right now in the 190 right now in your GT4 field. But it's that old school vibe that you get around the Nürburgring Nordschleife that is this relic of the past that is still revered, and that you can never ever make a circuit like this one anymore.
Yeah, I know what you mean, because this, you know, was more normal back in the time. in terms of track length, certainly this was a lot more normal than it is now. I still do feel like that, well, I suppose it is very difficult, isn't it? But making especially a street circuit that could be a little bit longer than normal is maybe possible, but it's just not really worth it, I suppose, financially and so on. You wouldn't do it anymore, and as you say, this kind of circuit definitely is not going to be recreated, that's for sure. It's been around for a very long time. It will never be recreated or so on, so we've got to cherish it, I suppose, and this 24-hour race is one of the best ways of doing it. But despite all the history around here, I do forget always or often how relatively young this 24-hour race is when compared to some of the other more historic ones that you have in the world of motorsport. This is a bit of a baby 24-hour race in comparison. It does have plenty of history to its name now, and this circuit is almost unmatched in terms of its history. But this 24-hour race is not a given, and it hasn't been around forever.
No, it hasn't, but one thing that we do know is that it's a case of when you're looking at historical long races out there, as this is your leader currently sitting out there in your TCR class in Share at Esports, Eric Noy, currently behind the wheel and doing a brilliant job of keeping Matthias Penteler at bay at the moment. Has, I would say, that 20-second margin is a very telling one at the moment, as it's two Finns trying to chase down the Norwegian at this point. You have to turn around and say that 24-hour races basically became the FIA standard for the longest run. There were some races that were run upwards of 96 hours in terms of distance.
That is too long. Can you imagine trying to broadcast one of those? Dear me, that would be a nightmare. What's that? Like 4 days, isn't it? 96 hours. That's 4 days.
Oh, it was at the Nürburgring. So it would have been from 1965 to 1971. It was known as the Marathon de la Route, and it was an 84-hour race.
84. Yeah. So what? About 3.5 days or something like that. I mean, yeah. These are the kind of things that definitely will never happen again. I mean, that's. You can't even fit that in over a weekend. It's longer than a weekend. So yeah, that's definitely not going to happen again. I think 24 hours is a nice distance, isn't it? Although it feels more and more. You were referencing the Spa 24 hours earlier on that is coming up later this summer in iRacing, of course. And you know that 24-hour race to me now almost feels. Well, we always say 24-hour race is turning into a sprint, but that's the race now for me. That's really turning into it. You know, you cannot even drop out of the slipstream at any stage in that race. Otherwise, you're not going to win it. You know that's the stage we're getting to now with 24-hour races. That they're feeling sort of like sprint races in that sense now, which is really crazy place to be, even compared to 10 years ago.
And part of that, would you argue, Ewan, is because we are seeing a level of technical competence from motor racing where you look even to 15 years ago, for example, and you couldn't make an engine that could, you know, go almost 100% as you go around. Is that level of technical competence we're seeing from these cars creating this sprint-style format now of endurance racing? I mean,
there's a number of things going on to my mind. That there is that thing about the actual technicalities of the cars themselves. They're so much more reliable than as I said 15 years ago, which is always been a thing in sim racing. You know, we don't have mechanical failures in the same sense. So what's happening here, I think, is, and it's coming into real life as well, there has never been more known about 24-hour racing, if you like, in terms of strategy, in terms of the right way to prepare, the right way to actually execute the strategy, execute the races. There's never been more information on how to do that, and especially in iRacing now, we're building up a decade's worth of experience. I mean, there'll be few and far between, but some of the guys in this race, in races down the splits in iRacing here this weekend, they will have been at some of the very first 24-hour races that we did here in iRacing all those years ago, more than a decade ago now. That amount of experience built up down the years on how to execute, as I say, how to prepare for a 24-hour race is really making, it's a part, as I say, of a very complex picture in how 24-hour racing has evolved since it was introduced into iRacing in the middle of the last decade.
And speaking of complex, it is both GT3 and Porsche Cup cars in at exactly the same time. We just saw Alejandro Sanchez and Tristan Iglesias get into the cars for Coanda. Grid and Go put back in Heidi Mamasi for the next run. Keitert and Pinto stay in for the BMW M Verstappen sim racing cars, but Blue Mercure driver change. Emanuele Olivieri, the Italian, is going to get back in for the French-based outfit as Ate Kalpanen finds himself down in pit lane in the number 1, and it's looking like, at least for the moment, he is staying in the car as off goes Diogo Pinto down into the distance, and that is a very quick Sam Keitert stop.
Yeah. So let's try and match all these up. Yeah, 1.2 seconds quicker than Diogo Pinto there. Very, very nice stop from Sam Keitert, and that lead has really come down now as a result to just 6 seconds. Emanuele Olivieri is not that far away for Blue Mercury Esports, only 12 seconds there. So yeah, that is very close. When you look at this as you know, a 7-hour race, which is what this is almost becoming here, it's still very close between the top 3. But Sam Keitert must have done something there in that previous stint or in that stop there to knock off 1.2 seconds of fuel. That's not insignificant.
Oh, it's not just that. Diogo Pinto's in-lap was an 8:08, which was 10 seconds slower than his lap prior. So he's obviously run into something out there at the front of this field, and that is going to be one of the reasons why this gap is coming down. So that will be very much an alert factor out there. I'm just trying to find whether he's just caught a horrible amount of traffic on the runs that he's gone through, or he's had a spin of some kind out there, a tangle, anything that could drop 5 seconds of time. I think he's just had the wrong end of the traffic at all of the very, very quick parts of the circuit.
Yeah, I wonder whether that is the case as well, because 5 seconds is kind of short to have a spin, really. I mean, it's 4.5 seconds actually when you math it up. It's not really enough for a spin. I think it is more likely to just be traffic, and these are the kind of things that can especially happen through pit stop phases when you are the leader. When you're coming in to the pit lane, you're on an in lap. There's cars that you're passing just before you come into pit lane that the guys chasing you won't have to, and then you all pit and you go further down in the queue anyway, so then you sort of reset and you all have to deal with the same traffic, and it gives and takes, as we always talk about. But the in-lap is so crucial, because the leader can lap people that the others don't have to. This is also a big feature of it, down in towards the hairpin. It's the Impulse Racing Cup car. That is 3 laps down, by the way. Rafael Stolzek getting into the back of the 3, then letting him back through. That won't have been the whole 4.5 seconds, but that won't have helped.
It won't, and Impulse Racing and Rafael Stolzek will be looking at that going, well, you're not quick enough, and I need to get through. And the response to that is, well, I'm the race leader. Please respect me as I'm making my way around the track. Any car has the license to unlap itself, but when you're looking around at that and dealing with that sort of worry for Diogo Pinto, you know, that is the sort of thing where it's sort of hand out the window worry. And you and I will both know, Ewan, that if something like that happens, Luke Crane's going to be the most unhappiest character about it.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah. That wasn't my first thought, actually, but yeah, you are right. I mean, it's not ideal either, you know. I mean, the leader of the race, fine, can be unlapped, as you say. The lap cars do have a right to unlap themselves. But when you are of a slower class, when you're 3 laps off your own class leader, never mind, not even in the same class as the overall leader, and trying to unlap yourself with a bit of contact down there at the hairpin as well, yeah, you can understand that point of view, definitely. But there they are anyway. Not a great moment, a little bit of a setback, but they are still leading by 6 seconds.
And doing a very good job of things at the moment. And we see a lot more of this out there in sim racing now, that, you know, sim racing teams want to build their own strategies out there. They want their own teams to be shown and seen, and to build the brand. And so these team Twitch streams that we are starting to see crop up are absolutely magnificent. You know, you're looking around more and more, and you know, people want in the world of sim racing, and actually to an extent as well in the world of motorsport, They're really happy to have a dedicated team that they want to follow, to see the personalities that they want to watch and to see them directly do well.
Yeah, as by the way, Grid and Go Esports number 001 has just towed back to the pit lane. We'll have a look, see if there's been any trouble here. I think there has been, unfortunately, for 001. Oh, it's Flugplatz again. We saw the Drago Racing number 2 do this earlier. They hit the wall even harder than that, but that's big damage for the 001. It's cold tyres for Daniel Pastor, who's hit the wall hard, and that car is down pit lane, and it will be for some time.
It's in a heat. He caught the curb there at this corner. And watch this here. Inside curb at Flugplatz. He catches it wrong. He tries to catch a slide there. And Ewan, how tough is it to catch a slide at a circuit where the difference between being on circuit or in the wall is, at most places, one car width?
I mean, it is impossible at that kind of speed that he's going as well. There's just no way you can catch that. That's why we talk about this circuit so much about the curbs, so much about avoiding the curbs. Because if you do hit them, you've got just no time to gather it up, and you're very likely to hit the wall very hard. Here come the same clash through the same corner. Just got to be careful on these outlaps. You think by that point in the outlap that you might have your tyres just about up to temperature, because you've effectively done one lap of a normal circuit and you're halfway around another one. By that point at a normal circuit, we're sort of thinking, yeah, the tyres are up to temperature by now, but it's a difficult corner and you can't clip the curb there. You've got no chance to save it. And sadly, that's out of the competitive running now for the 001.
Undercut. They have themselves a little bit of an argument here over the curb on the inside. Oh, they were pinched by Solpek and ultimately catching too high over that inside curb through the Raven OS. Sends it around after tiptoeing up onto two wheels. It's Charles McKell who has run into that problem, and just a spin and nothing more will be happy days as far as that goes. On to now what will be 9th and 10th. Then in terms of this battle, +1 for you two. Then Tristan Kistner at stint 1, Solpek Precision Racing here, who have gone through thanks to Marcus Sherholm. They're trading about, and they started respectively in their category, Ewan, 14th and 16th. They'd say job well done. Issues for Remy Gilbert here for Team Bennick, the karting-based team that's getting big into sim racing. Oh, too big of a drop.
Much too big of a drop on the inside there. Is that an outlap for Gilbert again? I know he drove earlier. Has he just got back in there? It's quite a rude awakening, but yeah. Anyway, straight out of the pit lane, and you've got to be careful of that inside curb as well. It's the actual curbing itself is very flat, but what I mean is the inside of that corner is, as you said, such a steep drop. I mean, it is like a jump, really, and you can't go over it. Otherwise, you will spin like that. In the end, not too much harm done there, but some time lost anyway.
Yeah, some time lost and still more time to find back. They're not last anymore because Eetu Escalainen's over 2 minute stop has put them about a minute ahead. Now would be about 45 to 30 seconds the margin, but Kistner's not giving this one up on the chase as they work now through the Lauda links here, this fast left-handers that they run through over towards Klostertal and the Moot Curve, and this is where you set up and go. I can get a pass done here. It's one of two great straights on either side of the circuit to get it done. But this is the tougher one to get the moves done because you've got a small kink here, a small kink there as you have this road basically carved into the side of the hills. Yeah.
It's sort of an overtaking chance, but not really. I mean, we saw it earlier, didn't we, on one of the Verstappen sim racing cars. Somebody, I think it was the Blue Mercure car actually, on the way towards the Moot Curve, trying to make his way around the outside. Super difficult to do it though, and it's so high risk as well. Maybe when we get later on in the race tomorrow morning, when the battles really matter in those final hours, maybe we'll see somebody be brave. But for now, that kind of pass at that kind of high-speed corner really isn't worth it.
No, not at this stage. And you know, you're looking around at the percentage of moves that you need right now up until about what? Hour 22, you're probably only looking for the surefire 100% moves.
I would say so. I mean, that doesn't seem to be the philosophy that everyone's using at the moment, but based on what I'm watching. But I think it should be the mentality. But you know, it goes back to the thing we were saying about 24-hour races effectively getting shorter now, if that makes sense, because drivers feel and teams feel they can't afford to do that anymore. That they feel they've got to go for slightly lower percentage moves much earlier in the day.
Well, they do, and I think that then gives you the sense of, well, if we're going to have to be aggressive, we're going to have to try and find these moves. Suddenly it's not oh, I need this now, it's oh, I need this very, very soon. The uptake in urgency we see in 24-hour racing, I think, has been a lot to understand and uncork, and that's what we're seeing here in the sim racing sphere, and I think we see it amped up quite a bit, because these sim racers, right, you know, you look around, and I've looked around in this chat, and every time I see a green go-kart find itself in an incident, it's, oh, look, another incident for the G&G, you know, the G&G Mafia, quote-unquote. But, you know, you're looking around, these teams of drivers at the highest level of sim racing, I think, are put under such pressure to drive faultlessly. The moment they make even a half mistake or a quarter mistake, you know, they are absolutely raked over the coals.
Well, there is that. There's also, I think, the feeling that sometimes it seems to me that the element of luck is actually becoming more and more of a factor because of all this that we're talking about. You know, the elements of traffic here in this race mean that, as we say, we're taking more risks as you go through earlier in the race, lower percentage moves earlier in the race, and that means that the element of luck, I think, really does get increased. Oh dear, what are these races? And I mean, have a look at that. We're side drafting with over 17 hours to go. That's Tristan Kistner getting back past Marcus Sotholm again on the way down the Dotting Her this time round. But yeah, you just got to take these lower percentage moves earlier on in the day, and it really is adding the element of luck, because you might get involved in an incident with a lap car, you might not, but sometimes you're just really hoping that you get through safely, and obviously you don't always.
No, you don't, and that's racing in a nutshell. You can never truly predict for everything that's going to happen out there in a full metal race, in a sim race, or anything in that regard. You can't even predict the weather sometimes, because we're talking about luck in that regard, Ewan. We said there was a chance of rain here in a race like this one. A chance. That chance, though, at the start of racing day was probably about 25%, so a 1 in 4 to roll rain. At the moment, we're here in sim time, 11:15. There's still no % chance of rain, no threat of rain on the horizon in the next hour and a half. So I'd turn around, I'd look at this and say, we're probably not going to see rain today.
I would say for now that is going to be the case. What I would say, that the forecast I've seen earlier in the day that Will Chadwick sent to us all was that there is a chance of rain, sort of, or the potential for rain. Obviously it hasn't arrived, from about 9 o'clock in sim. As I say, we're a couple of hours past that now, but this period of sort of chance of rain being higher than at other points in the race is going to last until about 3 in the morning. Now that's some time away yet, and then it really is going to spike at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, at sort of between 8 and 9. So that is something to look at as well. In the final 6 hours, there is the biggest spike in a chance of rain, although it never reaches any higher than 25%.
So, at least in the early stages, if there is a massive influx of rain, you know that you're a little bit unlucky. If you see it later on in the final stages, you know that could be a big difference maker late, potentially. So watch this space out there as they go. Tristan Iglesias under pressure right now from Hedino Mamasi, and I tell you what, Coanda have 2 very, very quick Spaniards in. They've done the 2 very quick American drivers out there. Now they've got the 2 quick Spaniards in. Yeah, they have, just for a burst until we get to probably when those 2 will be going to bed for a little while. Maybe they'll be doing a night shift, a long shift into the night. But yeah, it's interesting how they've matched up the nationalities there. I do wonder if the 2 teams will be talking to each other in the same voice call at the same time, or whether they'll just be communicating with one another on an as and when basis. But maybe that's coming to their thinking, and put the guys of the same nationality in at the same time, so that we can just communicate a little bit better. For Sanchez and Iglesias, although obviously they can't speak English, it's easier for them to communicate with one another in their native language. So might be part of the thinking, might be a complete coincidence that they've done their 2 stint spreadsheets or whatever, and they've ended up in the car at the same time. they have currently on the bottom of your screen on board here with WSR Esports and Matthias Pentila. They've just lost the place to Ollie Kapela here for Yes Motorsports. We've seen the likes of Isaac Price in the car, for example, who's been a wonderful servant to sim racing out there over the years, so that's a good change. They just had Fiercely Forward Gold go by them, and I just want to talk about this because the driver who's in there, which is Connor Franson right now, the Dutch driver. Now, I normally know him as a driver who's driving for a wreck, and that would indicate to me a team change if he's over at Fiercely Forward. And Fiercely Forward and a wreck, at various points over the course of their sim racing career, I think got set up by the same owner.
Yeah, or could be a loan thing for this race. You do see that sometimes, especially for 24-hour racing. Say, we've got 3 drivers we in the car. We need another one. We go out and get somebody for just a race, but maybe that is a team change as well. As there's a change coming here for second. Mimasi has been only in the car for a few minutes now. 2 laps coming up to the end of. And Tristan Iglesias has been replaced in that second position. So Gringo do want to push on now. And to be honest, I'm surprised Coanda didn't let this happen earlier for the reason I was explaining earlier. At times in the previous stint, De Jong was dragging Gringo back towards the teammates and back towards the lead of this race. Now, Mimasi's going to have to do it on his own.
Yeah. It's all about game theory, and it's very much a case of who's going to do more work if you're out there on the front, who's going to be burning more fuel. And so if you're turning around and playing this game, I'm sure you'll think about this, Ewan, you're not going to gain a lap by saving the fuel. What you're going to gain is less time at the pit stop. So Tristan Iglesias, sit on the back, just let Hayden Mimasi do all the donkey work, and then, take less fuel at your pit stop and understand that you're going to be, a second better off at the stop, and you might have the chance to break away, or have no luck at all with Michael Kaibach there at full risk, no push. And so, ultimately, round the outside of the Paget Racing curve, the gap comes out to 5 car lengths.
Yeah, and that is the risk that you take as well, and maybe vindicates their strategy for the previous stint entirely in just one moment there, because it's an absolute killer, and you can't really do anything about it either. If you are Coanda on the back of Grid and Go, they're not going to lose the slipstream from there, and I do think they have the pace to bring them back in again. But yeah, that's the risk you run as being the second car in line. If you're slowed and you're the first car in line, all it does is bring the Grid and Go car closer to you, and you're not particularly worried about that since they're in the slipstream of you anyway. But yeah, that's not an ideal moment. They'll hopefully catch back up and stay now within the slipstream of the Grid and Go car for the foreseeable from here. But yeah, they finally sit back into third position, and you're right, it does take a lot of fuel saving to actually do a lap round here, so that isn't the aim. But you do need a second or so of shorter fueling. But even that's less of a factor here in the Porsche Cup cars, because obviously there's different tyre strategies, the only class to have that in this field.
Yeah, you can play that a little bit longer, a little bit shorter, depending on how aggressive that you want to be on the tyre life. And that has certainly settled itself out into the position that we run into as we are about to tick over to 7 hours worth of running here in your iRacing Nürburgring 24. We are into the night stint right now, and they'll be noting that this is where races go bump in the night, and we've seen a couple big ones that have already taken a few drivers out of contention, and you're always looking to try and make this one all work. Diogo Pinto in control with BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing. They're in a 1-2 position right now, but the gap now 7.6 seconds at the front. Last time they crossed the line, Sam Keiter on that last go around did just drop 0.4 of a second, but not a big concern at this moment here as he flashes the lights and tries to indicate to Michael Kaibach that he would like a way through over the top towards Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg, that I'm not going to have any troubles at all. Third is Blue Mercure. They're now 7 seconds off the back with Emanuele Olivieri. We expect that you can't run Bennett Ciotis all the time, so they're going to have to at some point know that they can't get the quickest drive they want in the car, Ewan, and so this is probably the stage they're looking at where, okay, let's consolidate third.
Yeah, they have to consolidate that position at the moment and not just, I think, focus on not drifting too far away from the Verstappen sim racing cars at the moment. You know, they can't think about trying to close this gap all in one, and or indeed all in the next few hours. It's going to take a while, but I'm not sure. Oh dear, out of Exmuller. Tristan Kistner, after working so hard to get past Marcus Arm, goes for a spin, and now he's got to be careful. There were headlights there, somebody reappearing, but I think we got away with it. So thankfully, everybody's back and running again, and we don't lose another car. But yeah, Oliveri is, I don't think, the driver on the Blue Mercure team, with respect, to be catching the two in front. But if he can not let them get any further ahead, then he's absolutely done his job.
Yeah, he'll be looking very good. That was a little bit more than a kiss there for Tristan Kistner with the ex-Muller Armco out there, and very tough to deal with. But he's not coming to the pits. He's continued out there, so not enough damage for that. Drago Racing White currently in 4th position. Right now, they're 40 seconds adrift of the race lead, and really trying to hunt here with Ate Kalpanen. I would say that Drago probably right now are the best hypercar team out there in the world, with maybe the exception of BMW and Verstappen Sim Racing, but they are one of the 3 best teams in the world at any category.
Certainly, and they've started this season so well, getting the back-to-back of Daytona and Bathurst to begin the season. Overall victories, those were. I'm not sure how many times down the years that has been done. I did work that out at one point, but I've forgotten the answer again, because it was back in February. So they've had a great start to the year. I think they can chalk this down as a good year already, to be honest. But they would like more. They would like a podium at this race, of course. They would... well, you'd always like more, wouldn't you? But I don't think this is a race they've ever podiumed at before, so that is an extra bit of motivation for them. Don't forget, they've not been around all that long, and they really have made strides in recent years. This time last year, by the way, in the BMW, which they're also racing with this year, they came home 6th place, just over the... actually, just the first car 1 lap down.
Yeah, so you really get the sense of the differences out there. There's WSR Esports Red 5th in the class in Porsches. Commander Esports 08 leads, as this is the battle on for 2nd, and not much help there, as Diogo Pinto, overall leader, just says to Tristan Iglesias, out my way, boy, as he moves himself by. So Iglesias has to duly oblige as they work up through Hoyart and now down the hill towards Vipperman. Here through this fast-flowing lane. This is the section of circuit that you see all the time on the Nürburgring crash compilations. Well, indeed. It is very, very tricky, and at these speeds, well, imagine how easy it is to lose the car and so on. But this is where he's going to win that time back here, Iglesias, because Mamasi is at some point going to have to let the BMW free. But just look how similar these cars are now in terms of speed. Now he's going to go. Here he goes up the inside, and that's a nice pass later on the brakes there, coming down towards the left-hander. Mamasi's just going to have to hold on the throttle, wait, and now he'll be able to get back in it again. But look how close he's going to stay. This is one of the most difficult times in the race for a GT3, because you don't pass the Porsche Cup cars very often anymore. Only 3 times a race, in fact, for the very leading Porsche Cup cars. But they're so similar in speed, it's such a nightmare when you get there. You can see him in the rearview camera here, as Pinto's not had the best run through the TCRs this time round. He didn't have the best look there. Mamasi's crawling all over the back of him. It's like having a train of GT3s. They're so fast now, the Cup cars. They really are, and they almost match, if not beat, on the straights. Carlos Muesca and also there Ian Lake pushing on through, and look at what that's done for BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing. They're just in the back of shot then, so that has taken the lead gap right down, and for Sam Keiter, he gets the easy job right now here, Ewan. Dottinger Herb, easiest place to pass. It's traffic gives and takes. We speak about it all the time, and this is a visual representation of that. He's only 4.5 seconds behind, and he will get past those TCRs without trouble. However, he won't get past the Cup cars, though, I don't think, even before they exit the Grand Prix layout. So he is going to have some trouble with these Cup cars when he eventually gets there. But look how fast they are on the straight here as well. They're in the 108s, 109s pretty consistently. That's less than 10 seconds slower than the leading cars. They are 8 kilometres an hour here, Ewan, faster than Diogo Pinto on the straight. It's unbelievable, isn't it? I'm almost at a stage where I think these Cup cars are too fast, to be honest. The GT3s are not progressing in terms of speed in the way that the Porsche Cup cars are, and we're going to,
I think it is going to cause some real trouble in traffic in these races, especially if not in real life as well.
It will do, and it is something to monitor. It might be that there need to be engine restrictions put in, restrictor plates, so to speak. So there are options out there in real world and actually in sim as well. You can give weight penalties, you can give reductions on fuel tank size, you can you can put ballast in the car. There's a lot of ways you can go out there. For example, the 20 kilograms of ballast that's out there on the Ford Mustang.
Yeah, unfortunately that has really not given many people the incentive to use it, unfortunately, for the Nürburgring 24. But this has always been a BMW race anyway. If you want to speak about the balance of performance and say, oh well, the BMW is overpowered at this circuit, as Carlos Huesca gets through here on the straight towards Tiergarten, just in the draft there, not far behind the overall race leader, as we saw as they went past for fifth place. But yeah. This race has historically been won by BMWs, and that's just the way it has been in iRacing since this M4 was added. The top 9 were all BMWs last year. The podium was locked out by BMWs the year before that, and 4 of the top 5. And then in previous years, only a Mercedes in 2023 broke up a run of BMW victories, stretching right back by the way to the Z4. It's not just about the M4, but in its last Nürburgring 24-hour race, the Z4 with BS Competition won this race as well. I know which BMW I prefer, but it's in the blood of that manufacturer, this race, and they've dominated it down the years, and it looks like they're going to dominate it again. The closest non-BMW at the moment is in 5th place.
I'll tell you what, I do love the BMW Z4 because I was out in China doing some drift commentary, and there was a Z4 that was out there drifting, made top 4, and then promptly its engine set on fire, so it couldn't fight for victory, which is a real shame. But ultimately, that Z4 is a huge, it's got a massive love, and I would say is a quirky car out there that is brilliant in terms of its racing pride and prowess that it has had. To round out your top 5 in this category, you've got Dirt Esports by SX with Lewis behind the wheel, and then Daniel Longerich is in for Scherer Esports Blue, rounding out the 5 at this moment in time, with about a half a Grand Prix layout lead over Maniti Racing in 6th. Interesting will be strategy in GT4 right now, Ewan, because we know that Sesha, SimRC and Fiercely Forward Red are all on very different strategies here.
Not least in the lap that they're pitting even, and I guess you can count Baptiste Jimenez in 4th place into that as well. But yeah, Chazy Esport are going to be in, is it the end of this lap or the end of the next one? I think it could be this lap that they're going to have to come in here for their 7th stop of the afternoon. And SimRC and Fiercely Forward and RDV will all carry on for one more, you'd imagine. So, yeah, the way that this unwinds is going to be very, very fascinating. But Chazy Esport are doing a very good job at the moment, because when I joined commentary an hour ago, just over an hour ago now, SimRC were only 15 seconds behind. It was one of the smaller leading gaps. Well, now it is the 3rd largest. Is that right? Second, I don't know. Anyway, it's bigger anyway. 22 seconds now the gap. So in about an hour, it's extended roughly 7 seconds.
Yeah, so they've been able to crawl away a little bit, but what has been really critical actually for GT4 category, Ewan, and this is what I love about endurance style racing. GT4 has 3 different manufacturers in your top 3 as we watch Aiden Maytaish here for Fiercely Forward Red.
Yeah, it's a brilliant thing about GT4. There was a time in the N24s when the GT4 was initially announced that the varieties weren't that good, to be honest, across the board. But yeah, and it has been the case down the years. In last year's event, we had 3 different manufacturers on the podium of GT4. The top 2 were battling it out for the win, and Apex Racing Team and SimRC were in the BMW and Porsche respectively the year before that as well. And just look at the variety on the left-hand side again there. 3 different manufacturers in the top 3 again. Although not such a great year for the Porsches. They do normally go very well around here, and the What's Cooking Racing Adventures have had successes around here in the past as well. Our race winners in 2023 in this category. Unfortunately, nowhere, and indeed last year, nowhere to be seen this time around. Down in 9th place, and well out of contention, well out of this race as well for some time here this afternoon.
Yeah, we saw them got mown over earlier on as they were the victims of some of the GT3 category cars that were going by on the Nordschleife around the Belle of S. So that was a really nasty moment for them as far as their hit took them out of contention. But very good has been the battle. RDV Competition Unity, then I can only assume a French-based team, in 4th place, and then undercut 009 and Charles Mikel currently in 5th. As out of the pits comes Balázs Pilar, then looking to get the Hungarian-based Sesha Esports team charging back in on this race, playing the long game call out there. Driver change at RDV as Paul Geoffroy will get back in, and it looks at RDV here, Ewan, like a 2-driver effort.
Yes. It does, but I've just looked them up on social media as well. You are right on the French connection, but it is just those two driving here. Now, I'm not entirely sure. I guess I understand in a sense of I think it's to get them into the top split. Using those two drivers, they can get themselves into the top split. But the reason why I'm slightly confused is because they do have 11 other drivers in other splits doing this race. So you think one of them could have come over, but no, I think they've done this for the strength of field, because their average I rating between the two I think is high enough. If they were to add another, maybe it wouldn't be. So that might be the reason, but it's such a huge effort to do this race just with one other person.
It is massive as TCRs are in for their pit stop. Mikel Nietzsche just jumps in for your leaders at Scherer Esports. At WSI Esports White, it's Michael Polisek who is behind the wheel. And the Malaysian Imran Ahmadazar is going to get into the car as off goes Scherer, looking to push on their way at the moment. BZR Racing currently in 4th place. They are known more in the classic scene out there. They love the Lotus 79s, the 49s. JD Rodriguez is a wonderfully quick sim racer who's been involved in a little bit today. They've got Oye Samayoa, for example, and then SAR XMC Detail 600, the Argentine-based team with Uruguayan drivers as well. They are there. Good stop there by the team over at Yes, and so they will move on up then and control that 2nd place with, it looks like for the moment, Azar and Kattler doing the work. Isaac Price, I think, might come back for the end of the race.
You imagine be coming back at some point. Malaysian, apparently, Imran Azar. So what's that time in the evening? Indeed, it might actually be early morning over there now. 8 hours or so, maybe 7-8 hours in front of us. In which case, it's probably 5 in the morning, something like that. So maybe asleep in the early hours of this race, but ready to go. And Michael Polisek, I mean, we know so much about Polisek from watching TCR races down the years. He's pulled off many great exploits. In one series we've covered before on RaceSpotTV, he did a whole 12-hour race on his own, and I think he won. Anyway, he did very well. Yeah, he is one of the best TCR drivers in the world. I think he is the best in the world right now. Of all time. You can have a big discussion about that, and we probably need the rest of this race to discuss it, maybe, but he really could be a difference maker in this race, because that's a big gap out to Scherer Esports now. But if they work together, Polisek with Yes Motorsports, whoever else is in that car, they can work together to maybe bring this gap down a little bit and get this TCR lead closer once again.
Olivier Schulk into the pits too, the Pole LMR, and LMR have had a really tough day at the office here, Ewan. They have been from pillar to post on a lot of incidents here and there. Very much they've played a similar card out there over the course of running, like what we saw earlier on from Burasud plus Hybrid.
Absolutely. And I really respect the team to carry on through the sometimes very miserable hours that you can have out here at the Nürburgring in one of these races. If you don't have a very good start, you get involved in a big incident at some point or whatever, you end up laps down. But thoroughly respect those teams that carry on like LMR, the only TCR seemingly carrying on after issues earlier on in the day, as far as I can see. There's plenty more that have been knocked out of this race, but yeah, they're carrying on 2 laps down. There's not many like them. I see 4 other teams carrying on despite being laps down through the field. Sorry, 5 of them actually now at this stage in the race.
Yeah, goal to finish a race sometimes outweighs where the result ends up being, and that's critical. In the BMW M2 class, it is gridandgo.com esports 005. Jan Sama is currently behind the wheel with Lucas Camba Marrero in second for Simify Esports. One of these specialist teams currently in third, as we focus there in second, that we see Team RSO. Back when the MX-5 was running the Nürburgring 24, RSO were always favourites.
Well, for good reason. They win it 3 times in a row as well. They were very, very good back in the day at the MX-5. I think they came, I can't remember which class it was. Did they come back and win one of the other classes one year recently? Or have I misremembered that maybe? I don't know. But oh yeah, they won the production car class for the Toyota GR86 in 2024. It's kind of similar, I guess, to the MX-5 in the way that that works. And then this is the second year of the M2s. Last year in the M2 they were only 6th Team RSO. But yeah, in this kind of car, Team RSO are very, very good, and searching for a 5th Nürburgring 24-hour class win, which should be quite extraordinary.
It would put them on an all-time level out there if they could manage that to be the true ultimate Nürburgring specialist. And I will say, when I was over at Sim Racing Expo one year, I did actually get one of the Shirley brothers to drive me up to the race circuit, as they had to be there early because they were doing a time attack on that day, and they were absolutely ringing it through the infield of the Nordschleife, which is basically many villages that are down there on the inside, and it was absolutely a joy to see the true car control on public road that Tobias Sherney, I believe it was, had. So it was brilliant to be a part of that. But for the moment, TCRs are the battle. Blocco Motore 4th and Tech Sport Sim Team 5th, just to round out the M2s. But the battle on here in TCR as they fight here very much in the battle that they have over to Exmuller. It is Elantra versus, I believe, no, it's the second Elantra out there. I can't quite see in the dark, but ultimately WSR are really trying to chuck this in and say, look, we are super duper close.
Yeah, and there is the escaping Porsche Cup car past these two, but yeah, they are in the same manufacturer. What is Polisek going to do here? Because this is one of those big flat-out runs, not straight at the middle of this racetrack, but it might as well be. It's a long, flat-out run, and here he goes. He's not going to push the Yes Motorsports car, he's just going to go past it and hope that it can, I guess, draft off of it. So, yeah, and I think Polisek is going to be given this here. Smart thing to do, but Yes Motorsports have got to now get into that slipstream, and they've got to stay there.
Imran Ahmadazar there, just getting the understanding that Michael Polisek is a very quick and very talented sim racer in that Elantra, and so it's a case of learn from the maestro and try and hold steady with it. Diogo Pinto goes straight by, no worries in that regard, heading on to the Caracciolo Carousel and just trying to work around on what is their 49th laps of running leaders. 54 laps in, and already look at the difference now. Sam Kaita right there gives a flash on the way to Hoheak to say, look, I'm going to let you know I'm here, and I also want to get through pretty quickly.
He will be really looking to get through at the earliest opportunity here over to Hoheak, over the highest point of this racetrack. He'll get through nicely here. It's going to be this second one to get past, which will be the more difficult one here. Michael Polisek, who's already getting away here from the Yes Motorsports car, so that is changing very quickly as the leader from GT4, the temporary race leader at GT4, comes in for Sim RC. That will surely put Chezzy's put back at the front again, with Bauer's Pala, as Fiercely Forward also come in from second.
Yeah, so there's the stop of Fiercely Forward Red, Aidan Maytage there, and we did get confirmation it's almost like a Red Bull Toro Rosso situation between Fiercely Forward and Ret, so very much a case of those two being very much linked at the hip in terms of how they are. But Sim RC, a team that was formed part of the forum days of German sim racing teams. And there's a lot of teams that come around in that sort of ilk that have brought themselves up together. Sim RC is one of them. German sim racing, we see quite a bit out there in sim racing, has very much formed in that sense. And it's never truly a sim racing event out there without one of the big powerhouse German teams being there. It used to be that it was Pure and Heusinkveld Core, which were the big two teams, but now SimRC, one of those that have taken up the mantle. Scherer, very much the same. Buderson in that vein as well.
Yeah, there are so many of those teams that really do make this Nürburgring 24 Hour feel like a proper edition of this race. Down the years, so many German teams. Well, I mean, you look at Urano back in the years gone past as well, winning the GT4 class in 2022, just as they were on the rise back then. They've won classes in the past here. Scherer have won classes here as well. Luca Alpert, Raphael Renhofer, joined by Fabian Hofstadter back in 2023 in the Porsche Cup class, and indeed the year after that as well. But yeah, so many of these great teams that making this race feel absolutely as it should. It is the Porsche Cup class meantime. Another GT3 lapping. This has worked out quite well for the Blue Mercure car, actually. Getting past those Cup cars in a straight line before it can really be interrupted too much through the corners. And Manuel Oliveri getting under the green a little bit that time round.
Yeah, and that for a Dottinger Herb is about as animated as we've seen it for about 15 laps or so there, because Olivieri took one look at that. He had to get by second and third in the Porsches, and then subsequently as well on that same straight, second and third in the TCRs. It's not often that you have to get through two very important battles at the same time and just hope you're not going to get held up because they've got every license to fight.
Yeah, absolutely. As we always talk about, traffic gives and takes, and you've just got to hope that it's not going to interrupt you too much. But we were talking about it earlier. These Porsche Cup cars are so similar to the GT3s now. You've just got to try and get a little bit lucky, really. And on that occasion, Oliveri was. The gap only 16 seconds out to the lead of Diogo Pinto, and only 11 seconds behind Sam Coitert. So it is still close. Blue Mercure staying in touch for the moment.
It's not undoable, 12 seconds, but they quite like those 12 seconds back if they could at all handle it and manage it at this moment. I think they are in the understanding stage of we'd quite like to be very much fighting for this race victory by the time we get to the end of this running. So keep an eye out on that as it all goes through, as we are deep in. We're heading actually towards the midnight hour here. We're about 15 minutes, well, just under 15 minutes away from midnight out there, and then you're starting to hit in-sim early morning, which will, as far as these sim racers will look at this, that's the counting down to the start of the next day and getting yourself through it. So you know, once you psychologically hit midnight in the run, you know, okay, we've only got to get to morning, we've only got to get to sunrise, then we've only got to get to the end of the race.
Yes, although I will say that because this race started so late in the day, what was it, after 4 p.m. in sim that we started this race, that you do have to recalibrate yourself a little bit for that. I looked at what sunrise is going to be in the morning. It's going to be at 5:45 roughly in sim. Obviously first signs of light in the air are going to come around 5:30, maybe a little bit even before that. So what, we're only about 6 hours away from that. At that point we'll have 10.5 hours to go. Not been long off 11 hours to go in this race. I agree, that is normally the way to go about it. You know, you look for the morning after you've gone past midnight, you're over the hill and you're on your way home. But when we get to the morning here, they'll only be just over half distance, and if you think about that, that is an exhausting thought.
It's a really exhausting thought if you want to put it into that perspective, because you're looking around at what time are you going to get back to sunrise? You're going to get there around, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock in the morning? And so if you're getting to that time, you know, we saw sunset basically at about 9:30. You're going to be running around with about, 10 hours, 9 hours left in this race, and you're hoping that you're going to have to do 9 more sunshine hours to go and make this one happen, or maybe even a few hours of rain that might find itself dotted about out there. There's a lot that can really befall those as they look to set up towards that run to home. So I think they'll be eyeing this one and saying, Look, we might actually know that the night is the toughest part of this race, but thank goodness we're running this in a May date right now, rather than running this one in a December date, because if this was December and you were trying to run this sort of race, you'd have maybe twice as much time underneath the darkness.
Yeah, there is a reason why most of the big 24-hour races, with the exception of Daytona, which is very well lit anyway, do not happen in the winter time. It is a much different affair when you're racing in December or January or whatever, because of the amount of darkness that you have. In this race, we are going to get a little bit less than what we do in, a lot less than what we do in Daytona. But we are going to have a little bit more than what we have at Spa later on in the summer. That's pretty much right in the middle of the year, in as far as the long days are concerned. The night shift there, very, very short indeed. I remember driving the Spa 24-hour once, getting in sort of just after midnight. And by the end of my stint, you could just about see the sun coming up. And I wasn't in for very long. So it really does rise very, very early, the sun, during the Spa 24 hours. And it doesn't dip below the horizon very, very late. So that's the race, really, if you don't like night driving, to be at. But this one isn't too bad either, in as far as nighttime driving is concerned. It's just very difficult for when it actually is... when it actually is dark.
Eventually, I run a series called Max Bants, which looks to find the different areas. At one point, if I had infinite money, would I consider putting a circuit, say, at the very, very tippy top of Norway, so you could have a 24-hour all-in day and a 24-hour all-in night? I probably would.
Yes, that's what we've got sim racing for instead.
Yeah, exactly. You can set a fixed point in time, and it's actually what we did before we had day-night transitions. We used to have 24-hour Spa races here on iRacing that were all in the dark.
Yeah, or races all in the light, 24-hour races all in the light back in the day as well. The Daytona one always used to be in the dark. I think every year it was in the dark for many years. But now it's the day-night cycle as well. I mean, it would be strange, I think, nowadays to go back to that, wouldn't it? But I think it is a bit of fun for a 24-hour race just to be all in one, But as I say, these are the things that sim racing is for. We can do things that are not possible in the real world.
Very much true, and you can have whatever car track combinations you can set on your own races out there. For example, here at the Nürburgring, you might decide that you do want hypercars around here looking to challenge with all of the pitfalls out there, and you decide, yeah, I will have a hypercar out there with a Pontiac Solstice, for example. That could be what I want for my race server out there. You can, if you can create it, if you can think it, you can do it. And that is what we're seeing out there for some regards. But here, in this organised iRacing special event, I think it's been really, really important to note the fact that this is going to be a really wonderful run out there, that these teams have had to go and set themselves up. And these 5 car classes out there, I argue this has probably been the best combination of 5 car classes we have had in a Nürburgring 24 on iRacing.
I think we are in the best era of this race, absolutely, in that regard. This race first ran in 2016 when we had the MX-5 as well as the Kia, which was the TCR back for, I think, 3 years at the very beginning of this race. Kia. Now we got... Sorry, yeah. I'm looking forward to... Well, I know Paul Smith's going to be very tired in the morning, but I'm looking forward to just going on a trip down memory lane with him tomorrow morning about the Kia, which we'll talk about then. But yeah, it's the best TCR class we've ever had, I think, in terms of the variety we've got in that class. The GT4 class is just brilliant at the moment with the manufacturers that we've got. The GT3 class getting better all the time, although the BMW is pretty unbeatable. There's not much you can do about that. And the production car class is probably the most fitting for this race that's ever been. So I would agree. I think we're in the best era of this race that there's ever been, and we're in the 11th edition now this year.
We are, and this has been one of the great races to go and set up and say, look, I want to do this, I want to win it. A win here at the Green Hell pretty much says that you have yourself at a wonderful placement of position, and I think you've got to be noting here how things go. Long stop for Austin Young and Solpec Precision Racing. They had a lot of damage on the front of their Porsche, so I think they've run into some trouble somewhere.
Yeah, they must have done. That's the Porsche Cup car, by the way. Their GT3 Mercedes, unaffected. Marcus Holm still running 9th in the overall category, but Austin Young has been in there for some time, and has that long stop for Diego Nervi in the M2 got anything to do with it? Because he's now getting up towards a minute and a half now as well. I know the M2s do have slightly longer stops than some of the other classes anyway, but not quite that long.
Yeah, that number 54 car out there of Capivara Racing Team has been involved in a lot, and I've just seen a bit of bodywork on the front left get dealt with and turned around. So obviously their stop taking a while as well, because they've been pinned through with a little bit of contact as they came into the pit. So I wonder actually, as they came down in and looked for their mark, whether they've gone and clipped something out there, or whether there's been something more out there on circuit. One for Ramiro to go and navigate through out there over it, because they're back out and away and looking to charge through, maybe trying to get some more optional repairs sorted out there on their machinery. But that will set themselves up. But the big one really is that Solpec find themselves in trouble. This is one of the American-based teams that, honestly, in their space, are really, really good. I would like to see them challenge a little bit more.
I think, it's difficult. That they're in the sort of level of team that I would sort of equate with sort of a Maniti, if you like, where, they're not going to be competing, I don't think, among the top teams like Verstappen Sim Racing or Drago Racing, or increasingly at the moment, Blue Mercury Sport, and obviously Grin and Go and Coanda Esports as well. These are the top teams that are going to be winning special events, going to be winning some of the top iRacing events, some of the World Championship events, indeed, that are coming for the rest of this calendar year. But they can compete at that sort of second level, and one of these races is a big opportunity to do that. I mean, Grin and Go, to my mind, got their big break, their big win, their first big win, if you like, amongst some of these bigger teams a couple of years ago at Daytona, at the first wet Daytona. I think it was 2 or 3 years ago now. At that time, for my money, they were on that second rung of team, but they've catapulted themselves to a top team. Now they're one of the most recognisable teams in today's iRacing fields, and that's sort of where they are, and they've stayed there. And all it takes is one event for them to have their little break, and suddenly you can be well on your way to being one of those real top teams competing at the top.
It just takes a little bit of momentum, doesn't it? And there's so much of an understanding of what does it take to be this best team, what does it take to get into that position where you're winning everything, or you're up there and you're challenging for everything. And sometimes it really is just a case of you get one win, and that one win gives you the momentum to the next race, and the next race, and the next race, and suddenly perception changes, and the way people drive around you changes as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a lot about perception and the way that you're seen, if you like. If you're taken seriously as a top team after winning one of these big special events, then, as you say, people will act differently towards you. But if they, believe that you can't win, as we go towards miss, they're very tight for the second Coanda car, but we get through fine for Tristan Iglesias. If the other teams believe that you can't win, it's much more difficult to go out and sort of prove them wrong while they have that belief. And if they've seen you do it, if you can, if you've proven to everyone that you can win one of these races, then suddenly it becomes a very, very different game indeed. So, yeah, things do change when you get your first win, but that first one is often the most difficult.
It is the hardest, and that's why we see it is so tough. But, it works even for the highest levels of teams out there and what they're willing to challenge for. We made the point earlier on in the show, Ewan, that for all of what Verstappen Sim Racing has done, the multiple titles that they have had in open wheel, in closed wheel, in everything that you can possibly think of, and anywhere you can possibly think of. The one thing I think that's missing from their trophy cabinet that they've gone and attempted year on year is an iRacing Indy 500.
They haven't got a Daytona overall either, have they? Verstappen Sim Racing, they have in class in the GTD.
But surely in class counts.
I would say for most of the teams, yes, but not for them. Just just because they've won so much, the expectations and the limit gets higher. So I would say that is something that they've not crossed off yet. They've won this race overall, of course, as they have all the other 24s and all the other big, long special events, but never overall the Daytona 24, and that for me is quite a big thing, because they've won so much else.
Yeah, and the moves that they have made, they've tried to secure that, and they would have seen certain results that would have helped them out, of course. There you go, Team Fraudline out there battling with Radix Racing Red. This is the position, and they're going to go out for it and go for it. But yeah, Verstappen Sim Racing, formerly Team Redline, or nay Redline as we would say, is looking at this as a team going, yeah, we can keep going to this and saying this is how good we are. It confirms how good of a team they are. They're just waiting for that big, moment to say we can check everything off of the caliber of the highest level races that we want to charge and battle with. But Team Fraudline, which have some wonderful drivers in, like Jens van Tielen, for example, who used to be part of Williams, up against this Estonian-based sim racing team.
Yeah, both of these teams 2 laps down on the class leaders in the M2 class. Means that they've been delayed by at least 19 minutes in this race in overall time loss, and so it's great to see these two teams actually still running, but the fact they've actually managed to find each other on the racetrack is pretty remarkable as well. I mean, when you're so far down like this, you don't really expect to see other teams and actually have to fight with them at any stage, but it is very, very nice to find somebody on your lap like this and back with them, although Team Fraudline have had big trouble here.
That's a computer failure.
Oh dear, it looks like it.
Like a complete screen freeze. And that will pretty much confirm that they are going to be taking a tow.
Yeah, must have been some sort of technical problem there. It's just as I was saying, it was nice to find somebody in your class for a battle in your class, even though they're a couple of laps down. That all ends rather quickly.
Leaders in. GT3 already coming back round to make their stops. They're only going to be able to go on batches of 7 out there with their attempts. Diogo Pinto and Sam Keitel, though, and that gap, which was up as high as about 13 seconds, 14 seconds at one point, now down to 3. Emanuele Olivieri also jumping in the Italian for Blue Mercure to come in and make the stop. I am not going to be surprised to see how this is going for them. They're staying in the car, Pinto and Keitel, because they're running around in 3-hour blocks out there at this point, or 3 stint blocks, so they should get a change at the next pit stop, not this one. Olivieri also going to elect to stay in the car, as Ate Kalpanen will join in from Drago.
Expecting to see the entire lead lap of the GT3s in at this stage in the race, although they won't be in at the pit lane all at the same time, such as the gaps that are now being created up and down the field. There goes Pinto, 40 seconds exactly. If he's got a penalty. It looks like there's a penalty for the number 3. Is this the first lead change for hours in this race? The first battle really for the lead that we've seen for at least 6 hours. It would be a change here for Diogo Pinto, as he has made a mistake in this pit stop somewhere to get a black flag. A rare error from Pinto. He's going to cost the number 3 car the race lead.
He didn't engage the limiter as he left the box. He was down on the gun at what is 67 kilometers an hour, leaving pit lane. And so, you sit down, you turn around and look at it here. Pit lane speed limit is 60 kilometers an hour, and that is going to be an agony for them, because suddenly this hasn't become the easy 1-2 that Verstappen Sim Racing wants. This is now a case of they are going to have to trundle down the lane, take the service, or take the penalty time as they go on through, and realise that they have just allowed Blue Mercure Esports a chance of taking second. Another look.
Here it is. I mean, it's going to be so marginal, isn't it? So marginal. They're almost so far down the pit lane that they can do that without having to engage the pit limiter. But it's amazing that Pinto's actually done that, because he's exited the pit lane before. It's not like he's just gotten into the car now. The fact that he's decided to do that as he's headed out for what is going to be his final stint in this run is really something incredible. And the fact that it's on the exit of the pit lane as well, and not speeding on the entry, which would have meant a penalty added on to the pit stop that he was already making. The fact that it's on the exit of the pit lane means that he's going to have to come in and, as far as I'm aware here, Jake, make a separate pit stop to come in and serve that long penalty. And that's going to drop him, to my mind, down to 5th position, if not further.
It is a Damocles for them, and they know that it's such an unnecessary mistake out there. It might be something as simple as you're at the second to last box and you think you've got enough and it just slightly ticks over because there is a tiny bit of leeway that's given, or it might be something as simple as sim racers know the quickest way to go through pits, Ewan, is to not use the pit limiter, because you can play about with the margin a bit at 61, 62, and maybe Diogo Pinto, it's so easily done, just plain forgot.
I mean, it's extraordinary if that is the case for someone so experienced and so successful. Pinto down the years, world champion, of course, in the Porsche Racespot Super Cup. Obviously in the GT3 for this race, but a winner of special events in the past and so on. That is an extraordinary mistake to make. It really is, as Marcus Song comes into pit lane here on the pit limiter. As you say, not often these drivers do not use the limiter, and they moderate it themselves because it is slightly faster, but it's only worth a few attempts. And in any case, there wasn't long enough for Pinto to be doing that, particularly on the way towards the pit exit there. He was just, yeah, a bit careless, really. And I can't quite believe he's made that error, really.
I think we're all stunned. I think we're quite frankly all stunned here that something like that has happened, and happened within the first third of this race. And we've seen it on entry twice with Team Bennick and Henry Moore, and Kai Diel on entry picking up a penalty there for Williams F1 Team Gaming. So he's going to get the luxury of sitting and waiting and seeing everybody else drive away.
Yeah, so this is where the difference is. This is why it's actually a less of a penalty if you do it on the way in, because DL's now done with the fuel. He's done, but he's still got to wait for another 40-odd seconds before he can get back going again, whereas Pinto's going to have to come in and only stop for 40 seconds. Now, I believe he can he take on fuel while he's doing it as well? He might well take an extra lap, and that will allow him to offset it on strategy a little bit, but that's the only silver lining to this.
Yeah, so he can, but it would be after the penalty time. So he would basically have the penalty time, take on however many seconds of fuel that he wants and not get the tyres changed. And basically he'd sit down and go, right, I'm going to be one lap different on strategy, and maybe that saves me something at the final stop that gets me back in if I'm just focusing. So that's the only thing that they would look at, and the entire crew will be working on the fly to try and make sure that they can get themselves sorted in terms of that regard. Sam Keitel here for BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing 4 is about to become your race leaders with his teammates Gustavo Ariel and Sebastian Job. So they will now have to hold the mantle, and where there was, after 2 hours here, Ewan, 3 BMW M branded cars in positions 1, 2 and 3, after this pit stop coming around on this lap from Diogo Pinto, there will now be only one.
Yeah, amazing. Really amazing the way that this race has changed in that regard. Sam Keitel, to be fair, was catching Pinto anyway, but I wonder whether the teammates were trying to work out a way to get together here and maybe try and slipstream and draft with one another in the way they did the Spa 24 last year. Allowed them to get a 1-2 finish, a photo finish, the closest ever finish in a 24-hour race, iRacing special event. But this is going to be Mercure up to second, only 11 seconds off of the lead, and Drago Racing White onto the podium.
It is, and as that now sets itself into play, Blue Mercure will be very happy. Drago Racing White will be counting their lucky stars that they've got the chance to jump. They've got a 14-second gap over Lucas Prada, but by no means are their days written, because remember, Drago Racing, this is in, 8 hours? They're 40 seconds off the back of BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing Team 3. I think that that car can still get a podium out of what they're dealing with, Drago Racing White will see that as, yay, I'm on the podium now, but I don't think, Ewan, they will be in a position where they go, I'm going to be happy about it later when they are going to be driving, and probably driving angry after the mistake to go and get that time back.
Yeah, there is definitely going to be an element of that now for Red... Well, I've done it. I know
We all do.
I was going to do it at some point, wasn't I? It just slips off the tongue so easily. Verstappen Sim Racing definitely going to be an element of that now, but especially for Pinto. But he's only going to be in the car again for another few laps before getting out. If they continue on with their 3 stint cycles that they have been doing, that's just short of 3 hours around here in terms of the driving, more than manageable for drivers at this level. There is definitely going to be an element of that, but I'm not sure how much of that is going to be required to close the gap that is going to be created by this. It's going to be an absolutely massive deficit now.
Still, they will now have to know of what they need. Porsche's in as Alejandro Sanchez now will be making his pit stop, and he will note too that he will get some friends in Heidi Nomamasi at grid and go, and then his teammate Tristan Iglesias. Look at them, pretty much nose to tail as they work through, and no requirement here in the iRacing special events to run down the lane and then go from the transit lane over into the right-hand side. You can see they're driving through all of them there as Jan Sama, and part of the reason for that will be that you don't actually make contact on that part of the pit lane. You only make the contact when you're in the transit lane.
Yeah, and that has created confusion in the past, but as long as you drive down the actual servicing lane the whole way round, then you'll be fine. There's Oliveri just blinking a little bit there. He passes Pinto. Hopefully that's only a small problem for Oliveri that will just sort itself out. But there goes Pinto now. So let's just watch this, because we're going to see, first of all, the severity of this penalty, but also whether he takes on fuel. 16 seconds, and he's back out again. Through go Coanda and Grid and Go's Cup cars. Here comes Alexander Spets. The penalty is only going to drop them to 4th at worst here. In fact, it isn't even going to drop him to 4th. I'm not sure Pinto did really take any fuel there. It's only a small black flag. It was only 16 seconds in the pits.
Yeah, no, it wasn't much of a penalty at all, things said and told. So they got dinged, but obviously they didn't get dinged that heavily, and they were desperate to get out there with Alexander Spets just behind. And look at where they came out, right behind those Porsches that pitted. And Heidi Nomamasi actually lost out in the stop, and now they're diving down the inside of one of the GT4s by the looks of it. That's Aiden Maytaish, then, who's 4th position for Fiercely Forward Red. So they just about get the clearance around, and that urgency from Diogo Pinto. They've not lost the podium, that's great, but it shows you how quickly you have to react out there, that they were going, okay, we need to get this penalty served. We serve it, we get ourselves out and going, and then we're immediately out of the frying pan and into the fire.
Well, yeah, and that's another disadvantage of having this penalty here, that it did drop them right into this battle of the Porsche Cup cars that they worked so hard to get past early and cost them so much time. So Sam Koiter was able to get really close as a result of that traffic for Pinto earlier. Just ended up in that traffic all over again, but it's worked out even worse for Spets here. You got one of them just into the fast chicane. Now, though, as they come on to the Nordschleife, he's still not past the Coanda number 018. Tristan Iglesias on the outlap here, still in front of Spets, and this is going to cost the Swede a lot of time.
Well, if you can't find a braking zone, you're going to be waiting up till Flugplatz or maybe even Arenberg to try and get this sorted. Through Hatzenbach here, you're not going to be seeing too much love, and so now you're going to have to work through this section and go, right, I can't get anything. This is only a short shoot run now between the first and second part of this run up to the Quidebacher Ho, and so this is where you just sit down and go, as Alexander Spets, yep, this is my race. I've got to try and find a way, put a racing pass on here at Flugplatz. Very risky. Early on the brakes goes. There for Tristan Iglesias. He only just left enough room. And I mean, only just. And I note now 8 minutes for Kai Diel. I think they're going to be parking at number 5.
It might be. Here comes Mimasi, by the way, on the way towards Swedenkreuz. And he will not get through. So Iglesias was smart there. he let Spets through. He did have to lift off quite early and probably had to get on the brakes as well, but that was the only thing that could really make that all work. It wasn't good for his momentum, but Ramassi didn't take advantage anyway, so they stay as they are, and Coanda keep their 1-2, despite that quite close moment there over the top of the hill.
They do, and now they hit to Ardenau first, where you're just slowly finding ways to drop the speed. It's only a tick under 90 kilometres an hour through this section before you can put the power back down and say, hey, look, we're off on our merry way now into the middle sector of the lap. And it's a race basically up as you work through. You go down and then up, and then this is sort of the vista view as you then set for the middle of the lap, which pretty much says on the north side of the circuit right now, these are where all the difficult corners are that are going to challenge you in the sense of not speed, but technicality.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and through the chicane there, Ramassi following Iglesias through when maybe others would have backed out, others would have been more patient there, but again, you cannot afford to be waiting behind TCRs or whatever if you're in the Cup class. You've got to go as soon as you can. And that leads to some risks being taken, but that was a calculated risk, and it has worked. Cardiel, as you say, approaching 10 minutes in the pit lane. Maybe we aren't seeing that car again. Certainly not a regular penalty, is it, for that car?
No, I think that is just an understanding of, you know, this has been a really tough race for them, and maybe Cardiel just doesn't have another driver who wants to jump in or something of that ilk. Then unlock down in the pits. Then 083 from 4th position in the BMW class. Ruben Bezuidenhout is going to jump in for Blocco Motore, the South African out there. Not the first Bezuidenhout actually with sporting heritage. Christian Bezuidenhout, very accomplished golfer.
How do you know that?
I have the unfortunate distinction, Ewan, of following a lot of sport.
Well, so do I, but I didn't have a clue about that. So, this is Sim RC meantime from GT4 having trouble. And that is from oh dear, that is in front of the second place car. That's from second in their class. That's big drama. Emanuele Oliveri did a very good job not to smash into Marvin Stroll there. Well, fancy that. Note this one down. Marvin Stroll just had a solo spin. That's an event.
Well, that was tough for Marvin Stroll. It was even tougher for Emanuele Olivieri to try and jump on through there. Because when you're going down through after hit, miss, hit, and you're trying to hit the brakes for that next section, it pretty much funnels to everything goes out wide if you make a mistake. To get pinned to the inside like that, you basically have to stamp on the brakes like the anthill mob.
He did such a good job in terms of reacting there. And to turn underneath the Mercedes, you know, those are the kind of crashes that really take a lot of minutes to repair as well, by the way. If you have a nose-to-nose incident like that, it would have been terrible for Sim RC, obviously. It would have been a long repair for them, but also definitely a long repair for, and certainly taking them out of contention for the race win for Blue Mercury Esport. Would have returned Verstappen Sim Racing to a 1-2 much quicker than they'd imagined. But yeah, that thankfully was avoided by Olivieri, and he can carry on trying to keep the gap close with Koiter, which he is managing so far. It has gone up to 13 seconds on, and I'd imagine that incident there has contributed to the gap just growing a little bit.
Sorry, I've just seen a massive save, and it's actually been alerted to us by chat. Alexander Spet has just had the almightiest of saves through the mute curve. And if you want to talk about how you save a race as Drago Racing, I think if Ramiro can find it for us, our producer, we could be seeing the finest example of a save in the night.
I mean, he has lost a lot of time to Pinto since that pass, by the way, since they were nose to tail. It's now 9 seconds already. But, yeah, we'll try and see it. Alexander Spets still running in 4th place. And to me, he is better as a GTP driver, a prototype driver, than a GT driver, but still very quick for Drago Racing in these cars as well. But just not able to stay with Pinto quite at the moment.
Yeah, just not able to have that same sort of level in the same car here, and maybe that's just the difference that you find, that you get some drivers who suit a certain personality. I was about to say to suit a certain personality out there, which would have put me very much in a position where that wouldn't have quite worked. But ultimately, if you find yourself working with a certain personality of car, it can be a little bit troublesome to jump into a car and be told, hey, look, go for this Nürburgring 24, because this is probably the only 24 out there where you don't get the big hulking LMP2s. You don't get prototypes here. You get GT3 and slower, because that's only what is safe.
Well, yes, indeed. Again, sim racing, we can do things a little bit differently, but even in sim racing, I can't remember the last time I saw prototypes in a big series around here. And for good reason as well. They are very quick and very dangerous for the real world around here, and not least for sim racing as well. But yeah, it still feels like an incredibly fast circuit when we see GT3s here. I mean, we're having some onboard shots earlier with the GT3s over the backside of the circuit in the night time especially. Just looks spectacular. The sense of speed you get even in those cars is quite something.
Yeah, it is. It is lightning fast around here, and there's a reason why you see it. Now, this is Alexander Spett heading over towards this moot curve here. Fast left-hander, just going through, back steps out, and how? Oh! Twice! How does it avoid trouble? Just how? How does he manage that?
How does he not make bigger contact with the wall? He even stays in front of the two Cup cars, which is... And he's lost less time than he otherwise might have done. He stayed ahead of these two. That is an incredible save. An incredible save. I can't tell you the amount of times that I've seen people hit the wall because of a slight mistake, even the slightest of mistakes through the muck over there. But snaps one way. You can't quite see how close he is to the wall on that side, but it's this part that is quite astonishing. He's really yanking it to the right to make sure it doesn't go in that wall. He does graze it, but somehow manages to avoid the wall almost totally, and then able to get it on the straight and narrow. Pretty unbelievable. This is the kind of standard of driving that we're dealing with. And yes, it did cost him a lot of time to Pinto, but they are still in the race.
I tell you what, Alexander Spett had to be a cat in his last life, because if he had 9 lives, he's used just about 8 of them to try and keep that out of the barriers. Oh my goodness, that has saved the bacon of Drago Racing White when they note their other Drago car is out of the race, the number 2, and has been out for 42 laps here around this Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke 24-hour layout. So a big scare, but it's okay. Continue on. You can get a change of uniform at your next pit stop, I'm sure. But for the moment, in this battle for second, it is in the Porsches. It's still Coanda versus Guido out there at this point in time. But this has turned more into, okay, we'll battle between each other for second. I think they can say, at least right now, unless something happens to the 08, they're not necessarily going to catch and see them.
Yeah, I think they are. Well, it's a bit early for attentions to turn only to that, but they may have to start realising that pretty shortly, because over the last 2 hours that we've been on here, it's now gone up by 50%, the gap between first and second, so 24 seconds now compared to the, well, it was even less than that actually. It was about 14 seconds earlier, so it's gone up even more. About 10 seconds in the last 2 hours, and I don't think it's because these two are distracting each other particularly. I think it's just the consistency and the speed of the leading Cup car at the moment that is just allowing Alejandro Sanchez to get a bigger and bigger lead and allowing Coanda even more control on this race.
Yeah, and the difference on that last lap, 9:15, because they had to check up for Alexander Spett, compared to a 9:12 effectively from Alejandro Sanchez. So that tells you the difference in terms of pace out there. Slightly off-kilter in terms of strategy is the 600 of Start XMC Detail, then who are coming in with Carlos Muesca to make their stop in TCRs. And we haven't really tuned in to where they are in the TCR gap, as we are about to hit now for another hour mark in, which is 8 hours into this race. So we are officially in the next 2 minutes going to be a third of the way through this race, with BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing number 4 leading this race. A recent change at the top of the order thanks to a penalty for speeding by the number 3 BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing team. Blue Mercure get promoted to second, and then that number 3 team find themselves then in third. Drago Racing White, with the biggest scare of the race so far, hold on to a Bronco basically in 4th position, as WSR Esports Red find themselves in 5th. You've got Coanders 1 and 2 in the Porsche Cup category, with Grid and Go Esports just behind in 3rd. You then have Dirt Esports by SX and Share It Esports making up your top 5. Sesha Esport in control of your GT4 field, but it's not massive. But SimRC have had a spin over this last hour, so that's got them into that position, with RDV Competition Unity then effectively in 3rd after a pit stop for Fisty Forward Red. The top 5 written out by Undercut 009, with Mail Jean behind the wheel of the number 15 Frenchman. Mika Nietzsche in control for Share It Esports over WSR Esports White. Yes, Motorsports have been dropped off of the back of the number 23. That's the gap then for second and third, with SART X MC Total. They've just made their stop, but they'll be in and around BZR Racing, who round out the 5 in category. Grid and Go.com Esports 005 lead in the BMW M2s ahead of Simify Esports Orange. Team RSO looking for a 5th category victory, but are a little bit shy of that at the moment in 3rd, with Blocco Motore in 4th with Ruben Bezadenhout, and then Tech Sport Sim Team with Edwin Onofre still holding on to that 5th place by about 2 laps as far as this stands. Number of retirements out there over the course of this race, and some of the teams that we have seen have some names that have been out there working. Slow Unsteady, one of those teams that have found recently the retirements out there, as well as the likes then of Eclipse Simsport, the first team to go, and a lovely team. Well, some would say it's a lovely team name. Some would say it would be a joke on one of the drivers, that Kostek Slovier, the Polish driver who applies his trade in Super Formula, apparently likes golf girls.
Not really sure what you want me to say to that.
Anything you like.
Oh, anything I like. Not sure you want that. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things actually that's been lost in recent years from special events, which is unusual team names. So there's my answer. I'm glad to see those back.
I am as well, and it goes down to the creativeness out there of what various teams have done. I know in the Sebring 12 we had, I think, Low Cortisol Racing was out there and running. So we've had a lot of teams over the years decide, we're just a bunch of friends who are going to run, so let's go and get this group. So Team Fraudline, here's another one. Just catches the curb, all shades of wrong up at Hohe Acht, and for not the first time in this race, find their nose absolutely dented in.
Yeah, and as you say, not the first time in this race, but glad to see them persisting, even despite all of the trials and tribulations that they've had of the day. And hopefully this is just another setback on what is unfortunately turning into many. But speaking of setbacks, I've just seen Blue Mercure Esports seemingly disappear. I'm not sure. It doesn't look like a pit stop to me. This looks like a dropping completely. Amelio Oliveri was having trouble earlier staying connected. We commented at the time it did seem to sort itself, but maybe it has now finally given up.
Oh, that's heartbreak for them. They just got their first big class win at Sebring, and they know how critical it was. The good news, the only good news about that for them, is that's a drop that has happened at the Kleiner Carousel. So the time they will lose out there on the toe is very minimal.
Yes, it could have been worse. Here is the moment of the dropping. We'll see it in a second. I think it is just purely disconnection here. And there you go. Yeah, so it is less time than it otherwise might be, but nevertheless, it's going to cost them an awful lot in this race. And it returns Verstappen Sim Racing to a 1-2 again. They're 33 seconds apart now, but they're back running 1-2.
They are, and they're fortunate that they don't have to make a pass for it. They're lucky in that respect. And I looked at it and saw the drop, and then immediately afterwards I saw Thibaut Prevost and Vasilios Belletsiotis disconnect. I think they're out there, they were trying to gun for victory, and they saw that and they went, right, that's our day done, potentially. Prevost back in. They might actually have to chuck Thibaut Prevost, the Luxembourgish driver, into the car. But someone has got to get in that machine and get that thing out there if they want any hopes of salvaging even a top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, these are the things that happen over the course of 24-hour races. They've got to get back in and think, well, anything can happen from here to the finish, so we've got to persist, we've got to carry on. But these are the things that happen, as I say. RTV Competition Unity, by the way, we've got a glimpse of there, stopping a bit early this time round. I worry that maybe they have got damage here.
I'd be worried. Paul Joffro has just left pit lane, so let's see what's happened with them over the course of the last lap or so. They've been pushing around, so they'll be very hopeful that as far as this day has gone for them, they want to be absolutely just running as calmly as they can, and it will be tough for them because they've got to do 12 hours of stints each. It's not like you can send a driver to sleep or rest for a few hours and get back going again. You have to have that responsibility in a two-driver team that both drivers have to be somewhat present.
Yes, yeah, indeed. So they're not going to get much rest at all, are they? I mean, it's already going to feel like quite a long night. I think where they are, it will be coming up to 11 now in the evening, so already quite late, but understanding that you've got 16 hours still to go, and as you say, there is little time to rest when you've got just a two-driver team. Maybe they are going to forego some of those unwritten rules of endurance racing a little bit because there's only two of them, but leaving one of them on their own without the other driver sort of around-ish is not normally a great idea. Speaking of not normally great ideas, that is an example coming through Adenauer Force. Thankfully we get away with it.
Adenauer First is a place where you don't often like seeing too much side-by-side. It was side-by-side up the hill by Lukas Prada, the Czechian-based driver at WSR Esports Red. He's been there for a fairly long while, actually, in the team, and he's one of those drivers out there piloting in the Ferrari, by the looks of things at the moment, who is looking to challenge James Boumet, for example, which we see on a Monday night with the World GT Championship, and so is definitely someone who can be of note, who should be looking at getting better and better as things progress. I really like the way that he's been running, and he's someone who can be very adaptable in many different types of machinery, as Lucas.
Yeah, absolutely. And this I think is just a great run for them at the moment, the way that it is. I mean, yes, there's nearly 16 hours to go, but would you have expected at the start of this race that WSR Esports would be running in fourth place, taking the team as a whole, running in fourth place at the moment, being the ones leading the charge, really, of the non-BMWs, of which there are very few in this GT3 category once again this year. And I don't think he would have WSR Esports up at the top there. Yes, they've got Verstappen Sim Racing and Drago Racing in front of them, but they're beating both of the Williams cars at the moment. They're beating all of the Grid and Go entries here as well. Even the Falcon Sim Racing team as well. These are not teams you would have expected at the start, I don't think, in a Ferrari for WSR Esports to be beating at the moment. So I think they've done an absolutely wonderful job as a team as a whole. And only a minute off the lead, fourth place. Very good place to be after 8 hours, I think.
I think it's a stellar bit of work that they've done to be where they are after 8 hours. But, Coanda Esports out there, when they set their mind to it, if they are in any race, Ewan, in a Porsche, they are the favourites to win.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a nice place to be when you get yourself such unanimous favourite status. But it doesn't come around too often, certainly, as we ride on board with the Coanda Esports car again. Just close there, the Grid and Go kart falling out of the carousel completely, but monstering over these curves again and again, and watching the gap grow out to the leader in the Cup class. More than 25 seconds up to Alejandro Sanchez now.
Yeah, that gap starting to really claw on open, and is showing a lot out there A question that has been put through, why is no one racing the Mustang out there? Balance of Performance has indicated that Mustang needed 20 kilograms of ballast. Now, you just want to put that into perspective, you, and what 20 kilograms of ballast is like. That's like having a small dog in the back of the car as you're racing.
Yeah, or a relatively medium dog. But yeah, it's which when you put it like that, it doesn't sound very much actually. But yeah, it does. It does have a real effect. It absolutely does, and it's a shame really because the Mustang's never really had its run out. Was it even in iRacing the last year of the Nürburgring 24? I don't think it was it?
No, it's a rather new addition out there. That Ford Mustang.
Was it before the last? Yeah, no, it was just in time, but not had finished the race. That's what I'm just looking through the results again now. Shez Esports used it, Apex used it, and Drago Racing used it. Drago were taken out on lap one with one of their Mustangs. The others made it a bit deeper into the race, but not to the end even. So none of them have actually ever made it to the end of this race. Never mind been in contention to win it. And sadly, that's definitely not going to change this year. And everybody knew that, I think, in top split, heading before this race even really got underway. Because, as you say, 20 kilograms of weight penalty is absolutely massive. And the not only the BOP, but I'll talk about it again, the history of success that BMW has at this venue in iRacing at N24 means that few teams look past that nowadays.
No, very true. They are 1, 2, 3 at the moment, BMWs, but WSR Esports are leading the charge for those who are not in a BMW out there at the moment and focus on the Porsche Cup battle right now. They're running that number 6 Ferrari out there, which is doing a very, very good job of keeping Drago honest.
Yeah, certainly. There he is again, Lucas Prada. And the Ferrari this time around, the best place to the non-BMWs last year, by the way. 10th place for the Scuderia Ferrari esports team back in 2025. So if there is a non-BMW to choose, maybe it is this one. But they are leading the charge at the moment by some distance. Falcon Sim Racing 36 seconds behind. There may be a fight developing there, by the way. Parker White not that far behind Jonas Rutten, only 3.5 seconds or so. So keep an eye on that, because the battles outside of the podium places may start to ramp up a little bit.
Yeah, Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue, currently 5th. They started 12th. Williams F1 Team Gaming settling into the night stint with Parker White. It must be such a luxury to go out there and have a driver like Parker White, knowing that in any form of racing out there, he can be a challenger. He's an eNASCAR champion. He is lightning fast in anything that he sets his mind to. He must be out there and one of those drivers that you must consider putting on the Mount Rushmore of iRacing sim racers because of his ability to do anything. He's basically the modern day PJ and Jake Sturgios.
I was going to say the modern day Mitchell de Jong, but there is a Mitchell de Jong in the modern day, to be fair, and it's called Mitchell de Jong. But anyway, I absolutely agree on the adaptability note, especially. Parker White is just unbelievable in terms of the different things that he can do and the different things that he can be so fast in as well. And by the way, to remind you, do you remember how old he is? Just to remind everybody.
No, you may inform.
Well, as long as his own social media accounts are correct, he's still only 19 years of age. I mean, unbelievable what he's managed to achieve in 19 years, and the long career that he has ahead of him. If you look at someone like Mitchell de Jong, if he races to even his age, even if Mitchell de Jong stops now or whatever, if White races to his age, he's got plenty of years ahead of him and plenty of success ahead of him, I think, as well. And in terms of the drivers who can be at the very top through multiple disciplines, for me, Mitchell de Jong is still number one of all time, but Parker White is fast becoming number 2 for me, and with such a career ahead of him, who's to bet against him becoming the best all-rounder we've ever seen?
Very, very true. And, you look at that, and you hear things like that, and you go, oh, come on, that's not fair. You turn around and go, you're doing all of that, you've got this much success, and you've not even hit your 20s yet, and I'm there sort of knocking on the door of my 30s soon, and I go like, oh, come on.
It is unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, I'm only a few years older than him, and I still feel the same. So there you go. But it's just the fact we've known about him for so many years. He's been racing so competitively and so brilliantly for so many years as well, that it makes you look back almost to these previous successes and think, wow, he started to race at a real top level very, very young indeed. And that's been one of the bigger changes, I think, that I've seen in sim racing since I started covering it 8.5 years ago. The age with which people are coming into it now is so much younger, and the talent that these guys are coming with and the ability that they have at younger ages is just astonishing. And Parker White is not the first of that generation, if you like, to have come through at a younger age and been astonishing, but he is very much of that generation, a product of that, and is a remarkable part of that. One of the best, as I say, one of the best all-rounders in the world at the moment, and definitely, obviously, long way to go in his career, I suspect, but definitely has the potential to become the best all-rounder of all time.
Well, if you want to talk about drivers who made a claim to fame in sim racing at a young age, you can look no further than Sebastian Job, who at the time that he got his first ever seat in the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, I think he was 14 years of age or something silly like that he was just so quick at Apex Racing Team at the time. Got lost a little bit around his GCSE A-level sort of age out there, went to core sim racing at the time, joined up with the likes of Freddie Rasmussen, got himself back onto track later and joined arguably one of the best teams out there in the world. And his run from 2019 onwards, I think, goes down as one of the great runs for a driver of his caliber, and he showed the potential that he's got. There are drivers out there, for example, I think Ale Torres over at Enosis is something like 13, 14. I think he has just left Enosis now, though. But, you're getting now a lot of people who are coming into sim racing and saying, look, even though that, we want to go out there and develop, we're seeing people like Dries van Longendonk, who I think is only about 16, 17, and he's out there in British F4 at this moment in time, GP4, I think. So he's doing an amazing job out there. You're turning around and saying that the next generation will go in, and even in Australian sim racing terms as well, there is Rehan Lianaj, who is an absolutely incredible young sim racer out there who could make a lot of waves out there. So you're seeing it more and more. The barrier to your talent is, can you keep it on the circuit? Can you drive quick? And more, the answer is yes, and we can do it from a younger age.
Yeah, and you do still need those years of experience, if you like, to get the maturity. And you do see this in younger drivers sometimes, that the lack of ability to keep cool, the lack of ability to keep your head, although that does feel like it's changing a little bit as well now. But you get those years of experience earlier in your career, then you're still at a younger age where your talent is still raw, but you also have that little bit of experience now, that little bit of maturity that helps you to go on and do amazing things like the likes of Parker White have done, and like many others are going to go on and do in the future as well. As you say, the barrier to entry, if you like, is getting lower and lower, and that means that people are able to fly very young now in sim racing, and it's one of the great things about sim racing as well, because it wouldn't even be, at that age it's still doing karting or whatever, it wouldn't even be legal to do this kind of race at some of these guys' age. But in sim racing, you can, if you're good enough, you can do it, and that's the beauty of it, the beauty of this part of our sport anyway. And it's great that we get to see so many different types of those drivers in this race, the iRacing special events more generally as well, as we go past midnight and get towards the proper Sunday morning graveyard nighttime hours now.
Yeah, morning after, the night before, technically, we already have just hit. And one thing they will be noting as well with how much cloud cover there is the level of humidity that has just crept itself up over you. And we're at a 93% humidity out there on circuit. So imagine that you've got yourself your sponge and bucket out there as the big example. Sponge and bucket, Jake Sperry, you and O'Leary. You put your bucket in the water, you pull it back out, and you squeeze the sponge, and only 7% of the water comes out, and you try and put more water in. It's going to feel very, very humid, and if you're not careful, it tips over 100%. We may even see some fog.
Yeah, let's hope not, to be honest, not least for our visibility here while we're watching. But also that has been a problem, of course, in the real world down the years. The fog that can descend very, very quickly over the Nürburgring can be such a feature of it as well. And you don't want that for these drivers, in not only because, A, if it comes now, you've got the double whammy, if you like, of darkness and fog. As it gets close for second again, it will be Coanders will stay behind again, though. Or we get the fog in the morning where the sun begins to rise and, you know, conditions begin to get easy just for a moment, but immediately fog starts and it's effectively like being in the dark again, in the sense that you can't really see where you're going. So yeah, it could be a nightmare if we get that. Let's hope not, though. I'm sure many people, though, are hoping for a little bit of rain, and we are still in the phase of the race that has a small chance of rain across the across this part of the race. The bigger spike is later in the morning when the sun is properly up at about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. However, there is still the last little bits now of about a 15% chance of rain. It doesn't really look like it's arriving.
No, not at this stage, and so that will be at least a relief for some that they're not going to get early to mid-race rain, but they are still going to be tentative about what happens later on, whether there is going to be a little sting in the tail at the end of running. So just keep that in note as far as this one goes, that we're not done playing the rain card just yet. Something could still change out there. And what's also important to note here, Ewan, is just because there's not rain at this point right now doesn't mean in some of the other servers that there isn't rain, because it's a chance of rain that is affected differently for every other server of the iRacing Nürburgring 24. Yeah,
it's one of the great things about it. There's so many interesting things about the weather system that we can talk about that has been only added into iRacing very recently, of course, but obviously it's been so well done by iRacing, so well added into the sim. And it's already changed special events down the years. You know, we had an incredibly dramatic Daytona 24 hour, I think a couple of years ago now, when we had rain for the very first time. And we had rain in this race either last year or the year before for the very first time as well, which made for a very dramatic night time. It was in the night, in the dark, when it was first introduced into this race for the first time in its history as well. So well implemented into iRacing, so well done, so challenging for the drivers. And I think that's what we're all hoping to see here, really, as spectators. We're sort of hoping for a little bit of rain because it just adds that element of unpredictability that is just unmatched, really, when you see dry conditions, even with the evolving track that we've had for so long in iRacing. It's there's nothing quite like having the rain.
There's nothing quite like it, but also it is something out there that you do need dry races in the world of motorsport, because it is the true test of where drivers are and their pace that they've got and what they're able to get at. Rain is the great equalizer, and it often adds for an entertaining race when you add rain, but it's also got the problem out there, Ewan, of sometimes you get too much of a certain type of thing and you go, oh, it's this thing again, it's rain again, say, for example. How many times are we going to get a wet race out there? It can turn off the other way if you get too much of it, and that's why it's got to be balanced within moderation.
No, that is absolutely right, and that's why, as you say, we don't see it every time. It's not skewed overly. I think that has been implemented well, actually, as well, complementing the actual driving in the rain. But I think in terms of the frequency that we see, that has been rather well done as well, because I don't think people are tired of seeing rain just yet in terms of these races. I don't think it has been overused, not in leagues, not in iRacing special events. I don't think it's been overdone. So I think people would, well, I certainly would anyway, like to see a bit of rain in this race. And I'm not quite tired of it just yet, but I absolutely do understand that point of view as well, is that you can very much go overboard with the rain, as Mikael Nicic comes in from the lead of TCR once again, and the race changes again in this category. Michael Polasek getting a little bit closer, but not quite on terms yet, as he comes into pit lane as well.
Yeah, Mikael Nicic then getting up on the jacks, needing to take some service then and get that sorted, so they're all in. Driver change by the looks of things as well. Eric Noy is going to get back into the car, the Norwegian, and look to push the 415, out there and further along, as there is Michael Polasek, who will allow Ross McFarlane, the Scotsman, back into the car. He is pretty much TCR personified is Ross when he gets his mind to it, and he's been quick for about 7 years when he's been doing that. Imran Ahmadazar also has found his way into the box and will be quite happy at the fact that he's in a very comfortable third place by comparison to the likes of Sart and BZR Racing, who are out there in the number 14 in 4th position. Pablo Bleda will also be looking for a chance to jump into the car at some point, and will be looking to push through with Oye Samayoa currently behind the wheel of that right now. There goes Eric Noy, off and away once again. Scherer have been saying, look, we don't share with anyone.
Certainly not sharing the race lead with anybody, that's for sure. They are a long way out in front, and they have been for some time in this race now. And that's quite a team they've got chasing them, by the way. I know Eric Noah is a good driver for Scherer Esport, but WSR Esports have got a strong team as well with Polasek and McFarlane. As you mentioned, McFarlane has a lot of experience in these TCRs and is a very strong driver, but Polasek, I think, is even faster. I hope both of them haven't caught up to Scherer Esport yet. There's still time, but I think they are absolutely coming. Polasek got closer to Scherer during that last stint, and there's still a long way to go in this race, so I'd be nervously looking over my shoulder, to be honest, if I was on the Scherer Esport team at the moment.
I would too. I wouldn't feel you're comfortable at 13 seconds of a margin. It's still very much up in the air to go and deal with. As you can see, the nationalities there on the left-hand side. And something I think is very important of note here as you see who is where out there. I think your top three, I don't think there was a single nationality out there that shared the same through first through third of any of your categories.
No, it's a great multinational event. So many different nationalities all through. You can see them flicking through on your screen at the moment. And great to see not only from Europe and America, to be honest. That's what we've seen many times in the past, but we've also got some of the more unusual countries compared to what we've normally seen in our racing special events. I can't say I know too much about Imran Azar, but to get the Malaysian flag on there is good to get a new nationality on the board, because we really don't get many from overseas, from outside of Europe and sort of USA and Canada as well. But great that we do have one there. We've got Uruguay there. I think we have an Argentinian driving somewhere down in the TCR class at the moment as well. So there are some different nationalities which are becoming more and more common, which is a good thing.
Especially in the world of sim race. Of course, we're going to put Santi Aguiar then onto screen here, who represents Argentina out there. They've got a wonderful racing... he's representing Uruguay, sorry, out there. Representing a wonderful area of racing out there that often doesn't get as much love as it should. And when you're in that area, actually, I will say pound for pound here, Argentina has the greatest group of racetracks, pound for pound.
Group? What do you mean by group of racetracks? You mean as a nation, the racetracks it has the best?
Yes.
It's quite a hipster take, if I can put it like that.
You may put it like that, but you think you've got Buenos Aires, you've got Rio Hondo, and then you've got a circuit like El Sonda, which is a figure eight on the side of a mountain.
Sorry to Ramiro for the pronunciations, by the way. We got Ramiro, our Argentinian producer, listening to two English people try and pronounce some things in Argentina. It's not going to go well. But yeah, I actually don't know very much about this. I do know about, obviously, Buenos Aires. He used to have the F1 there, which I do think is a very underrated F1 track, I must say. It is flat and it does have long straights and whatever, and one could argue a little bit dull in places, long straights, whatever. But I think it's quite a good circuit. But I don't know too much about the others. But you're right, there are some unusual tracks out there in South America, especially as a continent, that really don't get very much attention. And some of them are very entertaining, I think.
They really are, and we see it quite a bit at the likes of, say, TC2000, for example, which is a wonderful championship battling out there. I actually managed to convert someone to say that El Fonda is one of the best circuits out there that he's ever seen, and so that was my joy out there that went through. But back to the point of Malaysians in sim race, we don't see many of it, but we do see that Malaysia does have a big presence over in Asia. They've got a big running and understanding in the Asian GP GT3 Championship out there that they do like to put their drivers in and out there and racing. Of course, there is the legacy, good or bad, of what Alex Young did in Formula One, and the work that has been put in, that Petronas are basically everywhere right now in Formula style racing. So there is the understanding of Malaysia, to a certain extent, have been an important pillar and factor in the motorsport world.
I think the whole Asian scene out there, away from the Middle East, which has had a lot of Formula One tracks in recent years, of course, and therefore a lot of attention. There are a lot of tracks out there in the Far East, in Malaysia and Japan and China as well. Sorry, South Korea, those kind of countries where they don't get as much attention really as maybe they should do, or certainly as many as other circuits we see here in Europe. But there is a big scene out there, and you only have to look at a series like GT World Challenge. I must say, I think it was 2017, wasn't it, that GT World Challenge Asia got added to the first time. That was the first time I think the GT World Challenge really started to expand around the world, and then we had a European and America's scene, and Asia scene, and Australia as well. Now, it's showed to me that, wow, there's a big racing world out there that it's just not really seen out in Europe, and logistically it's very hard to get these two worlds to meet, if you like. You've got your European grids, your Asia grids, your Australia grids. They're all fairly healthy in their own right. Getting them to meet would be incredible, but it's very logistically hard, and so we are going to remain a little bit unknown to one another, I think, for the foreseeable, really, just because logistically it's hard. Sim racing is where that bridge can be made a little bit, really, because we will get to race against each other a little bit more often, and it's far more logistically feasible.
And to that point, you always get the iRacing comment that comes out, and I love it, which is, what track would you like to see out there on iRacing? You always see that comment come up, be it on the socials, and you see a litany of names come down of, I want this circuit, I want this circuit, I want that one, I want my local dirt track that only 8 people know about. You get all of that different sense of what all of this understanding is on what a great race circuit should be added to iRacing. But I think it also goes to say that a simulator out here like iRacing holds a great responsibility as well of bringing some of the greatest racetracks in the world together under one roof. And they've said, we don't want all of them, but you can say there's enough to go and connect various elements of where they want to. For example, for the longest time, the second biggest base of sim racers out there was Spanish, and I don't think the Spanish ever got a sim racing track until about 2018.
And it is starting to build up in terms of those different circuits, especially in Spain. I think we've got all of the major ones now, have we not? I can't think of any major ones missing, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I am. But
Villarreal maybe is the only one.
Yeah, but you're starting to get to more obscure now. I think iRacing has gotten quite obscure already with things like circuits like Aragon and the other one that I can picture at the moment that can't remember the name of.
Navarra?
Jerez, sorry, and Navarra. You're right, but as well though in Navarra, these are the sort of second tier, if you like, starting to get lesser known after you've gone through Catalonia, obviously, which is by far the most famous. So we are getting there, and in terms of the road course scene in iRacing, I think it's been getting better and better and better at an increasing rate in the last few years. That there were a time where there were lots of circuits that people were really screaming for, and people felt that they weren't quite being added quickly enough for their liking, but that is always the case, of course. But nowadays the speed of progress is much quicker, and the variety of circuits that we get now is fantastic. I mean, St. Petersburg Street Circuit, for example, was just added in the last iRacing update, and it wasn't that long ago where people were thinking that, well, is it actually possible for us to get proper street circuits with the proper surroundings made properly and it to really feel like a tight and difficult street circuit? Well, just look at the selection that we've got now. It's not only St. Petersburg just added, but Long Beach as well, Belle Isle, which has been in for a little while now. The selection is really starting to increase, and yes, we are still missing, especially in some regions of the world, some of the bigger names that I'm sure will be on their way at some point, but it is absolutely getting there. Those gaps are being filled in, I think, with increasing speed at the moment. That's surely only going to continue as iRacing continues to march around the world with its adding different racetracks from all over the place.
Ewan, do you remember a time where it was considered pretty much as consensus by everyone that Long Beach would only ever be considered a technical track?
What do you mean?
As in that it was in a position where it could never truly be developed because of the resource intensiveness that would have been needed for it.
No, I do remember that. Yeah.
I think the amount of advances that we have seen in simulated racing over the last 10 years has been absolutely astonishing. And, you know, when we turn around and we race at the Nürburgring, every platform in the world of this area that we work in as your leaders now come in for their stops, basically take a look at this Nürburgring circuit and say, this is a benchmark circuit, how well do you implement this?
Yeah, and you know, this of course wasn't in our racing at the very start either. You know, so many barriers, if you like, have been broken from that sort of thinking, if you like, with the, as you mentioned, the Long Beach, that it will be too resource intensive and whatever, and this circuit will be too long or whatever. Le Mans the same, would be too long and too difficult. You know, because it's not about just doing it. Whenever racing had a circuit in it is done, you know, properly, and sometimes to the frustration of people, well, just put it in, you know, it doesn't really matter what the rest of it's like, but you know, the attention to detail is something extraordinary from all the racing circuits that we see added, and so that's what can take a bit longer sometimes, and the way that they've all been done is fantastic, and yeah, just shows if you keep the faith, keep waiting, then well, I can't promise eventually every circuit ever will be added, obviously, but you know, we're fast covering that ground anyway.
Yes, we very much are, and there will be more circuits that come along and various deals that are made that we're not privy to, we don't understand, we don't know, that could allow for certain circuits to be added in the future, certain cars, certain series, and actually a lot of it comes down to who owns a circuit as well, Ewan. For example, you turn around and say, well, how do we get Mangi Core? It's because of the likes of BMW, for example, who own the circuit. Why do we have, say, the likes of Fuji Speedway in iRacing? It's because Toyota own the circuit.
Yeah, and that obviously comes into it as well. That's why it's not so simple. It's not just about actually doing the work of putting it in the sim. It's also all the other stuff around. I was having a very interesting discussion with someone at another simulator about this, about what a palaver it can be sometimes to get these circuits to agree to be in even as big of a sim as iRacing or any of the other big ones, if you like. It can be a palaver to get them on side, but once you have done and done all the work, it's fantastic to have them in. And as you say, it does always matter a lot about who owns a circuit, not only in the real world, but also who's going to pick it up in the sim as well, and that's always got to be factored in as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about 20 minutes away from a double commentary change here in the booth. For those of you who are a little bit unhappy with us, you can have a smile in about 20 minutes' time with that, as Nathan Richards and Jeremy Scott will be into play for the next run that goes on forward. So as far as they all sit, we're in the middle of cycles here. David Toth, then 7th position, will lead for Sesha Esports after the stop. Wonderful driver when he gets himself set up and situated, and will know that over the long haul of the way that his sim racing career has gone, he's been almost David Toth, a nearly man. He's nearly been the top driver out there in terms of what he's worked. His big result, I think, which really put him on the map, was he was, I think, 6th place overall in the Turn Racing Grand Prix iRacing series.
I think it's probably an accurate summation, really. Maybe he would argue, but it's very much a fitting place of where Chesney are as a team as well at the moment. It's just, you know, nearly at those big results. They are absolutely knocking on the door of that, and David Toth is as well. You know, he's a really strong driver, especially in a GT3. Very consistent. Can get his trouble from time to time, but who doesn't in one of these races? And so, you know, it's just knocking on the door of that. And we were talking about it a little bit earlier on about that sort of breakthrough win. Maybe it would be unfair to call it that for Chesney, especially Chesney Esports as a team, but maybe unfair to David Toth to call it that as well. I think they are absolutely knocking on the door of that, and this race, well, nearly 2 minutes behind the race lead, so it's unlikely to come here. But a good result could very much still come for them. It could be in one of these big iRacing special events as well. You never know, but as I say, once that first big win comes in, suddenly you're on the map in iRacing special events, and it gets a lot easier from there as, oh dear, more trouble for the Capivara Racing team, and they've found the wall again in the M2s. Some cars just seem to have a target on their back sometimes.
Just before the Beloff S, Diego Nervi then having to take this run in the dark there for the Capivara Racing team, and the race has been anything but the cute and cuddliness of a capybara. So that is a nightmare scenario for the Brazilian-based outfit, who will find themselves pretty much looking at this and going, yeah, that's the moment that we turn the unicorns back to horses.
As I said, some teams just seem to have a target on their back for some reason. Obviously, they don't actually, but some teams do seem to get involved in more trouble than others. They're 5 laps down now, by the way, on the leaders in the M2 category, and that's soon to be very much more because they've got a meatball flag next to their name. Another team still got a meatball, by the way, the Williams F1 Team Gaming team, who are now dropping behind M2s as well. Surely they're out of this race properly now, but they've still got a meatball next to their name, which they seemingly not clearing, so I don't know what that's all about, but anyway, they're dropping out of this race very, very quickly as well. It leaves us with 13 GT3s at the front of the field, all still just about on the lead lap.
Yeah, they're all just about managing, and managing quite well at the moment. Sebastian Job now in behind the wheel for BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing, and Luke McEwen back in. So it's a case for those at Verstappen Sim Racing. They now have the Brits looking to try and make their pushes forward. Alexander Spetz has stayed in the car for Drago Racing White as far as this race has ticked itself over. So a lot that has then fallen through over the course of the first 9 hours coming up towards then in this race, as we take a look over now to the Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue Team. This is Jonas Rutten, and the work of Parker White has just been slowly chipping away at this gap like an artisan working on the statue of David, for example. This has been wonderfully brought back in, and Jonas Rutten realises, okay, Falcon's in a fight.
Well, they are, and I mentioned this in the previous stint that they were being reeled in. It was about 3.5 seconds at that point. Parker White has closed that up now. A 7/10 shorter pit stop, a 2.3 seconds faster in lap means that Parker White added that all together is right on the back of Jonas Rutten now, and has to be seeing what's actually going to happen here in sense of, is it going to be a proper fight here actually, where these two probably go side by side and actually want to knock lumps out of each other, or do they want to try and work together to try and get a bit further up the field, because it's about for the 5th place at the moment and they're over 30 seconds off of 4th. Is that team too far away to really think about working together too hard at the moment, or are they going to do that anyway because they know there's such a long time to go? Going to be interesting here what happens on the Jottinger, because White wasn't close enough there in towards the Mutkova anyway. The real decision has to be made on that run towards the end of the lap.
Yeah, this is where you start figuring it out. If you can't get it done by here, you're setting yourself up for only one place to attack, the Dottinger Herve. Any other pass through here, it's practically single file for a good 5 miles now at this point, as you try and figure a way through the carousel and out over towards Hoe. Just had a question come through actually over in our YouTube chat out there for those watching on YouTube and Twitch. Thank you so much for making us a part of your day, which is basically a case of, what, for me to participate in this race, what do I need? Well, I would turn around, I'd say, you need a steering wheel, you need pedals, you need the car out there to go and drive and every other car downloaded. You need to be with the correct safety rating and I rating to go and get out there, and critically, you need a friend, because you can't do this on your own.
Indeed, yeah, just the one, if that's
one minimum
for you. Well, yes, one minimum, yeah. I mean, 16 maximum if you've got a lot of friends. But anyway.
I'll go full Doug Henson racing on it with Jimmy Broadbent and get 16 people in the car for a 24-hour race.
Exactly, yeah. Then you don't even really have to do very much driving. Maybe an hour. But anyway, there is a lot of things, but that's the beauty of an iRacing special event, to my mind, is that, yes, to be in this broadcasted split here, to be in the top split, then there's a lot of work that goes in and a lot of talent on show here. However, if you have the basics of, wheel pedals, and you've bought one of these cars, then you're away a bit. I mean, you don't even have to buy the M2, I suppose, if you want to race in that category. You are immediately able to get into a split that has people of your iRating around. And yes, you do still need a friend, obviously, but you find one of those, and you're in a race, a 24-hour race, and it is the same all the way through. All the way through these splits. Yes, the actual strength of field goes down as you go down, and the iRating or whatever goes down, but it's the same race, it's the same cars, it's the same categories. In the same time slots, it's the same weather pattern even as what you see in the broadcasted top split. So that's the beauty of it. You watch the top of the top do it here on the stream, but you can also do it yourself down in one of these other splits.
I have just been called out by a very good friend of mine, Josh Nowak from Australia, who has said, come on, you do one of these on a controller. And the answer is yes, I did once try and do a Daytona 24 event on an Xbox controller, and it went very badly.
Oh, yeah, well, I was going to imagine that it did, yes. I thought for a moment you said Daytona 500, and I was even more scared.
Yes, because the thing is... Oh, and look at that. That's going to be a push. Try and get through. Side by side. Parker White. Here we go. Jonas Rudson. Side by side. Two BMWs going at it over towards the Ravenol S. It's going to go lunging for that inside. Has got the apex covered on the brakes. Rudson, I think, is going to have to allow that one to go. And will do, as there in the 906 is Mia Rowe. She's a wonderful sim racer, is Mia. She has always got a race on in anything out there, and it's nice to see her out there racing at the top level of sim racing here and representing some amazing talent out there to work. But a good pass out there by Parker White puts him 5th in class for Williams F1 Team Gaming. But to the point, you struggle to hold straight on a controller depending on how much dead zone you give. I didn't put much, if any, dead zone into play, and subsequently I spun out on the oval banking and took out the race leader and myself.
Oh no. Oh no. That is terrible. That is. How long did he last?
35 minutes.
Oh my god. Not long then.
No.
Oh god.
It was a case of if the needs must, and I was the needs, and I must not do that again.
Oh my goodness me. That is, not something to repeat. I mean, as you say, it is possible to do it on a controller. And I have seen in my time one or two very, very good controller races in, well, not in iRacing actually, but in sim racing in general. But generally, it is way, way easier to do it with a wheel and pedals. And that example shows exactly why. As Aguiar, that's the class leader in the Cup class, taking out one of the TCR. Yeah, that is. That's Tristan Iglesias. He's second at the moment. That's the other Coanda car. Excuse me. That's Iglesias, who's now more than half a minute off of Sanchez, by the way, but takes out one of the TCRs coming through Straubenschwanz there. That is a real shame.
It's a huge shame. They'd been running so well, representing the South American continent, and they're going to now have to take tow and repair time to get themselves back to play. A massive accident into the barriers up at the Straubenschwanz section of circuit. A massive drama out there. Just going back to our point, though, Ewan, of course, I've seen people out there who have raced on a Guitar Hero controller.
Oh, goodness me. How serious of a race are we talking about?
Lemons.
I mean, yeah. So there you go. You can do it on anything, but it's just not advisable.
Yeah, just getting word of Craig King out there, who will be with us in the commentary booth a little bit later on, saying Joshua Meyer from Maniti started on iRacing with a controller, and he was lightning fast with it before he got his direct drive steering wheel. I go around and go back in older times looking at it. Phil Reed comes to mind as a driver who was incredibly fast on the controller.
Yeah, there have been a few down the years who've really proven it, and I think it is a good way of telling very quickly, actually, as we see another rig. It's unfortunate, isn't it, for car 600 to be taken out in that way. despite the slightest bit of contact through there. But it is quite a good way of telling who is going to be a strong driver with the wheel and pedals. You know, if you are quick with a controller, you're going to be even quicker, arguably, with a wheel and pedals. So it's quite a good way of being able to tell that very easy or very quickly.
Yeah, it is a very good way of understanding how adaptable are you and can you find a way up to that level. So you will see so much out there just taking all of the road tax and a bit more as Parker White through hit, miss, hit and looking to just try and rush away right now from Jonas Rutten, who is doing his best to hold within a second. That's the goal. He's only got to keep himself within run here before he starts getting that towing ability from the slipstream up through Exmuller, which is one of the tougher corners out there on circuit, before you run along this short shoot run over towards Bergwerk, and then you've got the Lauder Links and the run over to the Moot Curve, then to go and find. But this is where I think your fourth, your fifth, your sixth, you're looking to try and battle on out there and say, hey, look, this is where we're trying to get through. Top 5 for a number of teams is a bare minimum standard, or some consider it a failure. I would look at Falcon Sim Racing Team as a team that is on the up and up. I would think they would look at a top 5 as a success today.
I think so. You look at the way this race has gone so far, and you look at the gap they've got now to the leader. It's nearly 2 minutes out to Sebastian Job, who's driving that leading car now. And that's a long way, you know, to expect to close that again. Yes, that gap was opened in 9 hours. There's no reason why it can't be closed again in the next 9 hours, but it's unlikely. So I think you're right that a top 5 would be a good performance, because they'd have to beat some very good teams to get there. They'd have to beat Williams, who are now back in front of them again. They might have to beat WSR or Trago Racing, those all within a minute of them up in front. Oh, and they drop out of the carousel there. That's going to cost them quite a bit of time as well. Just going a bit deep there into the famous carousel, and out of the famous carousel indeed as well. But yeah, I think you're right. Top 5 would be a good result. It's going to be a lot more difficult with moments like that.
Yep, and just to end the point on why I'm on a controller, it's those who can't race, which is clearly me, commentate. But for the moment, Falcon Series Team Blue, it's not often that you see a car drop out of the carousel, but it's one that when you're learning, you hit a line, it's a single line, you know exactly where you need to brake for it. So if you push that mark slightly too much, it's one of the few corners out there where you can guarantee you're going to lose over a second if you're not on the banking, because of the nature of how two-tier that corner of the Caracciolo carousel is.
Yeah, at the very least, you'll lose that amount of time. You know, you've got to make sure you get into the banking itself, the actual... well, I don't know if there's a proper word for that, but other than just banking. But anyway, you've got to get in there, otherwise you lose so much time. And as you say, it's one of the things you sort of practice and learn very quickly. There's quite a margin for error there. It's not quite as much of a narrow margin, but as you saw there, it doesn't take much for you to brake a little bit too late and head up off to the top of it there. So it is one of those corners you've got to be very careful through, because you will lose a lot of time if you don't get there. 2 seconds now, the gap between White and Rutten. It was about half a second before that, so just over a second lost. And he'll have to work quite hard to close that back in on Parker White, but I don't think that was going to get closed anyway. I think that position changed, and the gap was going to continue going in that direction anyway.
Yeah, you got to make sure that this direction is going to be good. Xander Reed is going to be someone who's saying he's in the right direction, he's doing everything he needs to do. Team's going absolutely perfectly, and the purple and orange is absolutely flying. Perfect colours actually for Coanda. When they first debuted this in terms of their colour scheme and formation, everyone just sort of looked at it and went, oh really, purple and orange? And now you can't really think of anything outside of the purple and orange of Coanda. It's iconic right now, the livery colours that they have chosen for their team, because they had to go through the rebrand from My3ID over into Coanda and settled on that as a colour choice that was maybe to begin with not amazing on the eye, but everyone sort of settled, looked into it and went, well, this is the iconic colours of this incredible sim racing team.
Yeah, it is now. It's absolutely iconic. And I think there's probably a reason why there's not many other purple colour scheme teams out there. And it's because the Coanda purple has rather been taken, hasn't it, really? Feels like less purple on their cars these days, maybe they used to be. Maybe I'm imagining that, but it's an iconic scheme now. And they are one of the all-time great teams. They've been going up against Verstappen Sim Racing, or formerly Team Redline, for many, many years, and constant battles, I think legitimate ones, to arguments between people, which are the best, which team is the best. I think Verstappen Sim Racing have rather pulled away on that a little bit in recent years, and that argument, and it is a big shame, by the way, in this race that they're not in the same class of any of these categories here this time round. But they are the two big teams over the course of the history of sim racing, there's no doubt about that. And their respective colour schemes have become very iconic for different reasons. I would argue the Coanda one's a bit better, though. The Coanda Purple, I think, is a bit more iconic, if I'm honest with you. But, the Redline one's Slash, but now Verstappen Sim Racing one is pretty recognisable universally as well.
It is, because it's got all of the recognition that comes through. Now, I want to just put this into perspective right now, how awesome sim racing is, because, Sebastian Job is wringing the neck out of it. You've got Verstappen Sim Racing, okay, who is Max Verstappen, drives for Red Bull, drives in the likes of NLS and probably in the real-life Nürburgring 24 for a Mercedes, and out there with a partnership with BMW. How many teams or drivers out there can say they've got a partnership with three very, very influential teams out there?
I mean, that is impressive in itself, isn't it, as well? I'm somewhat surprised that all of those brands sort of talk to one another and agree to that. You know what I mean? Such a big name, you'd think would want exclusivity, to my mind. But great, I think, for the ecosystem, if you like, that's not the case, and you can share around a little bit. And BMW is certainly the right choice here, and so be very pleased about that in sim racing. Might be a different story in the real world. We'll have to see. I think it's next weekend, the real world race, isn't it? So we'll have to wait and see whether the BMW has the same speed there in the real world.
Yeah, so we'll have to keep an eye out on that and see whether it's going to be a case of this is going to play the way it exactly needs to. We'll be wondering whether this is going to be one of a case that goes through. And, oh dear, Kevin, they're having a little bit of a head-in-hands moment right now. The concentration of Luke McEwen and Sebastian Job there as we take a little look over with Verstappen Sim Racing, and Luke Crane out there giving everything he possibly can out there over to help the team and to support with everyone going about. It's been wonderful actually to see the effort that has gone through, and we're just about nearing that point where we can tick over and see that we're into hour 10. We're talking about the middle part of the race. Ewan, I know that you're going to be coming back for two more stints over the course of the remainder of this race. I've only got the one, but your takeaways here from the last 3 hours worth of running, because this has set itself as the moment where the race, probably as far as now how we set the middle of the race up, changed.
Definitely, and the number 4 car is now the strong favourite in this race. Even though there's so long to go, we've only just gone over a third distance only an hour ago. There is a strong favourite for me in this one, and that is Sebastian Job, driven Verstappen Sim Racing number 4 car at the moment, more than 30 seconds ahead of the number 3 that had that speeding penalty with Diogo Pinto only a couple of hours ago, and the disconnection for Blue Mercure, who by the way are back in the race, 8th place now for them. That has really left number 4 as the big favourites, because we were starting to see a big 3 really at the front of the race up until that point. So that's the big takeaway, I think, from the 3 hours that we've seen here. The other categories though are still very much up for grabs, and the big moment really that has split them apart has not quite come really in any of those categories. Actually, the M2 class has got closer while we've been here for the last 3 hours. The TCR class has at the very least stayed the same, perhaps even got closer between first and second. There has been a bigger extension of the lead for Chesney Sport in GT4. That's up to 40 seconds now. The number 08 for Coanda doing a fantastic job in the Cup class, getting further and further away. But there are a couple of classes where this race is much closer than how we found it. And that is the race leader, Sebastian Job, getting past the race leader in TCR, Eric New. And a bit of miscommunication between the two of them as they worked over the top of the hill there. There's 15 more hours of that still to come. And that's what makes this race so unpredictable.
And you, and critically with that, one miscommunication like that irrevocably changes a race.
Yeah, I mean, there's no small crashes there, although Someone forgot to tell Alexander Spets that earlier, to be fair, when he had a massive moment through the book curve and managed to save it. Very, very rarely does that happen. Much more commonly, you see a massive smash-up, and that would have taken out 2 leading cars in that scenario. I say, it's another 15 hours of moments as close as that throughout this race.
No, very, very true. But for those who are understanding that 3 hours is not a third of the 24 hours, correct, but because we are 9 hours into this race, and me and Ewan have been together in the commentary booth for 3 hours out there, and myself 6 hours of this race.
Did I really say that? Did I? I must have said that. I must have said 3 hours is a third of 24. What ridiculous things. If I didn't say that, I'm sorry, but if I didn't, then I'm not.
Ewan, you've got to remember, commentator math is never trustworthy.
Well, yeah, I hope everybody else understands that. But yeah, that's not good. Anyway, yeah, we're just over a third of this race. I've done 3 hours. I hope that's all clear.
Those are 2 mutually exclusive points. There is a full stop between them.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Right, 15 hours, 1 minute and 3 seconds remaining on the clock. BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing leading their category. Coanda Esports 08 in Cup. GT4 on screen with Balazs Pilar. Then and Sesha Esports 190 in leading their GT4 field. The 415 with Eric Noy and Shera Esports. They have the control of things. And then gridandgo.com Esports 005 in your BMW M2 category holds the control of some amazing running. Your iRacing Nürburgring 24 for 2026 is about to hit the middle hours, and these are the meat and potatoes of this race. You've got to set yourself up into firm sight, knowing that this could be the race for you, or it could be one where you're just hoping there's a little bit of help on the other side that's going to work. It's going to be enough from me for the moment. Jake Sperry and, of course, Ewan O'Leary. Joining you now, the team of Nathan Richards and Jeremy Scott. Jeremy?
I was told there wouldn't be any math in broadcasting. That's why I went into it. But either way, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you're watching this broadcast around the world. As Jake said, my name's Jeremy Scott. Nathan Richards joins me on the other side of the mic. Nathan, good to have you on board. Great to finally talk with you since you and I kind of split shifts everywhere around the world.
Indeed. Hello, Jeremy. I hope my mic sounds fine because a lot of times it keeps cutting out. But no, ready to go for 5. Well, I'm here for 5 hours anyway. You're here for only 3 as we head into, for those in the UK and Europe, the nights, the graveyard shift. For you, it's the middle of the afternoon, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got 16:52 here in the Chicagoland area, so be watching hopefully a beautiful sunset. Depends on if the clouds want to cooperate here. It's been one of those March-May days in the United States, but either way, it's been a fantastic race, and as Jake said, we are in the meat and potatoes of the Nürburgring 24, what I like to call the nitty-gritty hours. As mentioned in GT3, you got Sebastian Job leading for BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing. You take a look at the Cup class, and that's Coanda Esports 1-2. Xander Reed ahead of Mitchell DeJong, which that's going to be an interesting story we'll talk about a little bit later on with the driver of the 018. There's Xander Reed right there. So 28 seconds separates those two cars. If you go to the GT4 class, it's Sheza Esports with Balazs Pilar. No surprise that he is able to get his number 190 up to the front. One of the faster drivers here in this GT4 class, leading SimRC Marvin Strell by 42 seconds. Go over to TCR, where Shera Esports with Eric New, your leader in that Honda Civic. Not as commanding of the leads we've seen in the other classes. You've got Ross McFarlane, who, if you've followed any kind of sports car racing around the iRacing format, you know that when you see Ross McFarlane behind the wheel of a WSR esports car, he's going to be quick. Also, go ahead.
I was going to say, there's a lot of drivers in this grid that race in a lot of GT3 championships or a lot of GT championships. So this is kind of like their bread and butter, isn't it? They're the drivers we've got to see coming here and putting down the pace.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting to see how these GT3 drivers in the TCR class and the slower classes most likely are going to do. Then you go to M2, and it's Grid and Go Esports. No surprise, you see Grid and Go Esports at the front of any grid. Jan Sommer is out there in the 005 in the M2 class. Now, we have 60 cars that were entered in this split. 40, I guess we could say 46 are still running. You've got Kai Dial in the number 5 Williams F1 Team Gaming. 4 GT3 with the mechanical black flag answering that. Been there for a while. Haven't been able to wipe that away. Team Fraudline in the pits as well. And we are seeing some pit stops happen. But either way, it's been an interesting race so far, Nathan.
Yeah, certainly. It always is a Nürburgring 24. I was going to drive in it, but unfortunately I couldn't, which is a shame. Otherwise I would have definitely been up for it. I did a few laps in the Ferrari. Nevertheless, I wasn't that quick. I think my best lap time was like an 8:15, which is about 13 seconds off. So, given the fact it's an 8-minute lap, I'll take it. But no, I don't think I would have been anywhere near the top split with my pace. And, you know, just from driving the track myself, and even though I'm not a quick driver anyway, you understand how difficult the track is, and the fact these guys can jump into a car, especially in these night conditions, and push it to the max, knowing that, well, not knowing what cars are around the corner. You know, a lot of cars you can come up on very quickly in very slow sections, and we've seen already, haven't we, the lots of the GT3s and the Cup cars crash into some of those that are a little bit lower down. And it's expected, isn't it, with this race? You never know if you're going to come out cleanly or not. It's such... it's a beast of a track, isn't it? It's probably, I think, one of the most hardest races of the calendar, easily. After maybe Le Mans coming in close.
Well, it goes to the speed differential between the GT3 and the M2 and the TCR, so it's no surprise that you'll see those incidents, and you see those incidents really anywhere. Of course, look at the lack of space that you have when you're on the, I'm not going to say the old circuit, but the non-GP circuit, the former GP circuit. You have walls that are within very close striking distance, and you really got to make sure that you let the faster traffic go by, and of course, it's not like any other endurance race where you know when the faster traffic's coming up because you can kind of see the different color headlights. You gotta really pay attention here, especially in these late night hours. And like you said with Le Mans, now remember, they do have lights at those marshal posts. Here, not so much. The only way those marshal posts are getting lit, Nathan, is if you're driving right towards them.
Yeah, definitely. If there's no light, it becomes difficult. And like you said, when you've got a couple of cars in different classes together, you've got to just hope that all goes well. And even though the drivers know the risks, those in the quickest class will always try and push through. And if there's a slower car, they'll go past no matter what. Yes, even though they know the risks, they'll still force a move when you think you shouldn't have made that move up the inside there at 150 miles an hour, but they do it anyway. And here is the battle for 5th, though, in the GT3 class. So Parker White for Williams F1 Team Gaming, ahead of Falcon Sim Racing with Jonas Rutten in the car. So this is probably one of the only real battles on the track at the moment, and around the Nürburgring, it isn't often, is it, Jeremy, you see halfway through the point of the race, a battle on track for position, and that's what we love to see, because these two drivers will give it their all.
Yeah, I mean, a track this size with laps of 7-8 minutes, it's hard to find a good battle on track. And yeah, Parker White and Jonas Rutten looking 2.3 seconds. You think, well, that's a big gap. Not so much here at the Nürburgring, because you take that, you cut it in half for any other race, and you're about a second behind somebody with so many corners, so many undulations around the circuit. And really, you take a look at the two teams, you know, with Parker. You're starting to see Parker's name pop up, and we talk about those GT3 races, Nathan, that there are a lot of fast drivers. I'm starting to see Parker really start to make a name for himself here in not just top GT3 series, but also in these top split races.
Yeah, certainly. There's a lot of drivers like Parker White that over the last year, maybe a little bit less than that, are really starting to find their form and push through. But a lot of it comes just down to time and practice, doesn't it? You can be really quick and then not practice a lot, and then be really, you know, not be anywhere near the pace. And that's why iRacing is such a demanding sim. It's so hard to be on top pace because you've always got to be practicing, and that's why, you know, the likes of Verstappen Sim Racing are on top of it every year, because those guys practice relentlessly, and that's what you need to do. It's different to some of your simcade games where you kind of, you have the pace and that's it. You only need to jump on for an hour to be quick, whereas on iRacing you need to be there all the time, finding time in every single corner. And of course, with how realistic the game is, you never actually know what you're going to be faced with in conditions. It could rain, it could stay dry, the track could be cold or warm, and that, compared to other games, makes such a difference in how much you can put the pace down. And just looking at like lap disparity, there's a few seconds per lap separating those in the top 3 or 4, which, yes, if you're a second off, normally that's quite slow in top split, but around an 8-minute lap, that's like being a tenth behind at somewhere like Austria.
And of course, with as many corners, you can gain or lose a tenth of a second, which isn't a big deal. But after a while, it just adds up. And of course, also you got to take into effect, okay, how new are my tires? How much fuel do I have? So it's just a big concertina effect of, you have that big discrepancy in the lap, but either way, at Nürburgring, it means a lot, yet it doesn't. It's one of those strange things, but so we'll see these lap times grow. I mean, but either way, 31 seconds between the two Verstappen teams, with Drago racing another 34 seconds back. I'm just looking at the drivers right now in the top 4. You got Sebastian Job and Luke McEwen 1 and 2. Alexander Spetz. Spetz is third, a whole minute behind your race leader, with Lucas Prada sitting back there in 4th place. These guys are not slouches at all. And Spetz, he knows his way around a BMW.
Yeah, definitely. And we know heading into this, the BMW, I think for the past couple of years, has been the quickest car around this track. Don't ask me why, because I'm not very quick at driving cars, so I could jump in any car and still be slow. But the BMW is always at the top of the meta, always at the top of the bop. So it's not a surprise to see them leading once again here. Of course, BMW have had many teams with the name in, and that they're always up in the top. They're always up in that top 5 or on the podium. So, yeah, they're just doing a great job. And then, you look a little bit further down and there's teams that sometimes might not use a car that's the quickest, but a car that they like driving. And around a track like this, in a lot of cases, preference can be better than overall speed, because you've got to be comfortable with the car. This is a track where you're so close to the grass, you're so close to the barriers at every single corner. If you're driving a car that you can't drive and is unstable, I don't think you're going to make it through 24 hours around here. So sometimes it's best to say, right, maybe this car's a second a lap slower, for example, in extreme cases. But if you're comfortable with driving it, sometimes that's a better option, as that was our race leader, I think, looking to make the move through. And it's situations like that as well where you need a car you can trust. Because if you lose it and you crash into that car, that's 2 races over.
Exactly. And of course, if you're lucky, you can get a tow back to the pits. If you're not, guess what? You've got to drive that thing all the way around. It's dark out there. And of course, you've got faster cars behind you who don't know how disabled that your vehicle really is. So that's something to think about as well. 14, of course, we're 10 minutes into our stint. But here's the thing. You've got drivers who are probably double, triple stinting here. And there's a reason why this is called Green Hells, because it just means more to win here, because you have to give it your all for 24 hours straight. And I'm lucky enough to know people who've raced at Nürburgring in real life, and I know that some of them, they're very successful drivers, but it's just such a challenge to do even podium here as Ross O'Connor comes into the pits.
Indeed, it's not a race of the week at all. And I think the great thing about iRacing, though, is it gives drivers the opportunity to drive the track, even though I'd say 99.9% of them are never going to have that chance to do it, in real life. And, of course, we've not just got one split. There's, over 30 or 40 splits taking part in this. A lot of drivers who might be brand new to iRacing, some that have been here a long time, but maybe not be quite on that top pace. Everybody gets a shot to jump into the car and drive around this fantastic circuit. And you've got the likes of, the Nürburgring, your Daytona, Le Mans, the tracks on the calendar that everybody's looking forward to see on iRacing, as well as what we love to see in real life. It's great for drivers to have that opportunity to jump in and see what they can do. But then, of course, in the top split, these drivers have been here for years. Many of them have took part in it every year for the past, 8, 9, nearly 10 years at this point. So, yeah, it's great to see them driving once again, and, of course, a lot of them right up where they normally are on that top pace. And I think another thing we can talk about is experience. Around this track, if you're jumping in for the first time, you can be the quickest car on track, but I guarantee you someone behind is going to finish ahead of you, because this track needs experience. That's what it bleeds out of a driver.
Nathan, we're closing in on pit stops for the GT3s. Of course, you seeing replays. Grid and Go Esports, the double one with Nicholas Matteo behind the wheel here. And there's Team Fraudline into the pits. Now, here's what's interesting. That got the rare combination of a solid black and a mechanical black flag. For those who are new to racing, basically the mechanical black, that's simple. Something's wrong with your car, you need to come fix it. Solid black, that could be a whole lot of different stories. Your team may have hit too many incident points. The stewards didn't like the way you were driving. You broke the rules somehow. And, so that's different. But as you know as well as I do, Nathan, to get both, that's quite an accomplishment in one race.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that in a long, long time, if ever. At least not off memory, anyway. So I suppose well done on getting those two flags together. It takes something, that's for sure. But then again, it's a Nürburgring. This is like the perfect track for something like that to happen. As this is Tim Kern there, into the carousel, losing the car. And that is another horrible section because the car loses so much balance through there. You're kind of on your side, and you've just got to hope the wheels stay on the ground. If they don't, you're going to do exactly what Kern did and go around. And of course, cars are flying through there at really fast speeds into a blind corner. You spin there, nobody's going to see you in the dark because if you're facing the wrong way, your lights are not facing the track.
Well, not only that, he's lucky he didn't high center it there over the banking as Paglia comes into the pits from the class lead. So we are starting to see the GT4s do their thing as well. And we will see a new Sheza Esport driver, Martin Pajor, will be behind the wheel of that BMW in GT4. So, that's one thing about Sheza. I actually had a chance to meet some of these drivers at the Sim Gaming Expo last year. And it doesn't matter what you put them in. They are absolutely quick. And while it was great to converse with them, and that's one thing I love about these gaming expos is you meet some of these drivers who you call, and it's like you recognize, oh, you're that person. You recognize each other. So if you get a chance to go to a gaming expo or sim racing expo, if there's one in your area, I highly recommend it.
Yeah, I went to the Sim Racing Expo in Germany for the past couple of years. And there's probably a good 3 or 4 drivers on the grid that were there that I knew, but then there's probably another handful of them that I didn't know that was there, just because I don't know them, from name to face. And yeah, it's great to see after the expos how many drivers have actually been, and those in the community posted on Instagrams, Twitters, etc. And no, it's a great place for people to come together, and hopefully I can get back to Frankfurt this year as well in October. That'll be really good indeed. And of course, as I've got more and more into the R-racing scene over the past year and a half, 2 years, I'm going to recognise a lot more teams and a lot more drivers, as that's Nicholas Matteo getting his elbows out a little bit there.
Hip check there by Matteo as no harm, no fouls. Both cars continue on, but you're going to remember that later on in the race, especially when you have a car that bright as the Grid and Go Esports do. But back to the Sim Gaming Expo thing. I know if you're here in the States and the East Coast, they've got the Sim Racing Expo in Charlotte. That is Memorial Day weekend. And the Sim Gaming Expo is returning to the Schaumburg Convention Center in the Chicagoland area the second weekend in September. I'm not saying that you'll hear this voice throughout there, but yeah, I'll be back doing something.
Indeed. Listen, if I had the money to go, I'd love to travel into America and go to one of the sim racing expos there. But as it stands, I've not got the funds to. So maybe next year, if they can fund it for another year. And I think the great thing as well is so many more of these sim expos are coming through. There was 2 last year, there's 2, I think 3 this year, including the 2 in America. It's great to see, and the turnouts as well are amazing. When I went to the Sim Gaming Expo in Germany in 2023, there was I think it was over 40,000 people in total over one weekend turned up, and it's that's great to see, as that's one of the, I think, TCRs there going round at the entrance to the Nordschleife, and that is also not a place you want to spin.
Nope, that's not a place you want to spend. Yeah, I will say for the first time at the Sim Gaming Expo, it was very well attended. So definitely find one of those. Those are actually pretty cool. But either way, get back to the action here as you're watching, the Grid and Go Esports 001. Right now, that's being propelled by Nicholas Matteo. He is at least one lap down he is 1 lap down to the field, which is remarkable, especially with Grid and Go Esports. You don't normally see any of those cars near the back of the pack. We know, heck, even Blue Mercury had their connection issues, and they're sitting 8th in class right now. Granted, they are 3 minutes and 57 seconds behind, but still, with 14 hours left to go, there's still plenty of time for really anything to happen. A lot of these cars to catch up. Oh, that was a little wiggle there by Mateo. He goes off, and looks like he might be having some sort of hardware issue as he's making his way all throughout the circuit. Light flash, to say the least, but that looks like we might want to keep an eye on that, because that could be an issue later on in the stint.
Yeah, that looked a little bit dicey there for Matteo, and this is not a track he wants them sort of issues. Hopefully whatever happened is sorted and he can continue on. He's back up at full speed again, it seems here. Is Nicholas Matteo. He heads back up the hill and then sharp onto the brakes and just trying to coast the car through nicely. It does seem like he's back on track here. Of course, yeah, like I said before, well, like you said just, Jeremy, it's not often we see Grid and Go so far down, but I don't think they've even got a podium here before in the 24 hours of Nürburgring. So it's a shame that they most likely won't be doing that today. I don't think they will. Anything can happen in 14 hours, but they are a lap down and at least a minute and a half behind Team Bennick with Henry Moore in the car at the moment. As this is Mia Rose for Effect Simulations, and I think this was the car that we saw spin down at the start of the Nordschleife. Lost her rear completely, and there was no way she was going to collect that.
No, and I guess that the deck lid just did not want to be part of the game anymore either, so it fell off after it stopped. That's one thing that's neat about this game. It's like, okay, you think you don't have damage, you don't have damage? Oh, you do. Johan Royer comes in from the lead for Grid and Go Esports. Right behind him, Mark Perez, the Simplify Esports Orange. So M2 cars close to coming in for their pit stop. And I was looking at the wrong lap counter. I was looking at the pit counter. I'm thinking, oh, we're 9-10 laps in. Should see pit. Now it's the stint that I was not looking at. So either way, your top 2 and M2 are coming in. And I think that we will see Alexander Lang in the Team RSO number 17 close in, but behind him, Blanco Motore and Tech Sports Sim Team, I should say, they'll be coming in any minute now as they are running 9 laps on their stint.
Of course, and as you said before, Jeremy, and as Jake said as well before we come on, we're not good at maths as commentators. We're also not good at reading the right things on our timing screen. I've got, I think, 11 different drop downs on my timing, and it's very easy to read the wrong number. And I'll be honest, I did the exact same with the pit came from the stint earlier when I first came into the box. But no, you'd imagine 5 laps on the stint now for most of the GT3s. They should be in shortly, I'd imagine, for a new sets of tyres and fuel. And then of course BMW Verstappen Sim Racing car number 3, they've already done an extra pit stop over all of those in and around them, so maybe they have a bit of an advantage here, pitting a little bit early. And of course, with 14 hours to go, if you pit early or pit too late, in some races, oh no, it's game over, you might need to do an extra pit stop or, something like that. Whereas when you've got such long of a race, you can kind of just work a few seconds every pit stop down, and eventually, by the time you get to the end, have worked that time back. So for teams that maybe have gone too early / too late, there's nothing to really worry about at this point in the races. We do see here Luke McEwen for Verstappen Sim Racing, of course, a rebrand recently, a great rebrand indeed. Of course, Max Verstappen does a lot of sim racing here, but of course he's not here this weekend because he's over in Miami, isn't he, after qualifying on the front row for the Grand Prix tomorrow. So that'll be interesting to watch. Jeremy, are you over in the Miami way or the other side of the USA?
I would say I'm 1,000 miles northwest of Miami. I would say here, let me put it this way. I am the 4-hour drive from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So, that's I've been to Miami before, and it's an interesting city to say the least. But what's going to be interesting is the fact that it could rain during the Miami Grand Prix. I don't know what kind of drainage they have, because essentially that racetrack is a parking lot around an American football stadium. So when it rains, granted it may not rain for long, but it will pour, to say the least.
Certainly. It's going to be an interesting one indeed with the weather, that's for sure. The weather, it seems anywhere I kind of watch a race, the weather's always interesting. Not, you know, in real life I'm from Birmingham in the UK, there's always interesting weather there, so I do understand those in America that are already prepared for the rain and the thunderstorms in Miami. Of course, over there, there's more precaution. If there's lightning within a certain mile radius, that's it. It's, you know, it's called off or postponed. Here in the UK, let's just roll with it, see what happens. So yes, I've never actually been to a race with lightning strikes, but I've been to them with thunder. And yes, it's an interesting experience to say the least. One of them was at the European Le Mans Series a couple of years ago at Silverstone. It was very, very rainy, very, very thundery. And I was very surprised it got continued on, because at one point you could barely see the cars on track. But I suppose for some drivers that's the fun of it, isn't it? You know, being out there in those torrid conditions. I wouldn't want to be, but I suppose some of them enjoy it indeed.
So, all right, to put a little bit of insight into what the rule is here in the States as Marvin Stroll comes in from the lead in GT4. So GT4 cars are starting their assault into pit road. The general rule of thumb is about 8 miles. So if lightning strikes within 8 miles of an event, might be more for Miami, but I know tracks that I've gone to, it is an 8-mile distance. And some tracks now actually have these lightning monitors. So it kind of senses when there's some sort of, not thermogenic, but some sort of electric charge that you would normally see with a lightning strike as Nicholas Laubish comes into the pits as well. It sounds off. Now, I don't think that Hard Rock Stadium has that, but they do have meteorologists on staff, and with this unique technical, this unique radar, I actually have one of those radar systems on my phone, but I'm able to see where lightning strikes, and I can pinpoint it to the exact foot of where it lands. Now, if it hits within 8 miles of the circuit, everything's shut down for 30 minutes, and no lightning strike can hit within an 8-mile radius. And if it does, that clock resets for another 30 minutes. So that's what we're going to have to deal with here with Formula One tomorrow. So just, be patient. It's going to be, we'll get it through, but it may take a little while.
Be a long, long day, or at least for us in the UK and Europe, a long, long evening. It begins scheduled at 9 p.m. UK time, so 10 p.m. for those in and around Europe, and maybe 11 p.m. for some of those over in Eastern Europe. So yes, it could be a very late night indeed, and it's a late night for us here as well here, on our Racing and RaceSpotTV. 14 hours to go in the 24 hours of Nürburgring 2026, and we have a battle for P2 here, Jeremy. Sim RC and RDV Competition Unity, 2 tenths apart on track.
Oh, absolutely fantastic that this part of the race, we have a decent battle for GT4 between the 76 and the 86 as Marvin Stroll just came out of the pits. Paul Joffero is 3 laps to the good here, so his tires are 3 laps better. Warmer, I should say, and he's going to look to the inside heading into the RTL curve. And he's going to try make something happen here as they go side by side coming out of the S's there around the Warsteiner curve. And they'll get right on to turn 13, and that's where they'll get into the Nordschleife. But there's still plenty of opportunity for a pass to be made here. But either way, it might be too little too late, and I think that Stroll did indeed lose that. So Joffero gets ahead, opens up a little gap, but the good news is it looks like Stroll's able to keep that gap a little short as they work their way onto the circuit.
Yeah, a nice move there by Joffero to go up into P2 ahead of Stroll, who's, I think, not too bothered about dropping behind. Of course, these two are on completely different strategies. Yes, it might only be 3 laps, but of course that's around 25 minutes difference in terms of pit times, in terms of where they are on their stint. So, not surprising really that the move was made quite easily from the BMW to go ahead of the Merc, and they can probably pull away as the Williams car going through. So they head their way back down the hill and then back up once more. And of course, we'll see what the Williams team can do at the moment. They're P5 at the moment, of course, with Parker White. Only a second and a bit back is Jonas Rutten, who was, of course, having a battle earlier on. And that gap when we last checked was around 2.5 seconds. It's now down to 1.5 seconds. So there's a chance that this battle could certainly spice up, as there is the 44 Falcon Sim Racing Team blue car flying through. So we'll keep an eye on that battle here. Oh, that was close there as those two went side by side. And of course, another thing, Jeremy, is yes, parts of the track are quite thin. Most parts you can go through too wide, but of course you've got to know that the other driver knows which way you want to go. If you go to the right and the other driver does the same, that doesn't always end too well, and we've seen it happen too many times, haven't we, where drivers end up both taking the same path, which we know doesn't end well.
And we still haven't figured out teleportation in real life, so, probably not a good idea. Mia Rose made her way into the pit, so at 9:06, Effect Simulations currently under the attention of the crew. Still have the mechanical black flag for losing at least the deck lid. So that leaves, if I'm doing my math correctly, 43 cars onto the circuit out of 60, because a lot of drivers still getting service done at some point. I know a couple drivers who have mechanical black flags still have not had those erased as of yet, but back to what we're talking about, you do see the RDV competition unity opening up a big gap through here, and that just goes to show that, yeah, you may have 3-lap older tires, but you have 3-lap warmer tires, because as we know here in the game, there is no tire warmer system to make sure that your tires are piping hot the second you get out of pit road.
No, exactly not. And it makes those, maybe the first lap, maybe the first half a lap, really tricky to get some good pace. And of course, you just need to make sure you don't overdrive it on the cold tyres, because I've done it before. I'll go into the pit lane, I'll be fine, let's go full pace, and I'll spin instantly. And that doesn't always end too well. I'll get very angry. Indeed. So yes, the first lap normally it's a bit of a struggle just to get up to speed and get the tyres nice and warm and up to pace, as that's one of the Mercedes GT3s making their way through there on RDV competition, who are P2 at the moment. Of course, a second and a half now ahead of Sim RC, but then another 23 seconds ahead of Fiercely Forward with Nicholas Leibisch in the car. So at the moment, Paul Joffro for Car 86 are in a very solid P2 spot, but of course 14 hours to go. Absolutely anything can happen around the Nürburgring, that is safe to say. They could be in the lead in an hour, they could be down to P10 in an hour. You really never know what's going to happen around here. So that's why you can't really get too carried away. If you're in the lead, you can't sit there saying, oh yes, we got the win in the bag, but a minute ahead. That can be dissolved very quickly around here.
Does not take much to dissolve a lead. One wrong move, one visit to the Armco barriers, and you're going to be having some competition throughout. As still watching Stroll closing in on Joffro. We won't know the true pace of Stroll here for another lap or so. Gives us a lot of time to kind of breathe and see what happens with this battle. And that's what's fun about, a little bit of a wiggle there. That was not what Joffro wanted, as Stroll now has closed into about 9/10 of a second. So we'll continue on with this battle as Joffro using the RDV competition unity around the carousel, and he's losing time, just bleeding time each and every corner. Granted, they're 40 seconds behind the Sheza Esport leading car of Martin Peugeot in the 190. Again, this is for GT4 second place. And it just goes to show that, yeah, while you do get that position, while you do have the betters, the overall leaders into the pits, Sebastian Job comes into the pits. We'll see if he stays in the car or if he's going to hand off his number 4 BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing to a different driver. But back to what I was saying, you may be able to pay to leap somebody who's coming out of the pits with colder tires, but it probably won't take much for you to get around him either.
Yeah, definitely not. I think give it a couple laps again, we'll probably see Stroll right on the rear of Paul Joffro. Of course, his tyres will wear down a little bit more, and of course, coming to the end of a stint, you don't want to overpush. You just want to make it back into the pit lane so you can go again. Because we do see Luke Bikuna as well in the pit lane for car number 3, so second in the race, and second of the Verstappen Sim Racing cars. So we'll see what goes on there. There'll be no change for the lead, I'd imagine, or at least no swap between car 4 and 3. It just depends if Drago Racing White are in this lap. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But of course, I think that obviously pit strategy is normally a thing in a lot of races. But with it being an 8-minute lap, there's not normally an opportunity to pit a lap later, is there? Really, you kind of have to pit a lap earlier or on the lap, as Drago Racing do go in, and you'd imagine that everybody on that stint, bar Blue Mercure, will be in this lap because they're all on 6. Blue Mercure have only done 3 laps on their stint at the moment.
Yeah, GT3 is only able to do 6 laps. You see one of the 992s. Oh, I think that is indeed one of the Coanda Esports 992s who's getting held up by Jean-Ferrot as they work their way around the circuit. And yeah, that was kind of senseless move there. And that was the class leading of Xander Reed. So that's one car that's going to go through in about 30 seconds. I have a feeling that Mitchell de Jong will be going through as well. Now, we mentioned Mitchell de Jong. We'll talk about the Coanda Esports in a bit, but de Jong coming off a great championship in the Porsche Esports North America Championship not too long ago. And of course, he's been coming up my Facebook feed, and he's a very accomplished racer in and of himself. As we're watching the WSR Esports number 6, Sanitary Martikainen is into the car now. You see Parker White coming in. He's going to come out of the car. We'll see who comes in. James Boomy. Oh, that's a name that you definitely want behind the wheel, as at number 44, Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue, BMW is into the pits. You also have David Toth into the 26. He'll come out. Norby Kiss in the 26 will go in. So lots of driver changes, but lots of quick pit stops here in GT3.
Indeed, as Sotomuto is jumping into the Williams F1 Team gaming car. We did also see Sami Matti Trogan in for Drago Racing, and then Sebastian Job and Luke Buchanan still in the Verstappen Sim Racing cars. So quite a few driver swaps at that initial pit stop, and that sometimes really can throw the race up a little bit, because you've got another 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, all with new drivers. We'll see what they can do, and sometimes that can really change up the race when you've got drivers of different pace jumping in and out of the car. That is certainly one to keep an eye on. I mean, James Boom is only 8 tenths back from Sotomuto, so the battle for P5 is really on. And James Boom, he's not a driver you want behind you at all. A very, very accomplished sim racer, certainly in the GT3 class, of course, over in the World GT Championship, right up at the top of the standings. He's one of the most accomplished in that car.
No surprise. I go away for a couple of weeks, and James Boomy finds his way to the top of the pro class in WSR. I'm absolutely shell-shocked over that. My jaw is on the ground. His teammate, his former teammate, I should say, Ross McFarlane, is into the pits in the number 23. That is in the GCR class, as John Atkinson Jr. is in the Shara Esport number 415, so there's a switch there. Konstantin Stolzenberg now going to take his stint behind the wheel of that WSR Esports number 23, the Hyundai on the jacks. Yes, Motorsports also coming in for a pit stop. Imran Ahmad Azar. I can read, ladies and gentlemen. Pardon me for a second. Well, he comes into his jacks on all 4, and we'll see if he's going to switch, and indeed he is. So out comes Azar, in comes Isaac Price.
Of course, the graveyard stint begins for many drivers here, and Isaac Price jumping up into the car for Yes Motorsports. And I got a bit confused when you said the name at first, because I was providing commentary over a football match today, and there's a player called Isaac Price in the West Bromwich team. So I was like, hang on, Isaac Price. But I don't think it's the same person coming off the back of a loss 3 hours away from his home team. So, no, I don't imagine he's in the car. But you never know, I suppose. We've seen crazier things. As Alex Gall as well is in the car for Solpec Precision Racing. So they're making a pit stop after 7 laps done on their stint. So they'll go back out onto track. And then looking up and around at some of the battles, still that one is closing in between Williams and Falcon Sim Racing. That gap's still around 1.5, 2 seconds. It's fluctuating a lot. And I suppose as well, one thing to note when you look at sort of the gaps between cars, and 1 lap it can be a second, 5 minutes later it can be, you know, maybe another second or 2 higher, is because of the traffic. Sometimes you're going to lose heaps of time, but then gain it back when the other car has to face that traffic. So the gaps fluctuate so much, don't they, in these types of races?
Well, you know how you mentioned, you know, different names, different places. Indy 500 winner Alexander Rossi is a racehorse winner. Now, if you follow the sport of horse racing, this is the 152nd Kentucky Derby. It's the day. So, you know, my wife and I were watching the Kentucky Oaks yesterday, and I'm like, oh, I forgot Rossi owns a horse. So I went to search what horse he owns, you know, how old the horse is, if it's eligible for the Kentucky Derby. And I found that there's another horse, I think it's a jockey, by the name of Alexander Rossi. So yeah, it was kind of a little, wait, that's... Oh, okay, so... Either way, the battle for second place in GT4 still heats up with Joffro trying his best to hold off Marvin Strel. Now, both of those drivers with close lap times. Now we're starting to see those lap times kick up, but here's the problem. If you look at your timing, Nathan, I'm wondering if Marvin Strel's having some connection issues because the last lap time, only a 1.4, and usually that's kind of indicative of some flashing.
Yes, and that is the last thing that he would want. Around most tracks it's not fun, but around here it's even worse because the cars around you again trying to make their way through on you. It makes it a difficult time for drivers to go through on you and make their way past. There's a few more pit stops coming through. Henry Moore is in for Team Bennett. We have Fiercely Forward Gold in, just going out of the pit lane. His stint One Motorsport was with the Team Kern, so a couple of pit stops happening for the lower down in the GT3 class. And of course we did see that gap there between RDV and Sim RC go up at, to around 2.5-3 seconds. Very quickly it's came back down again, and Sim RC really looked to have some pace here with Marvin Strel, and we'll just see what he can do in terms of trying to fight here with Joffro. Of course he's getting close, only 0.3 of the gap here, but you've got to have some risk management here. Around most corners, is it worth going for the move? No, you need to wait till a long straight or a really wide corner to make the move. Otherwise, making a move in a harsh braking zone where it's really tight, you don't actually gain much time anyway, do you? So it's not worth it. One, you lose time. Second of all, you might get into a crash and get some damage.
Our buddy Ewan O'Leary gave us the event highlights board as I'm taking a look through this, and it's been, to say the least, it's been a very eventful race for a lot of cars, especially the number 2 Drago Racing. 22 hours left to go. A huge crash by themselves in Flugplatz. You've got a couple of incidents with the number 10 within about 40 minutes or so. Luke McEwen has a little bit of an incident, a little bit of a wiggle, a little bit of a contact, and that's what we talked about. It doesn't take much to have a little bit of an issue here at the Nürburgring, and he's fallen back just a little bit. Hasn't lost much time, which is great for him, but he also hasn't gained much time either.
No, that's a big shame there for Luke McEwen. Of course, has lost a big chunk of time there. He's 40 seconds back now from Sebastian Job, so I'd imagine he's also got some damage in that car too, but not ideal at all for Luke McEwen. He's continuing on at pace, but of course we'll see shortly if he's got any damage, whether he comes in or not, but definitely a bit of a scraping on that front bumper.
Not seeing any mechanical black out of McEwen. Of course, it's kind of too dark to see what kind of damage has been done. I would imagine that he's going to stay out for just a little bit. There might be some damage. Ramiro, can we take a look at the back end? Yeah, I want to see a little closer if there's maybe some taillight damage, but he's continuing on as he's down the pit straight. And there's one. He's lost the rear trunk. So he may have to come in at some point and have that taken care of, because that rear clip is absolutely gone. But the rest of the car, it looks like that it is still intact for the time being. So we'll see if the stewards decide to throw the mechanical black flag and make him come in and fix that problem.
Of course, I think if it's something that's, optional and it isn't affecting him right now, he could probably wait till the next pit stop comes around and think, well, actually, is it worth losing time and changing the, repairing the damage or not? That's something they got to judge, and of course they'll have the Verstappen Sim Racing team behind the scenes judging if it's worth it or not. Of course, a great engineering team, and of course, a track like this, you need engineers, you need strategists to be there to help you pull your way through, because when you've got, maybe a team of 3 or 4 drivers, not everybody can sit there and engineer the whole race. You need people dedicated to, driving the team forward and just telling them kind of what to do. And that's something that, these top split teams have. Some of them further down have to do the hard work themselves, and it makes it a really difficult job, whereas these top teams have people dedicated to engineering and that. I've seen some of the spreadsheets they have for races, and they are insane. You've got every possible scenario. You've got, fuel limits down to, I don't even know. Is it the would you say milliliter of fuel? Would that be the right term? You just have everything to the slightest decimal possible, and it's just like I couldn't even imagine where to start with that.
Yeah, I would say middle to the nearest middle leader, and that's a problem right there. As you saw the blinking that we worried about last time by Sim RC, so Marvin Strell already experiencing some sort of connection issue. We'll see if he can get that right, but now he's about 0.3 of a second behind Paul Joffero as the tires now starting to really come up to the optimal temperature. But at the same time, if you're Marvin Strell, you know that you have those issues. And I wouldn't necessarily be pushing the subject too much.
No, certainly not. As, of course, these two getting close once again. One of the Mercedes making their way through, and that was deep and nearly taking the back out of that BMW and getting a rear, a little bit like what Luke McEwen's got at the moment in his GT3 BMW. As they continue their way on, and that was a Chezzer Esports car, I believe, as here's JD Rodriguez. Oh my, that's into the barriers in the Honda Civic. BZR Racing. That is a big hit, and well, for the majority of the accident, Jeremy, we didn't see the car. We saw it appear and disappear.
And now we see Barney just standing there. You should give him a seat. Come on, he's in the starter stand. Give him a seat. Let him get off his feet for a little bit. Either way, this battle for... Go ahead. I commend his efforts. I will say I did twin 24-hour days this past week on my big European adventure going to and from, so I applaud Barney for working twice around the clock. Still have this tight battle for second place as they come off the Grand Prix circuit, and the 86 and the 76 in GT4. Granted, they're 41 seconds behind Chezzer Esport, and of course they're 22 seconds ahead of Fiercely Forward Red. So two teams, one team that really you don't normally see in the top split, really mixing it up in GT4, and gotta hand it to RDV Competition Unity for doing quite well here and holding their own.
Yeah, I think the great thing about, the fact of the splits are decided on our rating is sometimes you do have teams that are kind of formed together with a group of friends or just a group of fast racers that have a big enough average to be in the top split, and of course in the likes of your GT4 TCR it's not as competitive to be in the top split as it is in a GT3 or a hypercar, for example. So yes, it's great to see new teams taking part every year. I mean, looking through the past couple of years, every edition we see new cars, new teams entering in, some returning, some disappear and then come back. And then, of course, you see some teams that might have been in Split 1 for the past couple of years and drop it to Split 2. Things happen, teams change around, and sometimes you don't keep your driver roster. So that's, I suppose, another risk, isn't it, with having, with sim racing teams, is if you lose one or two drivers, that can sometimes drop you out of your Split 1 spot, even though the drivers that you have are still good enough to be there anyway.
Just, it's interesting how these splits are working. By the way, we do have the numbers for the strength of field. 9.9 thousand for GT3, 6.2 thousand for Cup, 8.8 for GT4, 7 for TCR, and 6.2 for GT4. Overall strength of field, 78-74. So I think this is one of the higher strength of fields that I've seen in a top split here for something like this in a very, very long time. But, of course, everybody's asking numbers. We won't know those numbers until we get through all the splits, because the splits, I believe they started 24 hours ago, and by the end of Sunday, that's when we'll start to see how many racers that we had throughout the system, as we have a couple of cars into the pits. Manti Racing number 9 and Solpec Racing number 12 with Yishal Yunus and Garrett Berry in the pits in the Cup class.
I've done one endurance race on our race, and it was the 24 Hours of Daytona in 2024. Split 43, and we finished 88 laps behind the leader. We had a lot of crashes. Someone forgot to wake up for their stint, and we stayed out of the car for an hour or two. Yes, it was an interesting race. I've not touched an endurance race since, and now I don't wonder why. So I'd hope next time I do step in the car, though, I'm not 80 laps behind the leader, because that wasn't fun. But in the end, it was more the fact of, can we just get to the end, please? I don't want to retire early. We're 70 laps down after 15 hours. Just get to the end. It's going to be a lot better to cross the line than it is just to say, right, that's it, guys, we'll quit. we did get to the end, and I only crashed once, so I'm happy with that. My teammate crashed like 3 times into the same car twice, so I can imagine how that went down in the iRacing chat. The poor guy got killed twice by my teammate, and we're like, no, he didn't do it on purpose. He's just bad.
We swear we don't have a vendetta against you. It's him. We'll pull him out, and we'll never speak to him again. Mateo and Bidert are into the pits as well. Bidert actually just coming out of the pits. I did miss that BCR Racing with JD Rodriguez behind the wheel, suffering a mechanical black flag. That was about 5 minutes ago, so obviously a couple laps ago. That just goes to show you that there's just a lot going on here in this top split that we don't even know about.
No, there's so much going on. You can't keep an eye on all of it. It'd be nice if we had a POV of every driver, that we can just pick out things. We have a little light that shows up when something happens, when action comes on. We'll be able to see a lot then. But no, there's so much going on in these races with 5 classes. And of course, one thing to note as well in endurance racing and over 24 hours is that a lot of the battles as well aren't necessarily 2 tenths behind. Some of them are, in the pit stops, or some of them are over the pit counter over the last 2 or 3 hours. So there's a lot of data to look into when focusing on the battles, on and off track, whereas this is a battle that's going on track here. 7 tenths at the moment between Joffro and Strel for P2 and P3, and they've been together for the last, I think they've been together since we jumped into the box, Jeremy, around 50 minutes ago. Travelling along nicely, and of course not overdriving the car, not pushing too hard, and of course the key thing is nobody's been silly in trying to go for a move, because that's not what you want to do at this stage of the race. If there's an hour to go, fair enough, but with 14 hours to go, you might as well just sit behind the car, as long as you know that car isn't going to disrupt your plan.
Well, and that's something we mentioned too. The RDV was able to leapfrog around SimRC because, obviously SimRC came out of the pits, and the fact that Marvin Strahl has actually, one of my former co-workers went on one of the TV stations I used to work for. His name was Mark Strahl, meteorologist, so if I confuse those two, that's why. I'm so used to saying Mark Strahl. But Marvin, with him having to warm those tires up, he kept it within 2 seconds, and the second that those tires hit that peak, that's when we saw him try and close in, but now it's 1.1, 1.2 seconds. So Stroll trying to do some damage limitation here as you see some other traffic that's a part of it. And of course, I wish we could see everything all at once. Let's see if they make it through there in one piece, and indeed they do, because that's a GT3 car that's breathing down the neck. That's the 32 that is coming around and trying to make some sort of pass here. But that's the Blue Mercure Esport of Thibodeau Prevost as he tries to do his damage limitation after the disconnection that the number 8 had, Alexander Lang, into the pits. But I want to give props to Hugo, who's been producing, and now Romero, who's behind the controls. As good as both of those are, they're some of the best producers here in iRacing. I'm sure if they had a huge screen or some sort of projector that showed everybody's on board, they probably still would miss stuff, because that's how many cars, how much action that you have here at the Nürburgring.
Of course, over 40 cars on track. There's a lot to keep an eye on, and of course, before retirements, there was up to 60 at the start of the race. So, very quickly, do the numbers drop down, as that is going to be Joffro into the pit lane. So, of course, they were out of the pits 3 laps before the SimRC, so of course that's why they're in so early on their stint. The SimRC car will be in around 20-ish minutes time, and we'll see how long Joffro is in. I don't think we'll be swapping driver, because there's no flash of the car, so they might be good to go once the pit stop has been completed. And this is a replay here of LMR Esports in the Civic. What happens to them as they head their way onto the brake? They make it through. Is it on the exit they lose a car? Yes, they do. On the throttle they lose a rear, and I don't think they hit the barriers. They just about got away with that one, didn't they?
Well, Nathan, one of my favorite phrases when I'm behind the mic, sometimes that back end wants to see what the front end's looking at, and thankfully they were able to get that back end underway. So that is, let's see, it's number 18. Either way, it's that was a nice little save there as Joffro comes out of the pits. He will come out in 4th position. How far back does that put him? I'm going to try and find that. There's so many names on here. Oh, here's a name that's out there right now in the GT4 class. It's Nikolai Patterson in the number 33. He's 6th in class, but a ways back. That's another driver that you don't want out there behind you. But Joffro now 44 seconds behind Nicholas Laubish in the fiercely forward red, number 8.
Of course, and I think another thing as well is we see a lot of drivers that we know from, WSR, the World GT Championship and other GT grids, and of course with the fact that the meta and the BOP's different here, you're seeing a lot of BMWs. Well, I don't see a lot of those in other series. Yes, there's a few dotted about, but you do see a multitude of different cars, and I suppose sometimes that just shows the level of these drivers. They can be used to one car. For example, James Boomy I see a lot in the Ford. You see Nicola Pedersen a lot in the Mercedes. They're now in completely different cars and are still as quick as they normally are. And that just shows that for some drivers, regardless of what machinery they are in, they can still perform at that top pace, which is what we do love to see here in iRacing, and of course in the top split, where you kind of expect drivers to have at least a decent knowledge of all cars in their classes. Here's Margine in the pit lane for undercuts. We'll see where they go, as it'll be Charles Miquel in the car, so they've made a driver change. And of course we've got to not nearly halfway point of the race, 2 hours away, but I'd say the last hour we've seen a lot of driver changes, haven't we, Jeremy? So heading for those in the UK time, you're going to see a lot more Americans, Canadians, Australians jumping in as they can head off in the afternoon, and some of those others can head off to bed.
Well, we do have a couple of questions from the YouTube chat. Also, if you want to ask us a question on Twitch, we'll try and get to you as much as we can. We've done a lot of talking about what's going on. So the big question that we have here is from Rafa Rubio RR. What lap times are the leaders achieving? Now, and to coincide with that, some random internet dudes, GT3, I'm assuming they're achieving baseline 8 minutes to extremely high 7 minutes. Alicio Fasano Media saying fastest lap still 7:58. Yeah, this fastest lap time is still 7:58 from BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing. 58.98, actually, sorry, 58.851 is the fastest time, and that's actually from the 3 car. But right now, you're seeing the GT3s in the low 8s, the Cup cars in about high 8.0s, low teens. You've got GT4s and touring cars about 8.45, 8.55, and yeah, the M3s right now, those are in the 9-minute range. So that's what we're talking about with this varying time discrepancy. I'm reminded of one of the first pro races was I worked as a quarter marshal was actually the American Le Mans Series at Road America. It was one of the first 4-hour endurance races. I say that lightly at the time, but it was the one where they raced with Champ Car back in 2007. And Bo Barfield was the race director, and he came out and told us, there's a 70-mile-an-hour difference between LMP1s and GT3s at the time. So when you have these endurance races, that's something that I generally keep in the back of my mind, especially calling these endurance races, is that speed discrepancy. And when you see it on the timing sheet, it's like, yeah, it's a minute, it's Nürburgring, but there's still a huge speed discrepancy between the fastest and the slowest class cars.
Well, so the thing that surprised me the most there is the fact you said you was doing that work in 2007 when I was 3 years old.
I'm old, okay? Come on. Don't, let's not go down that road.
Well, maybe I'm young. That sounds a bit nicer then.
Hey, I was only 18 at the time, so at that point I was the young whippersnapper in the race official camp. So there's I got that going for me, which is nice. But kids, I'm old. I'll say that much.
I feel a lot older than I am in the community, that's for sure. I used to be considered young when I was like 16, 17 years old. I'm now 21, and there's a lot of people racing that are like 15, and I'm like, oh my, they're like 6 years younger than me, and they're like 2 seconds a lap quicker. It does make me feel quite disappointed in myself, for sure. There was one driver in the F1 scene that was 12, and he was like a tenth off those at the top of esports, and it's just like crazy. And I think as time goes on, you're going to see drivers that are like 10, 11 years old taking part in stuff like this, I can guarantee, because the age gap is dropping so much.
Well, I don't know if you see it in your social media ads, but I know here in the States, I get the kart sim, the new sim that.
Yeah.
And I see how much it is, but I see how young these kids are that are using it. And I'm not saying they're in kid karts, but they're in cadet and on up using it, and it's like that's coming to iRacing next. And I'll say this too, being my age, I'm in my upper 30s, we'll say that much, but to see younger and younger kids take the mic professionally, it's like, where did I go wrong? Well, thankfully things are starting to turn around. Xander Reed is into the pits as well in his 08, so Coanda Esports starting to make their presence known in the pits. We'll see the cup cars into the pits here. Everybody has gone into the pits in the top 5 here 7 laps ago, so we'll see De Jong, Kidda, Hovesen, and Tyler come in this time by.
Indeed, and a message as well in the chat. Xander Reed, I believe they're on about, has just turned 16. I mean, that is crazy. And he's leading a class here in iRacing at the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. That is certainly something to have as an accolade. But when we were talking about karts, I did some commentary over their European Championship, and they have a driver that's 7 years old in that. 7 years old. And I got a message because I just said, if anybody's got any fun facts, let me know, send me a DM. And the guy's dad messaged me and says, he's 7, by the way. And I was like, so he was born in like 2017? No, 2014. Yes, oh my, that just makes me feel way too old.
So wait a second. Was this? What class was this in the kart sim?
I think the Cadet Juniors or something. I think it's called. I'm not quite sure. I think that's what it's called. No, there's 5 classes. There's too much to keep an eye on.
Xander Reed is in and out of the pits 44 seconds from your class leader in Cup. So, Alessio Fasano Media says, I swear I've been either born too late or too early for all this. Yes, and of course, Janky75, yeah, that's right, he did. Xander Reed won IMSA Global Championship at 15, qualified for the Porsche Esports Championship at 13. Think about that.
Insane. That is insane. To hear. I mean, taking part in championships at 16s and 13 to qualify for PESC, which is not an easy championship to get into either. I've watched quite a few of the races, and they are so close together. The lap times are so close. I mean, I don't think I'd have the mental capacity to that at 13. Never mind qualify and take part. That is, I think, for a younger driver, it's more the mentality, I think, isn't it, than the skill. When you've got such a young mind, it's very easy to make mistakes and to succumb to pressure and, get angry and emotional. And if you can deal with that at 13, by the time you get to 18, 19, 20, I'd say you're perfectly fully equipped to go for it, aren't you?
Yeah, and I think that if Xander Reed does get out there and does real world racing here in the States, I would be afraid to be his competitor because, with him being in some of the top sim racing championships, that is a stone cold to go toe-to-toe with some of the best in the world and still come out on top. You're taking a look at your GT4 lead there at the bottom of your screen. Sheza Esport, your leader with SimRC, 38 seconds behind. So Marvin Strell trying to do what he can to try and close the gap, but he had another flashing issue. So something is up with the 76. Hopefully he can make it through this stint with no major issues, and then possibly either fix whatever's going on during the pit or hand it off to another driver as George Tyler comes into the pits as well. Gregory Hovesen with a 43.3. That's another driver who's very quick, who you and I cover constantly in WSR. I also cover him in a couple other series, and he's just a race winner wherever he goes. So this Cup class, everybody that's pitted in the top 5 has come in for service. Next up should be Noah Adder in the 003 gridandgo.com esports. And now you see the basically lapping around. Pejor gets around some of the, I believe that's going to be either a TCR or M2 traffic. Actually, it does look like some M2 traffic that he was able to get around.
Course, and when we was talking as well about SimRC, I mean, they've had a couple of podiums here before. Of course, they got P2 in the GT4 class in 2024, so it'd be nice, to to come back here in 26 and get another podium on the board as we head our way back down towards turn number 1 here with John Atkinson Jr., the leader in the TCR class in that Honda Civic. A beautiful car. I see a lot of them on the road here in the UK. Really nice set of wheels, as he wasn't happy there with the BMW, or he's saying hello. I'm not quite sure. Flashing a light when you're not in the car, you don't know what it means, but when you're in the car, there's about 15 different ways you can flash a light at a driver, and you know exactly which one he means after time in a race. Yeah. It's just that you don't ever know why. You just know automatically, oh yes, he's annoyed with me, or oh, he's letting me through. It's a given instinct to those who do racing. Normally I'll get the wrong hint. Someone will flash me, I'll go through, and then end up being like, why did you drive into me for?
I'm right here. Well, and it's no different than in real life racing. You have those that live and die by the flash, and those that only use it when they absolutely need to. So it's, 6 and 1, half dozen the other. But I've noticed, though, maybe it's because of some of the camera angles, I'm not seeing that much of a flash for some of the faster cars. These GT3s, they know that the TCRs and the GT4s and the M2s, they're all respectful and they will get out of the way. However, I think if we see GT3 come up on a quote-unquote slower cup car, it might be a little bit more difficult, and that's where I think you would see more of the light flash going on.
And after spending 21 minutes in the pit lane, JD Rodriguez is back out on track. Of course, a very long pit stop due to the damage they had when they hit the barriers. I think it was somewhere in the midpoint of the lap, but of course I had to go and repair the car. And they're finally back out on track in car 14. So good to see them continuing on, although they will be back out on track soon, at least in car 14. BZR Racing. And of course, they are P6 at the moment in class. They're 15 seconds ahead of Effect Simulations, a minute ahead of LMR. So there might actually be a battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th in the GT4 class.
And of course, the only team that still has black flags active are the Owen Truman-led driven Team Fraudline number 22 in M2. They still got that black flag and the meatball flag active. Kai Dial still in the pits, but no flags for them. So I'm wondering if Williams is just taking this 5 car and just getting it nice, solid, out of the way. Of course, they're 14th in class. They do have one of the BMW M Team BS competition, Molly Racing Team, and Drago Racing Red also still in the pits. Trying to see here. No. Okay, so they're in the. So the 89 still getting work. The 10 still getting work, and the number 2 still getting work. Normally in these events, we don't see. If you have that much extensive damage, if it's up to a 12-hour race, it's like, you know what? Okay, let's retire a car. But when it comes to these 24-hour races like Nürburgring, Le Mans, Daytona, you're going to want to get the car fixed, because you don't know what the other competitors are going to have, if they're going to have any sort of issues. As you see, your M2 leader, the 005 Gringo.com eSports, Johan Royer, 11 seconds. I think that's the closest battle for the lead. Yes, it is. So this is going to be interesting to see. 11 seconds is basically next to nothing when it comes to here at the Nürburgring, because one wrong move and you're going to have your second place driver on your backside.
Certainly. So you've got 11 seconds in the battle there for the M2. The TCRs are separated by 12 seconds for the lead, 43 seconds for GT4, 31 for the Cup car, and then a minute and 1 second for the GT3. So just look at that gap there for Luke McEwen. When he had that crash around 20 minutes ago, he was 40 seconds back. He's now a minute and 1 second back, and Drago Racing White are only 17 seconds behind. 11 back is WSR. So potentially here, Luke McEwen could be at risk of losing that P2, maybe even at risk of losing P3 here at this point.
Well, remember, Nathan, he was 35 seconds behind Job And then when he lost it, he lost about 5 seconds. Now he's lost another 15 to 20 seconds. So something's wrong with that number 3. We'll keep a close eye on that. But yeah, I agree. I think, because look at the lap times. Last time by, Job with a 7:59.947, McEwen with a 8:07.356. Trogan with a 8:02.403, Marty Kynan with a 8:05.03. So McEwen's hobbled around with a hurt race car, and he's got about 3 more laps until he can come into the pits and get some sort of service. I have a feeling when McEwen does come in, it's definitely going to be for a full service. There's Noah Etter finally coming into the pits, 8 laps on tires, and that's quite remarkable because we only saw these guys, the rest of the leaders, come in after 7 laps. You get that extra lap, and you're going to be able to eat up the competition quite quickly.
Oh, yeah, certainly. As we do see a couple more cars heading into the pit lane. Looking up and, looking further down the field, is that Williams F1 Team Gaming car going to go back out? They've been in the pits for 27 minutes. I'm not sure if they're going to go back out because I'm sure they were in there before we even came in. They've gone back in the pits. I'm not sure what they've done again. But of course, the other of the Williams cars up in the top 5, considering that last year they had 3 podiums over 3 classes, of course, top 2 in the GT3 with the sim racing team and the gaming club, and then their F1 team got P2 in the GT4. So I think compared to last year, this is going to be a disappointing result for Williams. 3 podiums into 0. And only 1 car finishing in the top 5.
Yeah, Williams, it seems like that while they have fast cars, they just cannot buy luck at a discount store at all. Granted, you've got Sota Muto sitting there in 5th place, technically still on the lead lap, technically still within striking distance a little bit later on in the race. But yeah, like you said, that's about it. Coanda Esports, Verstappen Sim Racing, Sheza, all those teams, even Solpec, seem to have had their number in the past year or so. And look, it's not like Williams forgot how to race. It's just like we said, they can't find the luck.
No, certainly not. And I was just looking as well at the gap again with car number 3, and you sit there, right, they've lost 30 seconds-ish in the past half an hour. If they have to pit and fix the damage, they could be there for a few minutes. So I suppose they're sitting there thinking, right, is it worth having a more difficult to drive car and losing half a minute, or is it worth going into the pits, losing potentially 3 or 4 minutes, dropping down to P5 and having to work all their way through? I'd imagine they're going to have to spin the pits for quite a long time, because that obviously is quite heavy damage, isn't it, to lose that much time? You're losing 9 seconds a lap. So I think this is a tricky situation here for car number 3, for Luke McEwen. But then again, they could go in the pits, repair the damage, a lap later, car number 4 or car number 1 could go off and head into the barriers. You never know what's going to happen. So a driver should never be like, oh, that's it, we're done for, when you've got 14 hours to go, because anything can happen. As we do see as well, a couple of pit stops, or at least a bit of a glitch there, as James Boomy and Norby Kiss there, set to 1, half a second. So does that mean they've had some sort of a blip?
Most likely. So I'm still trying to wrap my head around what the heck happened to Noah Etter. We saw, okay, so looks like he's back. He had to take a tow into the pits. Maybe he's back out there on the circuit. We'll find out more, because, yeah, the last lap time is a 3:11, so there must have been some sort of problem there. There's your GT4 leader in the Sheza Esports, 43 seconds ahead of Marvin Stroll, who looks like Laubish also having some connection problems. So I think we're getting into that point in the day, Nathan, where, some of our European friends might be having some sort of connection blips, to say the least. But still, they're trucking along.
Yeah, that's not what they want, connection issues, because very easily it can turn into a couple of blips to a car disconnecting from the server. And of course, when that happens, that can sometimes be race over, especially if you find fighting at the top, because by the time you've got out and got back in, you've lost, nearly a lap around here. You've lost at least 5 minutes. So, yes, the drivers will be hoping they don't get into any issues, because we have seen a little bit of blipping here and there. but hopefully all is well, as we are still following here the leader of the GT4 class, Martin Peugeot, at the moment in the car we can barely see. I believe from the headlights that's a BMW, but that's about all we can see on his car. As he continues on, and still after a couple of years, the BMW is still the quickest car, easily, it seems.
Car we can barely see. That's almost all of them. So that's always great. Yes, you see your class leader right there, John Atkinson Jr., as he has a 11-second lead over the WSR Esports Civic there in the TCR class. So that's not a big lead, to say the least, especially in TCR, but that lead there in GT3 is growing just a little bit. Atkinson Jr. taking Share Esport to the front right now. No time for either of them, but yeah, I'm looking up and down this grid, and either it's a timing issue or we're starting to see the blips from the European drivers.
Could be. I wouldn't know. Luckily, in my races, I don't suffer from blips, even when I do like the small races. I've managed to avoid that issue. If I was on the internet I had about 3 years ago, when I was on 100 megabytes a second, maybe I would have hit those issues. But since I upgraded, I thought, right, I'm going to upgrade the internet. It's about 4 or 5 times quicker, so I'm hopefully not going to run into internet issues. And so far, I haven't. And I'm sure now I've said it, I will end up hitting an internet issue the next time I drive on iRacing. I can absolutely guarantee it. As someone who isn't having internet issues at the moment is Johan Royer in the gridandgo.com esports car P1 in the M2 class. Of course, in second, it's Mark Perez for Semi-5 Esports, and then we haven't really looked any further below the top two, but it's Lucas Popel in third for Team RSO. Of course, they've been on the podium here a couple of times in the past. I'm sure we're on the podium back in 2020. It wasn't in the M2. I think it was a GT4 or TCR, but they have had experience of Team RSO on the podium, and it seems at the moment they are doing quite a good job of being 2 minutes ahead of P4 with Blocko Motor with Leonard Block in the car. So nice to show the M2s a little bit of love, because I don't imagine they're the car that everybody comes here to see.
The M2 is just such a slick race car, to say the least, and it's a fantastic. It reminds me of the Spec Miata almost, and I know that I just went out there and stuck my neck out and saying it, but it really is. And seeing these M2 classes, the M2 series around the world, it's absolutely fantastic to see them out there. And they're running 9-minute laps, but they're still going out there and really putting out a show when they can.
Certainly are, and that's what we love to see. I've drove this car once or twice and I don't enjoy it. It's just not my style of car, but they are quite entertaining, and I've commentated a couple of races with the M2s, and they really do produce some action, that is for sure, especially in some of the shorter form races, like your half-an-hour sprint races. They are really good to watch out on track. And I'd say if it wasn't here at the Nürburgring, we probably would have had a better show from the M2s, but of course with the type of car they are a lot slower than all the others. There was always going to have a big gap, wasn't they, after the opening few hours? I mean, yes, it's 13 seconds between the leaders, but then it's 7 minutes between the top 5. Given there's only 7 of them at the moment in the race, still very big gaps in the M2 class. And then, of course, you look everywhere else, the biggest gaps are around the same, but there's a lot more drivers in the others. I mean, the top 12 in the GC3s is a lap, and I think that'd be like 10 minutes-ish between them all, which just shows their level. The fact that they've run into issues, they had incidents, they've been into the barriers, and somehow they're only 10 minutes apart after 11 hours is insane, in my opinion.
Noah Eder with connection issues. That's why we saw him go dark. Thanks to Ramiro for letting us know that one. But the fact that we're that close within 10 hours of racing is absolutely fantastic. And it just goes to show that the talent level here is Martin Peugeot comes into the pits for Sheza Esports. And I think he's going to at least double stint here as he will get down onto his marks. And that should give Marvin Stroll the lead for a lap or two. We'll see how long that he stays out there and runs the lap. But Yeah, so now we'll start to see the GT4s come in for their compulsory stop in just a little bit of time. Look at how quick that Job is in that number 4. And, he's been running high 7s, low 8s the past couple of laps. And Peugeot's going to stay out there in that Cheza Esport BMW.
Indeed, yeah. Sebastian Job has been flying. And I think that comes with skill, but also he's confidence in the car to know where to push and where not to push, and of course those laps are really good as well. An 8-minute lap flat last time out. His best lap's 7:58. He's done a couple of 7:59s over the past hour or two, and that's what you look from a driver when they're happy just to keep pushing. A little bit like what we see from Max Verstappen. He gets told not to push, he still does either way, and that's when you can tell a driver really thrives in those conditions, when they're still there putting in the top lap times, even though realistically Sebastian Job doesn't need to push really hard. He can afford to lose a couple of seconds a lap as that's close into turn 1. As we do see a couple more cars in the pit lane. So Tam is in and out. Ross O'Connor's in as well in car 915 for Impulse Racing. So a couple more going in. And of course Impulse Racing are quite a competitive team over in the IVRA Championship. So surprising in my opinion, Jeremy, to see them at 3 laps down in P9. You'd expect them to be right up with your Coanders and your gridandgo.com cars.
Yeah, of course, that car that was on the outside going into turn 1 was Gregory Hofson in the number 20 Door Esports by SX in the Cup Series. So, Luke Wallace hops into the 915. We'll see what he can do. But, that's... it's just interesting to see some of these teams that we normally see up at the front. They've basically been near the back, and except for Verstappen Racing, of course.
Yeah, they kind of always seem to have a way to be at the front. Even if they've been crashed out at the start, they'll still end up being right at the front by the end. It's just a God's given thing, isn't it, that they're at the front? No one knows how and why, but they are every single race, pretty much. Of course, they wasn't in the top 3 there last year at all in any class in 2025, so they're back once again to continue on, and we'll see what they can do in terms of getting through the next 13 and a half hours. You'd imagine that at least one of them would be on the podium, because of course you can't guarantee it because anything can happen, but surely there's 2 out of 3 of them there now. One of them will be there at the end. There's no way both of them fall into issues. But look at the gaps as well. Of course, lap times for Luke McEwen have got better, only 3 seconds slower than Sami Matti Trogan on the last lap. That gap now down to 11 seconds and 21 seconds between himself and WSR Sport. So the gaps are closing down, but then look a little bit further down. You've got 12 seconds separating Williams F1 Team Gaming, Falcon Sim Racing Blue and Cheza Esports. So you've got a couple of great battles on track here in the GT3s. So there's still lots to keep an eye on. And over as well as this is going to be Sota Muto in the Williams F1 Team Gaming car. But then over in the Cup class, we also see 8 seconds between Coanda and Grid and Go. So lots to keep an eye on here, Jeremy. With 13 hours to go, you never really know what to watch.
The Porsche Esports North America champion Mitchell Dion behind the wheel of the 018. Luca Kitta fast in his own right in the 002 gridandgo.com Esports 992.2 Cup car. So good to see that there's a handful of very fast Cup cars in the field here. As we're watching Kitta make his way around the circuit once again. Just a couple wheels off, no harm, no foul. At least, he didn't have them fully off because that would be absolutely tragic. The grass is going to be a lot faster than the pavement, so that's going to cause just a little bit of slippage. But near Marshall Post 141. And of course, as mentioned earlier between Ewan and Jake, next weekend is the big race at the Nürburgring. Of course, there's going to be thousands of marshals out there. If you have a chance to go out to Nürburgring, I actually have a friend of mine, she said that she's going there for the first time, and she's really excited. It's funny because she was jealous that I was at Monaco last weekend for the Historics. I'm jealous she's at going to Nürburgring for the 24 hours, but if you see somebody in orange, definitely thank them for the long hours that they have to work to make sure that this race goes off without a hitch. Oh, that was a little close.
That was a little too close, and that was, I believe, the Grid and Go car going through. Yes, that certainly could have ended poorly for Luca Kita there. Another very quick driver I've seen a lot in the Ivra Club Sport Series. Very quick driver, so not surprised to see him up in the top 3 at the moment, and nearly 2 minutes ahead of the Door Esports by SX car, who's in P4. But yes, Marshals do a lot of work, and a lot of it goes unnoticed. A lot of it, at least in the UK, is voluntary, so they don't get paid for putting themselves in very dangerous situations, to say the least. I mean, I wouldn't want to be doing that. Sure, I'd love to, but I wouldn't have the bravery to stand on the edge of a race circuit when a car could easily come flying at you at 150 miles an hour or quicker. So now Marshals do a great job out on track, and they certainly don't get the notice that they deserve at all, or at least not the sort of compensation they deserve.
I've got to say this, nothing beats the thrill of being inches from either an Audi R8 or a Champ Car Panos on the track. That was a thrill, but yeah, there's sometimes where it's like, do I want to go back and do that at least once or twice? I might throw on the whites here in the States or the oranges elsewhere, and possibly relive some of my old days slinging fabric and telling the drivers what's going on. But I don't know. I think that those days aren't past me yet, but it might be close to say the least, as now we head down the long back straightaway right past the toll pit road, where drivers who wanted to pay a little bit and have their own thrill around the green hell can do that. Marvin Strell trying to get around a TCR driver here in the number 76. He'll have to come in here in just a little bit, as he and Laubish both on the same pit strategy as each other. Martin Pejor already not even a lap through after coming into the pits, and the Sheza eSport 190 still sitting in third place. So it'll be interesting to see how this split strategy works throughout the race. But once these two come into the pits, Strell and Laubish, it's going to be all Sheza eSport for quite some time, as Pejor is about 28 seconds behind the leader.
Indeed, so that gap is slowly growing between the top two, and I'd imagine that over the next stint or two it will continue to, especially when it's the same drivers in the car. Once you start to get a couple of driver changes, things can change quickly. You can either get the gap come down or the gap really go up, and I think that's what we saw a little bit, haven't we, in the GT3s. We had P3 down to P7 all pit and have different drivers, and their gaps have really shot down. I mean, you've got a battle between P5 and P7 of 13 seconds, and then of course damage, but also the fact of driver swaps between P2 and P4, that gap's only 16 seconds. And so here we do see Marvin Strell going past one of the Honda Civics, continuing his way on in the GT4 class, doing a very comfortable job in the lead ahead of Fiercely Forward. And of course, in terms of pit stops, I'd imagine next time he comes in, he won't be that far away from Paul Zoffro again. Of course, those two were very close on track together, given the fact that Marvin Strell did have to pit 3 laps after. He's done 6 laps now, so I'd imagine he might be in this lap.
I would not be surprised to see him in this lap indeed, because it seems like that the GT4s, all they can last is 6 laps. So let's hang on board here and kind of see what it's like at night. As you saw the current conditions, it is 66 degrees Fahrenheit, 67 degrees track temperature. It's about 19 degrees centigrade when it comes to the temperature there. 94% humidity, wind a little calm at 7 miles an hour with cloudy skies. And in sim time, we're about 10-3 on the 16th of May. Of course, my name's Jeremy Scott. Nathan Richards joins me alongside for just a little bit, and then I will hand it over to the man, the myth, the legend. Drum roll, please. None other than David Haynes. So it'll be a Brit and an Aussie, and there's no joke there. I have no joke for that. We got another hour and a half of this. Marvin Strell looks like that he will hand the car over to, I'm not sure who, Kieran Harrison. Oh, that's a quick driver there. Behind the wheels, you see Fiercely Forward Red Nicholas Laubish into the pits there for GT4. Let's see what Laubish does, and he's going to hand it off to Felipe Cabrera Loyola in the number 8. So a couple of driver changes for your leading GT4s.
Indeed, and I'm not sure what's happened to Luke McEwen, but that gap has come down to 7 seconds now between himself and Sammy Matty Trogan. It was around 11 seconds about 10 minutes ago. That gap has really shot down, so I'm not sure if any mistakes have come through for McEwen, but not ideal to say the least for car number 3, as one of the Mercedes leaves the pit lane. And here's Kieran Harrison in P2. Of course, a driver swap for Sim RC, so we'll see what he can do when he goes out onto track. Of course, that puts Paul Joffro into P2 again, and we'll see what Sim RC can do to catch up this time. But I think this time around that gap is a lot bigger than it was before.
And of course, in another lap or two, we'll see the GT3s come into the pits. And I'm looking at the lap times, and while McEwen is faster than he was after his incident, he's still about 4 to 5 seconds off the pace of the leader. So I think that's part and parcel to why we're seeing that. Would not be surprised. Romero, let's keep an eye on the battle for second place overall and in GT3, because with McEwen 5 seconds slower than Trogan in the number 1 Drago Racing White, I have a feeling that this battle could last down into pit road, as indeed Sebastian Job into the pits. So GT3s will be coming in. You see the 3 coming through the carousel once again, and this is going to be an interesting point. Does or can the 3 car go out without fixing damage, or are they going to be forced to fix damage when they pit?
That's a big question, and at first I thought maybe they'll be fine, but they've lost so much time recently. I'd imagine that over the long run it's better to pit and fix the damage. I mean, that gap's 6.2 seconds now between themselves and Drago Racing, so yeah, it's shot down so much. You've got to think about pitting for the damage, surely. You know, if maybe there was an hour left, different story, but there's 13 hours. You can't stay on that damage for 13 hours because you're going to lose minutes of time by the time you get to the end of the race. As there is our race leader, Sebastian Job, in the pit lane. We'll put up for fuel and most likely tyres as well. And then we'll see if anybody else comes in. Of course, that being Luke McEwen, Sammy Matty Trogan, those behind, I'd imagine they have to. They've done 6 laps already. And there is, in the bottom right of our screen, P2. Luke McEwen is in.
Closely followed by Sammy Matty Trogan, and I'd imagine Santeri Martikainen is going to come in as well, 4 seconds behind them, with Muto and Boomy also coming into the pits. And indeed, our predictions are correct, with at least the WSR Esports number 6. You know, possibly Norby Kiss coming in as well. And just let's see if we can take a look at the damage there on the number 3 and how bent up it is, because this is about as much light. You see in the top part of your screen, yeah, that deck lid absolutely gone from the number 3, and I don't think that they're going to fix that damage as of yet. McEwen staying into the car. The car comes off the jacks, and they take the quick repair into to get that going, although I don't think that they have a quick repair, so they're going to stay in the pits for a little while longer, get the fuel onto there. As you see, a brand spanking new deck lid on the back of the 3, as Martikainen is going to be taking a second stint in that WSR Esports number 6. McEwen out of the pit, so yeah, he did take a quick repair.
Indeed, so at least he hasn't lost too much there. As Luke McEwen will continue on in P2. He's 1 minute and 9 seconds off the race lead. Of course, we'll lose a bit of time for now, considering he's just gone back out on those cold tyres. Sammy Matty Trogan is 6.4 seconds back in 3rd, and then another 7 seconds back is WSR Esports. As we do see Sota Muto, Norby Kiss and James Boomy in the pit lane. P5, 6 and 7 are all in. So we'll see what they can do once they head back out onto track. But the gaps are really closing in, and that's what we love to see. And I think despite the damage fix for McEwen, there's still going to be threat here from Drago Racing.
Look, we've mentioned this. We're not past halfway. And the fact that we've got 7 cars within 2 minutes of one another as Muto goes back out of the pits. Boomy out of the pits as well, 39.8 stop for the number 44. And we'll see how long Norby Kiss is into the pits, 40.3. So the fact that we've got 7 cars this close together leads me to believe that we're going to have a one epic finish a little bit later on. So This is going to be absolutely interesting to see how these strategies play out. We'll see Marcus Schulholm come in, as well as Tim Curran. So Solpak and Stint 1 Motorsport and GT3 will have to answer the call to take tires, fuel, and a possible driver change as well. But unless you're going about 10 to 15% slower than the leaders, I don't see how you can make it past the 6-lap threshold in GT3 right now.
No, well, I don't think you can. Otherwise, you'd be going very slow. That is safe to say. So I'd imagine that, yeah, every time we get to 6 laps, they will be in. Maybe later on in the race, we could see drivers go for early pit stops and go for maybe an extra one at the end, depending on where they are. There's always a possibility for that, but I don't think they need to savour it in this race. I think it's all the fact of get yourself to your 7th lap and then head in and change tyres and go, or change, or at least get fuel in and then go again. Of course, looking at the pit counter, everybody in the top 8 has done 11 pit stops. Of course, BMW Verstappen Sim Racing number 3 have done 12, so one more than the rest of the others. So we'll see what that will end up doing for them later on in the race. And then looking a little bit further down, Solom, Kern and those behind have all done 10 pit stops in this one, but of course they've got to go in this lap around. And then, yeah, looking further down, most teams have done 8 to 11, haven't they? Of course, apart from Verstappen Sim Racing 3, who've done 12. So, yeah, everything's very similar around here. But I suppose when you've got such a long lap, you've not got room to really change much about, have you?
No, there's not much wiggle room. You know, this is one of the few tracks where you actually have to pit unless you have some sort of strange strategy, some strange voodoo that you can run with. I mean, this isn't like, you know, we have prototypes here where you can actually, you know, mess with the hybrid system. This is straight up GT racing. And when I mean GT, I mean across the whole Grand Touring spectrum here at Nürburgring. So, yeah, I mean, unless you can work some sort of Scott Dixon-like magic, or you have Davey Hamilton on your pit box messing with some numbers, you're going to be doing the same pit stops as everybody else. So it's basically on-track fight as Marcus Schulholm comes into the pits for Solpak Precision Racing. We'll see if he gets out of the pits in the Mercedes as he makes his mark down off the fast lane and into the pit lane. Car comes up on the jacks. We wait to see if the car disappears, which is the telltale sign that a driver is switching. And Schulholm right now looks like he's going to stay into that 111 and at least double spin. We'll see a stint, I should say. We'll see what Tim Kern does in the Stint 1 Motorsport when he comes into the pits just now. You'll also have Haroon Shihade and Matt Emery, who will also answer the call.
Indeed, another couple of driver swaps here in our lower down GT3 cars. So Tim Kern, they're just passing Marcus Solom, but of course has to go into his pit box and get that pit stop done and dusted. Looking down further back as there is Solom continuing on. Nicholas Matteo is 1 minute and 59 seconds back from Matt Emery, has lost 20 seconds since we came into the box around an hour and a half ago. So I'm not sure what's happened to them, but more issues for car number 1 for gridandgo.com, or car 001 for Grid and Go, because of course Drago Racing are car number 1, which I don't understand. You're either 1 or not 1. Instead there's 2 of them, but yes, there we go. And then of course we do see Tristan Kistner into the pits and Haroon Shahade as well into the pits too. So a couple more pit stops to end off their first or their current stints. And here is Matt Emery as well, heading in for a pit stop for Team Bennick, who yet again, another team that I'm not sitting here saying that they should be winning, but I'd expect them to be higher than P12 and being 6 minutes off the pace.
Yeah, it's very strange to see Bennick so far down the pace. I'm going to take a look at our notes here that we have, if we've had anything happen to Bennick as... Let's see here. You know, I got to remember that I've got... Yeah, I got to mess with my MacBook a little bit, but it doesn't look like there's anything with Emery or the Team Bennick number 537 as... Really, though, for a 24-hour race here at the Nürburgring, we, knock on wood, we haven't seen too many incidents, but right now we're approaching 3 o'clock in sim time, so I may have spoke too soon.
You may certainly have done, Jeremy, especially at the graveyard shift for those in Europe. 12:30 at the moment it is here in the UK, so many of those are at 1:30, 2:30 for some of them in the morning. Very, very, very early indeed. Of course, those in the USA, Canada, and they're enjoying life. It's like, what, 5 p.m. for you, I'm guessing? Maybe a bit earlier?
I'm at 6:30 right now.
I know later. Never mind. Still, though, peak time of the day. I mean, for some it's dinner time, but generally that's, at least in the UK, when you sort of see your sim racing events begin, normally 6 to 8 p.m. is like the peak time. As here is Norbert Kiss in the Shezza Esports car, doing a great job at the moment in the Mercedes, and just watching the onboard, it's just crazy how much speed they take through these corners and how much precision they have.
Especially this late in the night when you don't have much reference to go off of. I mean, you might have a sign here or there that's reflective, but either way, you know what, Nathan? We haven't done this that much because we've been talking everybody's ears off. Let's just sit back and enjoy the V8 sounds of this Mercedes making its way through the track. So you see the pace that it takes around here to get going down the track. It's funny. I was actually I was perusing Instagram while we were all away for a little bit, Nathan, and there is a driver here in the States that took a 992 Cup car from Porsche Sprint Challenge, I think it was last year, and has made it street legal.
Oh, I mean, that thing must be very frightening to see on the roads, especially on the highways. I'd imagine it's still a very quick car, despite being made road legal. I can't say I've seen one of those before on the road, that's safe to say. Maybe on the back of a pickup truck when it's damaged and being taken to a repair garage, but no, not one that's been made road legal. I'd imagine that's cost a lot of money as well.
I would imagine so, and if I'm mistaken, there's a couple of drivers who have taken the number. It's actually car number 243. One of them is Carol Stout, who's actually really taken quite well in the Kelly Moss camp and dominating in the 992 category, the Pro-Am, I should say, as Paul Joffero comes into the pits. The Frenchman is on the Jackson. He's going to stay in the car for another stint. I don't think it's Carroll. However, I think it's Mark Kwame's old car, because Kwame was a standout in the 992 Masters once that class came out when he was running his MDK team.
Oh, when would that have been?
That would have been 2023.
Not that long ago then, only what?
No.
4 years ago?
Well, you got to understand, a lot of these, I would imagine it was a 992.1 car.
Yeah.
And last season, that's when they went to the .2s in both Sprint Challenge and Carrera Cup. So I would imagine they got it on a pretty cheap deal. And really for those cars, as you know as well as I do, you don't really need to do too much to make it street legal. Just a license plate and a couple of other ancillary things as Nicholas Mateo comes into the pits for Grid and Go Esports.
I suppose it's all the fact of trying to meet all the silly rules and regulations, isn't it, for a road legal car? Some of the silly dimensions and all the silly stuff they have to have. I suppose that's kind of the main thing when it comes to money. But no, the cars themselves I don't think are like too powerful per se. I think they're powerful cars, but it's not like they're too powerful for the road. You see that there's lots of Bugattis and Koenigsegg's and Paganis which are on the roads, and they're a lot quicker, I can imagine. So no, it's definitely quite an interesting sight. If I was out and about and I saw one of the 992s on the road, I don't think I'll ever see it, but maybe one day I will, hopefully.
Even in Monaco, I didn't see that, but you see some strange things. Sean Campbell getting in for the 001 Grid and Go Esports. Something we are watching, though, is the developing battle between Luke McEwen, Sami Trogan, and Santeri Martikainen, who are well within striking distance of one another. I have a feeling, Nathan, that whatever repairs that the BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing team made to the 3 car weren't enough, because he's still running about 2-3 seconds slower than the Drago Racing White #1. I think that's the car there in the distance.
Either that, or they've made another mistake somewhere, because that gap has shot down. It was 7 seconds when they exited the pits. It came down by 5. 3 seconds slower last lap was Luke McEwen. So yeah, the issues continue on for car number 3. Of course, WSR with Martikainen are only another 5 seconds back. So 7 seconds now separates P2 and P4 here. So a really big battle for the podium. And of course, Drago looking to try and go second, and WSR looking to try and get a foot onto the podium. But of course, if all goes well further down too, the likes of Williams F1 and Falcon Sim Racing shows that they can get involved. So teams ahead now have got to be very careful, because you've only got a minute and a bit from it's only just over a minute between P2 and P7 in the GT3 class, which after 11 hours is not something you tend to imagine, is it?
No, it's definitely not something you can imagine, as now you see Mikkel and Pedersen coming into the pits, 5th and 6th place in GT4. We're also seeing on our screen that the 083 Blocco Motore of Ruben Bezundenhout has a mechanical black flag. We're trying to drudge up a replay from that, as when we were doing our basically all immersive coverage, that just happens here at the Nürburgring, as we are checking to see if we can get a replay on that as well. But still, this battle for second place in GT3, absolutely tantalizing for the time being. McEwen is holding off the 1 and the 6, but it's only a matter of time before the Drago Racing White number 1 comes on board and really close in. Here's the replay that we've been told, so thanks to Romero for pulling that up just a couple wheels off. Oh, he hit somebody else and then went nose deep into the wall, and of course he would have had to take a tow back to the pits because of that mechanical black. So that's going to be basically a stint over, thankfully far enough off the course to where not causing a problem, but tries to turn around. No headlights. I think that this might have been the other car involved. No, it's full risk, no push. And he had a little bit of a spin. Did he save it? Nope. Just a little bit of tight into the wall.
They might just about get away with that, I think, if they've not hit the ball at the wrong angle. Certainly not a place you want to hit the ball, because you could certainly be going in there a lot quicker than they were. So that gap between P2 and P3 is 1.7 seconds. Now, the question is, does McEwen defend hard, or did he not let Trogan through, but not fight it? Because if he knows that Trogan's quicker, what does he gain by battling for the position? Because he knows eventually he's got to go through on him. Surely.
Yeah, I can't see a hard defense here with 13 hours left to go in the race, but then again, stranger things have happened in these races. I wouldn't be surprised if McEwen doesn't make it easy for Trogan, but I think Trogan's going to be smart enough to know not to fight. However, if he doesn't, they'll have Martikainen on his back bumper here in just a little bit as they work their way through the back part of the circuit once again. That number 1 just getting bigger and bigger. And I'm not talking about the nose, I'm talking about the whole car. That Trogan's going to be basically in the mirrors of McEwen here within, I would say, the next quarter lap or so.
Indeed, and this is where you get to see the racecraft as well, because the last thing that these two want to do is bring that gap down for Martikainen. If Trogan get through quickly, he will. He's not going to sit there and fight silly and go for sends, because all they're going to do is bring other teams behind into the battle, and of course risk themselves getting issues and heading off into the barriers. So you'd imagine here, two very quick teams, very experienced with Verstappen sim racing and Drago racing. They kind of don't have a plan, but they're not silly of what they need to do here, are they?
No, and you know, it's still early enough in the race to where you don't want to make any sort of mistake. That gap is shrank to 1.3 seconds, and Martikainen's gap is also shrank to about 3.8 seconds as you see the headlights of that WSR number 6 in the distance. So this is going to be quite interesting to see if we have a tight battle for the lead in just a little bit. And yeah, so it's going to be BMW, Ferrari closing in on one another for that second spot. There's Martikainen and WSR Esports Ferrari, which still doesn't roll off the tongue like some of the other WSR Esports cars. But either way, it seems like that the Ferrari is one of the forefront cars for these long endurance races, 1 and 2 and M2 in the pits with Johan Royer and Marc Perez. Both of those drivers staying in their car. And good news for Team Fraudline. They've lost one of their black flags, but they're going to have to answer to another one if and when they decide to get back out into the pits.
I suppose having one's better than two, isn't it, in this situation for them? As we do have a couple more pit stops coming through. I think it's number 12, yeah, so Garrett Berry is in from P8, so of course right at the back of the Cup class, but of course making their next scheduled pit stop. So you'd imagine that many more of the Cup cars will be in the next lap or two, because a lot of them are up towards their 6th lap on this stint, as here's Patrick Kessel, who's jumped into the car, then Graham Sanders as well, who's jumped into the Solpec number 12. So a couple of driver swaps there, and in it goes the American, who will be a lot more awake than many of those out on track at the moment. Here it is, of course, 13 hours left to go, so not that far away from the halfway point of the 2026 24 Hours at Nürburgring, and so far it's been a very chaotic race here around the track, but who would be surprised, because this is always one of the most chaotic tracks of the year, isn't it? I think Le Mans and Bathurst are close, but I don't think anything else comes anywhere near this track, in my opinion, apart from those two.
Here's the thing, we're running at least 50% less cars than what will be on track next weekend on the Nordschleife. So that's something to think about as well. 60 is basically next to nothing. There's third place in GT3 as Trogan, look at how close that he is. He can see the back end of that BMW, as he is 0.6 of a second behind McEwen. They work their way now into the pit straight for the next time. And, of course, they both cross the line half a second apart. 8:02.7 to an 8:01.1 separate these two. So now could have been a case of McEwen just slowing down just a little bit, saving equipment, and now realizing that that's actually starting to hurt him.
Well, it looks more there under braking. Trogan gains so much heading in towards what is normally turn 1. I think, it's still turn 1 around here as well. Of course, turn 1 at the GP circuit. Really closed in there, brought that gap down by a couple of tenths. So maybe that's where Trogan's getting the better of McEwen at the moment. Maybe it's not just due to damage. Maybe it's just, at the moment, Trogan's just a little bit quicker on track at the minute, just down to pace. Or natural skill, I suppose you could say, as they continue their way on, and Trogan's going to close in soon and make the move. I don't think that McEwen's going to fight it, because no one gains anything by fighting here at all. All they do is just give cars behind an opportunity to attack, who they'll be loving it. They want them to attack, and they want them to battle, but these two, they can't afford to lose out to WSR, and they're a team that aren't always on the podium, so if they get a chance at it, they'll take it. They really will go for it.
I was looking at the timing once again to see what we're missing, and Team Frontline somehow in the pits, they got their mechanical black flag back, so they're eating meatballs right now in pit road, and this is going to make things interesting for that battle for second place in GT3 as they both work their way around the 86. Oh, that's going to be tight. Door shuts on the 86, and now they work their way around as Trogan loses a little bit of time. So great move by McEwen to try and get around that BMW. And tell you what, Trogan played the smart hand and sat there for a little bit, but it cost him about 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, easily. And also a big part of risk there. Potentially could have been a race ender, or at least a tow back to the pit lane. I mean, looking at Trogan now, I think that the great thing for me is when you watch the onboard of these cars of how much they need to barely change the wheel, a couple of degrees left and right, and the little micro corrections they make just shows the level that these drivers are at, and they know exactly how much to turn that steering wheel. As Trogan here has got a great run down the hill, of course, isn't going to gain much here on the back of McEwen. It's more in the corners where he manages to gain all that time on that BMW ahead as he heads onto the brakes once more. And I think maybe the fact now that Trogan's caught McEwen, maybe he's happy just to sit behind him. As long as he knows he's not going to lose much time to WSR, maybe he don't mind just sitting in P3 for now and just following through on the BMW. Of course, if he makes a move, there's always that risk of a slow car being ahead anyway, isn't there?
Yeah, Mark Kynan is back down to about 4 seconds behind Trogan. So, yeah, if I'm Trogan, I'm quite content for the time being sitting behind McEwen to try and, maybe draft off, try and get a little bit of fuel save, because the less time you have in the pits, if you guys go into the pits together here in about 4 laps or so, it's game on. You can easily leapfrog him around the pits. And really, this is our closest battle of the race so far. But, I say if I am Trogan, I'm saving my equipment. Still keeping an eye on that gap back to Martikainen in the Ferrari. And if he can stay, that far back, as he's now down to 3.8 seconds, so I think he got around that 86 of Paul Jaffaro, who sits fourth in the GT4 class. I'm quite content sitting here.
Yeah, indeed. He'll be happy with this. And I think either way, you're looking at a P3 because the pace he's got, I don't think he has to worry about WSR. At the moment, doesn't have to worry about Williams. They're 41 seconds back. So I think when you're comfortable, you don't mind just sitting there and running the race. You've got a long way to go in the race. It's not like he needs to move now ahead of McEwen, and of course if that damage gets even worse or whatever issue that McEwen's got going on, the move might come to him anyway a lot easier than it seems at the moment. That gap's now just gone over a second, as they have got a Porsche ahead of them, which hopefully will move it the way nice and quickly. And then looking down at gaps in and around the other classes, you've got 7 seconds now separating Shara Esports and WSR Esports over in the TCR class. And then you've got a gap between P2 and P3 as well, between Coanda and Grid and Go in the Cup class. That's 8 seconds. So a few battles are starting to get closer here, and Trogan's got to get this one done quickly up the inside, and that, on some occasions, isn't going to end well, but he makes it through.
Tell you what, Trogan doing all that he can to maintain that gap, and unfortunately he might have to make a move sooner rather than later, because that third car in line right there is Santeri Martikainen, and he is quickly eating away at the deficit. It's now 3 seconds back to Trogan. So if I'm Sami Matti Trogan, I'm making a move, and I'm making a move here quick. I have a feeling it's going to be at the end of the straightaway here.
To wait and see if you can get the run. That's what it's about, getting the run. Yes, it's good being quicker, but you've got to be quicker at the right places. Here is the Mercury Sports, who head their way in, and they lose the read completely. Luckily, it doesn't hit any barriers. They rejoin. Oh, and they spin on the re-entry, which has lost them even more time. They are a minute and a bit back anyway from P7, so it's not like they've lost position, but they've lost a bit of time, and well, they're 2 minutes ahead of Solbeck. I guarantee you somewhere in this race that 30 seconds they lost there will matter. Somehow it will.
It always does. It always does. So we'll see how that works out, and I would imagine it's going to be in the final closing hours. But Blue Mercure, they just have not had good luck with their connection issues. They had to take an extra pit stop, and now that spin, that's not going to help them out too much. So, we're continuing to watch this battle for second place as McEwen now has a 1 second gap, but Martikainen has lost a little bit of time, about 0.7 of a second. It's just that yo-yo effect that we're seeing here as Sebastian Job comes across the line for another lap. And I've got to ask this, Nathan, is this going to be the pit stop where we see Job and McEwen come out of the car and some other drivers come in for Verstappen sim racing?
But they've been in for quite a couple hours, haven't they? They've done at least 2 stints each. I think they might have actually done 3. So you'd imagine that a couple of other drivers will head in the car. Maybe Philip McEwen, though. Maybe they need a swap there, because whether he's got damage or not, things just aren't going too well for him at the moment, are they?
No, they're not, but at least he's able to get around Loyola in that number 8. By the way, sitting third right now in GT4, as Martin Peugeot still leads with over 41 second gap between he and Kieran Harrison as they're going down the back straightaway once again. But this is going to give an opportunity for the for a possible pass, possible closure. And indeed, there is a huge closure there as Trogan has caught up to McEwen getting around Loyola. So McEwen could not shake either of those two cars. Down the pit straight they go once again to complete the 4th lap of their stint here. And let's see what happens as Trogan looks to the end. Not going to go side by side for position going through turn number 1. They come close to touching, but you see McEwen gets out front for the time being. Talk about a good pass around the inside. Trogan thought that he had it, but could not hold on. I should say around the outside as they still now come through the Mercedes Arena. Here's a look at the battle for second up top. Sean Campbell's in the pits in the 001 Grid and Go Esports. There's a couple of great views of this. You're looking out of the back of the bottom of Luke McEwen as Marta Kynan. If this battle goes on any further, it's going to be in the hands of Marta Kynan as well. But both of these drivers really going full assault here, and I'm not sure that's something that they want to do, especially this midway through the race. Get out of the GP circuit, that's when things are going to really take hold. Left, right, they set themselves up off the GP circuit onto the Nordschleife, and you see there are your times for the leaders, and really all cars there in the left-hand side of your screen. Now, keep in mind the M2 cars, a lot of them are just coming off a pit time, so those 10-minute laps, that's basically the out laps for the M2s as they work their way around. And Nathan, this battle for second is really heating up quite quickly.
Really is, and that was close as they both make their way past one of the BMW GT4s. And of course, in terms of lap times though now, McEwen's picked it up, an 8:02 last time out, so maybe it was just a little bit of not being confident after the issue he had or something, I don't know, but he's really picked up the pace and was only 0.2 slower than Sami Trogan last lap, so picking up pace is McEwen. And then of course pit stops in and around the top three of the Cup class. We've got both of the co-handlers in and gridandgo.com, and all of them have had a driver swap as well, and so have the GT3 of gridandgo.com now with Sean Campbell in the car. Elvis Rankin has gone into car number 8 co-hander. You've got Adrian Gerrick in the number 2 gridandgo.com, and Louis Bellique in the 018 co-hander esports car. So a couple of swaps here and there, and I'd imagine we'll definitely see one of the two Verstappen sim racing cars have a swap. You'd imagine, wouldn't you, really, at this point?
It's going to be interesting to see who gets into the car for either the 4 or the 3, if they both decide to swap drivers. As we're watching Sean Campbell still in pit road, 2 minutes and 40 seconds, as you see on your screen, where he's just been getting some sort of service. But now you see the other co-hander esports with Luca Belki in the 018. He's out in minute 4. And it's going to take Adrian Gerke a little bit of time. So Coanda 1-2 once again as Adrian Gerke gets out of the pits with a minute 2 seconds faster than his counterparts there, as this battle for second place on the top part of your screen really heating up as I go through GT4 traffic once again. The dancing is getting just a little intense as the music crescendos to its point.
Indeed, but look how close that gap is to Santeri Martikainen. It's only 2 seconds back to him, as that was close as they made their way through and nearly hitting one of the other GT4s through there. That was McEwen there, getting very, very close to, it might be one of the M2s there, very close indeed. But yeah, that's really allowed that Martikainen to close in now. 2 seconds back from second and third. Big opportunity for him to do something maybe down in the pit stops.
Door Esports by SX into the pits as well. Gregory Hovesen takes his stop on the marks, and Lewis Woods is going into the number 20. So driver change for the 20 with Gregory Hovesen doing the best that he can right now, sitting 4th in the Cup class right now. So just 2 cars that we're watching right now with the pit stops. And yeah, I think Grid and Go had some sort of damage at last time by, because They've been in the pits for an awfully long time, but still, this battle for second place, man, it's getting better and better each and every lap. We saw Trogan try and go around the outside through the Ford curve, as I say, Mercedes Arena, but wasn't able to make it stick. Let's see if he learned something here as they work their way through the carousel yet again, and McEwen able to get out of the gas a little bit more. So yeah, I think, Nathan, that McEwen finally finding some confidence in that BMW.
Yeah, looking a lot more comfortable is McEwen in P2 ahead of Drago Racing. Yes, we do see as well George Tyler in the pit lane from the Sherra Esports Blue team, and also Door Esports with Lewis Woods in the pit lane too. So a couple of stops there for the Cup class. I think there's still one of them. I think Noah Edder needs to come in, and then that'll be all of them done on this recent stint. And then over in the GT3s, they've all been in. And then I think further down the same is as well. So only a couple of cars on this next lap or two need to pit. Everybody else is got to continue on for another few, probably at least 20 to 30 minutes before they need to come in. And then, of course, keeping an eye on second and third and also fourth. The issue is here, because of the way the pit stops work and the fact you don't gain anything by going late or going early on your pit stop, just because there's no point, it means that nobody can really stump anyone in strategy, which is normally what, you know, the likes of Marticon probably would be trying. You know, the car that's in fourth, sitting behind, around some traction, go in a lap or two early, just try something different. Well, they can't do that here, as we do see the Coanda Esports number 18 as well, P2 currently ahead of Grid and Go, doing a great job comfortably in the top two. Coanda, they of course won the race last year here in the Cup class. I don't think it's a surprise that they're back up there again.
Well, with this battle for second place in GT3, guess who's decided to come into the fray? It's a Santeri Martikainen, who is now 1.1 seconds behind Sami Matti-Trogan in the number one Drago Racing White BMW. So your top three BMWs, and you've got the Ferrari sitting there in fourth place. But still, you can almost put a blanket against second, third, and fourth. You see them at the top part of your screen. They're right there, nose to tail against one another down that back straightaway. And the race is on for second place. Now, we saw how close Trogan was to McEwen this time. Neither of those drivers have to deal with lap traffic going through the Tiergarten and Hohenrhein.
Indeed, they go again. Still Sean Campbell in the pit lane, so not sure what's happened to car number 1 or 001 at least. They must have gone into some issue, because they've been in the pits a hell of a long time. Have gridandgo.com, and it's not been their day, really, has it? Yes, they got a car in the top 3, but in the Cup class, but in the GT3 it's not gone well, with the sole car down right at the bottom of the pack. There's also Kosher-Dorfer has came into the pits as well for car 416, the Sherra Esports TCR. P4 in class, they are in, and they'll do their next pit stop in this race. And still, the battle continues on for P2, and the gap now is more the favour of Martikainen looking to make a move on Trogan. It's really switched around a bit, and now the car in fourth is closer to third than the car in third to second, which is not being the case for like the last hour, I'd say, in this race.
No, and of course, Trogan running into some missteps, running about 3 seconds slower than Martikainen in that number 6. So this is the battle for seconds now turned into the battle for third, as WSR has found another gear here throughout this race, but several passing opportunities will be coming up, at least for the Ferrari. And I'm wondering also, Nathan, could this be a case of the Ferrari finding its stride later in the stint? We've got about 2 laps till we see the GT3s come into the pits, with at least the top 2 possibly doing a driver swap.
Well, I mean, you'd think that they will, because they've been in the car so long. Yes, we know that these two are really quick, Job and McEwen, but surely you've got to have a change of head at some point, haven't you? Because you're going to have drivers that are going to get out, they're going to just keep driving, and surely it tires them out, and by the time they get to the end of the stint, they won't want to jump back in the car again, and I'd imagine that they will do at some point, or at least they should be scheduled to, I'd imagine. So, yeah, you'd expect them to swap. But then, of course, the issue you have then is, of course, not saying that any of the Verstappen sim racing cars drivers are slow, but you don't want to put anyone in that slower than McEwen here, because you don't want to put them under pressure when they head out onto track, knowing that straight away they've got to defend from two very quick cars behind. And that was too close to comfort there again for McEwen, and it's always the M2s that seem to be getting in the way. Fellow BMWs, and that was another one that could have ended in disaster. Either that or the camera angle was scaring us, because that was two very, very close calls.
I'm not sure which M2 that was, but they may have to come in for a change of fire suit here, because they had two BMWs that ended up in their deck lid, and here comes Martikainen now all over the back of Trogan. It's Drago Racing over WSR Esports, BMW over Ferrari, and I'll tell you this, Trogan's not making it easy on Martikainen, as now they both lost a little bit of ground to McEwen, but they are starting to close in just a little bit more. And I'll tell you this, Martikainen, he's smelling blood in the water, but still there's another lap car up ahead that they'll all have to negotiate soon. But McEwen knows that he's got a lot of competitors breathing down his neck, and I think that's why he's trying these moves of desperation as Noah Etter comes into the pits. And he really does it because we're not that far into the race to where if he does give up that second place, he might be able to, get it back sooner as he gets around one of the GT4 cars. But now Martikainen and Trogan, they're going to have to do the same here in just a little bit of time, and they both caught him at the wrong time.
Of course, and they've just got to make their way past. So that was a bit of a late move there, wasn't it, from the Beamer ahead? Martikainen there stuck behind Mensch just to get a wheel up the inside. But of course, here for Martikainen, he's not really been in that P3 battle at all. Neither have WSR for most of the race, whereas obviously the two red lines and the Drago Racing car have. So I think WSR are probably more keen on making the move than Drago are, because they've been there all race. WSR haven't, so they want to get themselves onto that podium. So I think if that opportunity comes, WSR will certainly try and take it in this one, and at least get ahead maybe before the next pit stop. They've got probably a lap, one more lap to go on this stint before they have to pit again. There's always a chance for something to happen in the next 8.5, 9 minutes.
And of course, that was the 190 of Martin Peugeot, the class leader in GT4 that they had to get around. So in spite of him wiggling and moving his line, that was a pretty seamless pass right there. I'm sure that if you asked Trogan and Martikainen, they'd say, that wasn't ideal. But really, all intents and purposes, that wasn't that bad.
No, it was close, but not bad at all as they continue their way on. Looking a little bit further down, so the gap is really shot down between the TCRs as well. It's down to 9 seconds between Sherra Esport and WSR, with New and Polasek in the car. So that's another battle to just keep an eye on as the race continues on, because it's shot down again to 8.5 seconds between those two. So that certainly will get dicey. And then the gap at the top of the M2s is now 17 seconds, so it's grown for gridandgo.com there. They'll be very happy to have the gap ahead of Mark Perez. And then of course in the GT3s, as always, still really close between second, third and fourth. But I've noticed as well, Shezza Esports in Orby Kiss are really closing in on James Boomy, which is not a driver normally you expect people to be closing in on. But a great job from Kiss so far. Only been 6 seconds back here from P6.
Wait, let me clean out my ears and say that again. Shez is closing in on James Boomy.
Yes, indeed.
What kind of world are we living in? So, well, of course, catching, you know as well as I do, catching Boomy's one thing, passing him is absolutely different. But Norby Kiss, I'll tell you what, that's one driver I would love to see more and more in some of the GT championships that we cover up and down the iRacing format here at RaceSpotTV, because I think that he would give, the Boomies, the McFarlands, all those drivers a run for their money, as this battle for third still kind of heating up a little bit. They're waiting to see if they catch traffic at the wrong time once again, but This is giving McEwen a 1.2 second gap. You kind of see him right there at the forefront of the screen as he's kind of breathing a little easier, but I think that if these two decide to hook up, especially down that back straightaway, it's going to be game, set, match for McEwen.
I think anybody that makes a move here will go ahead and probably end up driving clear because Trogan and Martikainen are both quick on the back of each other, and then of course Trogan on the back of McEwen. I'd imagine, once one of them bites a bullet, goes for it, they'd probably start running away. I certainly think that Trogan would, because they look really quick in the Drago racing car. As closing in though is WSR. That gap's down to 4/10 here, so maybe a lunge or an opportunity is available, because it's now down to 3/10 as they make their way down the straight.
So Sean Campbell coming into the iRacing YouTube chat saying, well, I got to do a lap at least. His car's still in the pit, so I think he's done for at least this stint. So hopefully we'll hear an answer from Sean exactly what happened. Maybe Ramiro can find that, the 001 gridgo.com esports. There's just so much going on that, we're trying to cover everything. We really are. But this battle for third starts to heat up even further down the pit straightaway as you're seeing the WSR Esports Ferrari within striking distance. Martikainen is going to try for a dive to the inside, but Trogan shuts the door on him, going through the Mercedes arena. A great defensive move by the Drago Racing #1, and he still stays in third for the time being.
Another opportunity there for WSR to make the move, but also forcing Drago Racing to go defensive. All that does, though, is allows Luke McEwen to run away. And, of course, I'd say half an hour ago, we did not expect to say that Luke McEwen's running away in second again. But he is, because Martikainen's so keen on getting that P3. He's putting lots of pressure on Drago Racing to kind of hold on to the position and, defend where realistically, that they shouldn't have to. I'd imagine that, in many cases, Pro going to just let him through, but he won't. He won't let him through, and I suppose that's also because on his mind he wants to close in on the back of Luke McEwen. So that's a difficult spot. You're in third. You've got a car behind who's quicker, and a car who is ahead, who you're matching their pace, if not you're quicker than them as well. So it's a tricky situation, isn't it, for Trogan here?
Well, it's 6 in one half and a half dozen the other. You want to make that position change, but you don't. You don't really want to make that pass too sudden, because if you do, you have a chance of wrecking your car or really making the other competitors mad. Here's what Sean Campbell says on the YouTube chat. Nothing happened. We just made the decision to retire a while ago. Seeing as the rain hasn't appeared yet, we are halfway into the forecast. I went to just do a lap because I prepped, so I might as well do at least one. I'm going to grind IR soon anyway, so I'll take the -10 or whatever. If you lose in 10 IR on this race, doing quite well.
Yeah, I thought it'd be a lot more than that for being last. But I suppose it depends, doesn't it, on the length of race and stuff like that. I've not done many endurances, so no, I don't think I'd lose 10. Most of my races I lose 90 or 100. Because I end up DNFing halfway through. It doesn't always end too well for me, but in an endurance race, I think it's a lot more tame in terms of how much you actually lose, because it's a team race, isn't it? I think the more team members you got, probably the less you lose. I'd imagine that's how it works. I know for a fact you can get loads of safety racing, because when I did the Daytona, even though I had about 40x in 2 hours, I still managed to gain like 0.2 of or 2.1 of a safety rating, which is insane. I got straight from D to B.
That's something. I mean, I haven't been behind the wheel in a while, because it's like, why be behind the wheel when you can spend so much time behind the mic and talk about the sport you love instead of wrecking, spinning, being slow, getting flashed at, everything. So, I'd rather earn the money than actually, drive and lose money and get frustrated. I got to get behind the wheel at some point. But, it's amazing what you can pick up. And I have seen those huge gains from running this. So, it's very interesting to see what you can do and what you can gain by running a special event. And it's not just the top split. You can gain these in some of the much lower splits, because let's be real here. Do we need to talk about some of the issues that have happened in some of these big special event races where, well, we won't go down that road, but either way, this battle for third still heats up in GT3. 0.3 of a second separate Trogan from Martikainen, and they're coming up on lap traffic once again. Actually, no, I'm sorry. That is Luke McEwen. That's not lap traffic. That's second place up ahead. So they still have McEwen within striking distance, but Trogan and Martikainen making a race of it because they're going to have to come into the pit. So we've now gone into a situation, Nathan, where it's going to be interesting to see if these drivers short pit or if they can try and catch up to one another and have a race off pit road.
Or they might just do the same strategy as each other and end up making it boring for us and they jump back out half a second apart. So I hope they don't, but I think, is it too early though to be playing these tactical games? 12 hours to go. Is it really worth risking your pit stop strategy or risking your pit stop just to get ahead of the car that's 4 tenths ahead? I suppose that's for the teams to think about, but surely it's not worth it that much if you could end up losing time throughout it in the long term at least.
Well, we've seen how these have all played out throughout. Strategies getting ruined early, some of them getting ruined late. As Martikainen, if I'm him, I don't know if I'm willing to make a pass knowing that this is going to be my in lap here in just a little bit. But let's see what happens. They work their way through the carousel. I would imagine that Martikainen is going to do the smart thing, and if he catches up to Trogan, going to let off the gas just a little bit down that back straightaway because it's long enough to where you could save just a little bit of fuel, and that's something to watch out for.
Yeah, he's not afraid, is he, to push on the back of Trogan, but he's just not yet looking to make a move. But then again, I suppose you could also think about the fact of the car. Those two are header in BMWs, he's in a Ferrari. So of course it could also depend on if the Ferrari is quick enough to actually make a move, whether it's the fact it's not quicker in a straight line speed and that's why you can't gain, and all the factors of why a car's good and bad. That's something to probably keep an eye on as well and think about. Whereas looking further down, just looking at some of the gaps, and things are very stagnant throughout the whole field, but I suppose that's because drivers now at this point in the race, you're halfway through, you're just trying to drag yourself through now, aren't you? Just get the, keep the pace consistent, and a lot of the gaps have stayed the same or very similar at least for the past hour nearly, because the teams don't need to fight today at this point. They just need to run the race, put the laps in, and then of course wait until the end. We do see Sebastian Job, our race leader, in.
Let's go to pit road and see what happens here as we'll see McEwen, Trogan, and Martikainen come in just a little bit. Luke Wallace is also into the pits in the number 915 Impulse Racing 992 Cup car. And we'll see these three that we've been watching for a good part of this stint come into the pits. Of course, McEwen now having to deal with some lap traffic near the end of this lap, but I think that he's going to easily be able to dispatch. Gustavo Ariel comes in for the number 4 Verstappen Sim Racing BMW. So that is indeed a driver change. I would expect Luke McEwen to come out of the car here in just a little while. They go down the back straightaway once again. And you see a little bit of a wiggle there from McEwen, but he's able to dispatch that Cup car pretty easily. And now you see Martikainen moving all over the place. But yeah, like we said, I think he's just going to be content staying under that rear wing of Trogan.
Certainly, as that gap's really down to about a tenth here, there is a move possibly on the cards here for Martikainen to go ahead of Dragger Racing, but it seems at the moment he's happy to stay behind there. He lifted off early, so maybe he's not too keen on the move as they head their way down towards the pit stop. But imagine they're in this lap, aren't they? Well, got to be, they've done 6 laps, so they'll go in now. And let's see if anybody catches anyone in the pit lane, because this is where things do get close, as closing in very quickly. It was Martikainen, but of course no move made there. But maybe on the exit could get something.
All right, so McEwen, Trogan, Martikainen all coming into the pits. Now, Trogan and Martikainen have had at least 1 to 2 stints. I would not be surprised to see them stay into the car. It's McEwen that we need to know if he's coming in. As you see, all three of those cars hit their marks. McEwen, Martikainen, Trogan all on the jack stands, and we will see a driver change in both the WSR and the Drago Racing as Alexander Spets gets back into the car for Drago Racing. Martin Kadalek gets into the car for WSR Esports, and Luke McEwen will triple stint or quadruple stint in the number 3 BMW M Verstappen Sim Racing BMW as they work their way through the pit stop. So quite surprising. Now the question is, how will this race end up? As all the cars are off the jacks right now, they're running the similar pit time. Let's see if we can zoom out a little bit. And McEwen is first off pit road, and they're all going to come out the way that they came in. So BMW Verstappen, Drago, WSR 2, 3, and 4.
Indeed, so a couple of driver stops there. Of course, McEwen goes again. Might as well, I suppose. If nothing to lose, go for it. Continue on. As we do see as well for Williams F1 Team Gaming, Alessandro Bico jumps into the car as well. And then for Falcon Sim Racing, goodbye James Boomy, hello Damon Woods, and then for Chezzer Esports, David Toth is back in the car. So all of those three as well making driver swaps. So they continue their way on, and we did as well see Belastiotis is in the car for Blue Mercure as well, who I don't think we mentioned earlier on. So that was one of the other driver changes we had, as they all now make their way out of the pit lane, and Chezzer Esports drop behind Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue. And then of course in the third and fourth spot it's Alexander Spets and Martin Kalajdzic who are in the car, and they're having their nice battle for P3, still on track, and 2 new drivers. Same cars as before. Let's see how this one ends up.
Yeah, Alexander Spets, he's one driver that you definitely don't want ahead of you, because he will get smaller and smaller the more that you get out there. Of course, Spets and Kadalek with the same lap times, or same tire strategy, I should say, as Kieran Harrison and Loyola are both into the pits for GT4. Mate Varga was the driver who swapped into the Chezzer Esport number 190. We'll see what Mate has for the field as they work their way around. Paul Joffer, who gets into second place as he comes around. He's got 2 laps to the good on the 76 and the 8. So he will try and run his fastest laps here shortly as Kieran Harrison off the Jackson out of pit road. 49.7 seconds to stop there. And Kaluk making a show of it here as he's all over the back of Spets early on in this lap.
Oh, and this is going to get dicey. Of course, it's their first laps in the car, and they're already going hammer and tongue in this one in the battle for third place. Of course, they're allowing McEwen yet again just to pull away slightly. That gap's back up to 1.5, no, over 2 seconds between McEwen and Spets. So, of course, I think Luke will be very happy with the way this is going. And I mean, this is an example of you never know what's going to happen. At 1 minute, we're sitting there saying, right, we're definitely going to see Drago Racing go ahead of Redline. Now it's the other way around. It's Drago Racing who are under pressure from WSR Esports, who when we were saying that Verstappen Sim Race under pressure, WSR were nowhere near.
Well, and here's the thing. The reason why you have these 2 cars running close together, the M4 and the 296, is because the only difference in BOP is the Ferrari has 5 kilograms. Oh, that was a little bit of a wiggle there, as Spets has a rare miss and has a wheel that goes off, and he almost lost it there as you're on board with the driver in 4th place. A little bit of a wiggle there. So, but Kadlik not able to make anything happen there, but still goes to show that Spets can be human and have some sort of issue.
Yeah, definitely. That can be the same for all drivers on the grid. I mean, they are aliens, as they're called in the scene, but they can still make mistakes, and they certainly do. Yeah, a lot of top drivers do make mistakes. Not just in this championship, but in many. And I've got to say, though, I'm surprised of how little mistakes have been made, though, at the top of the classes. I'd expect a lot more in terms of drama up at the top, just in terms of cars having incidents and crashes, but they've all made it through quite well so far. in this one, all those up near the top. And they've just got to keep it on for another 12.5 hours, a long way to go. But of course, a nice reward at the end of being able to take maybe the crown for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring.
So while we're watching this battle for third, Marcus Schulholm comes into the pits. Something that you and I haven't touched on that I really want to touch on is the news that came out last week that the graphics package for iRacing in general is getting a refresh here shortly.
Which is what we love to see. The graphics aren't the best, not the worst, but to have a refresh and have something new is great to see, isn't it? We see a lot of sim racing games have recently really updated the graphics, and nice to see iRacing join the trend. To add to that realism which the sim has already got in terms of, in my opinion, the most realistic sim, and they're going to hopefully bring some more realistic graphics into the game as well. And of course, I think that's a thing about iRacing, with the fact that the scene's growing so much and they're got a lot of subscribers, a lot of people buying cars and tracks, they're able to do these great things and make the sim even better than it already is. And of course, that's what everybody's here for, isn't it? Here on iRacing, as all the cars make their way through, and still a couple of tenths between Spets and Kadlachik. It's still closing in lap after lap, 2.8 tenths now between the two of them, and it's like it's a given that somebody's going to make a move at some point. Just when? They're just. It feels like Kadlachik, compared to the driver that was in here before, is a lot more aggressive compared to Martikainen and wants to get on with it, whereas Martikainen didn't seem too bothered in sitting behind, did he?
Oh, he didn't. And Martikainen, he knew that, just get in there and, get the car to Kadlachik and make sure that he has a car to battle with. And this is early on in the stiff for Kadlachik. This may not rage on the whole 7 laps. So that's something to think about as well. But Spets, if it does rage on the 7 laps, that's one driver who has no problem going toe-to-toe with anyone here. So that's something to think about as well. And of course, another thing to think about, too, they're not losing time to McEwen. They're still 1.4 seconds behind him at this time. So, go ahead, race on one another. But you don't want to lose sight of the fact that the bottom step of the podium, bottom 2 steps of the podium, I should say, are not that far away, because Gustavo Ariel already a minute and a half well clear of this battle.
Certainly, and also some news for those in the F1 scene that aren't updated on social media. The Miami Grand Prix has been moved to 3 hours earlier because of the conversation we had earlier about the rain and the thunder. They decided to pull the plug and thought, you know what, we'll make it 3 hours earlier. Let's not risk the lightning going anywhere near the track. Which I hope we're getting on here around the Nürburgring. I don't think that's a situation I'd like to be in.
Yeah, no, it's I'm not surprised, and I think that that's a smart move by the FIA and Formula One to move the race up 3 hours. So the good news is it won't be in the heat of the day, because I will say this much. Years ago, I was the voice of a national, not sim racing, but a national amateur racing championship, and it was in September at Daytona, and I will say this, it was hotter than the surface of the sun, and I don't envy anybody who has to work a daytime race in Daytona from the period of April all the way over to December. Man, Kadlachik really knocking at the door of Spets, and Spets is also closed in on McEwen. Let's keep an eye on this battle here as they work their way down the pit straightaway, and they'll head into the Mercedes arena. Does Kadlachik make anything happen? He's fallen back just a little bit, not close enough to make a dive this soon into the race, and everybody closing in on McEwen as they've got a Cayman right there, the GT4 getting out of the way, thankfully, but look at Spets. He's now within striking distance of McEwen.
This is a good opportunity for Spets to go to second here. This is the closest he's been I'd say since he's got in the car, but also the closest, I'd say, in the last half an hour, because of course we did see McEwen start to pull away from Drago and WSR, and now right again on the back is Alexander Spets here for Drago Racing as they make their way through, and still all over the back here of the BMW ahead, and a big chance to maybe go in towards P2 as they head their way through the Schumacher race, and then down on the brakes as well. As we did see as well, I think some blipping there for Alessandro Bico for Williams, so let's hope he doesn't run into any issues. But yeah, a blip for him. He's apparently did a 6-second lap last time around. I'd be very I'd be very surprised if someone managed to do a 6-second lap around here. Still, the gaps are flying down, and I mean, Kadlacek has got to be careful here, hasn't he? Because these two, just say contact happens, he's going to be right at the scene around this track, given how tight it is. So he's got to just sit back and kind of watch it unfold now. He's had his turn of attacking, didn't work. It's now his turn to watch. Turn to watch.
Helps when you have the mute button off. You know, that's always a problem, especially when you're running this late into the race. Second separates your second, third, and fourth. You see how close they've been. This has been the closest battle of the race so far, and now as they work their way through the start of the Nordschleife, I have a look. Here's the thing: McEwen knew that he didn't have to worry too much about the two cars behind him because they really weren't racing, but unfortunately they're two new drivers who are just that darn quick.
Of course, and a quick reminder, we are heading over to part 3 of the Nürburgring 24 hours on YouTube, so there is a link in the chat to jump over to the third part stream where we can continue on with 12 hours and 20 minutes to go.
Yep, beat me to it. I'm actually over there right now, so if you have any questions for us on part 3, let us know. Of course, in just about 20 minutes' time, the venerable David Haynes will be joining us here on the stream, so you'll hear enough of me and get to hear David Haynes and the adventures of the bear, which, I'm sure you see it as well as I do, Nathan. It seems like that bear is more well-traveled than some of us this season.
Certainly is. A lot more trouble than I am, I've got to say, for sure. No, I've traveled about 20 miles in total this year so far. I make it outside my city and straight back in.
Yeah, I was able to finally get across the country and get to Europe for the first time, so that's probably the extent of what I've been doing so far this year. But still, battle for position in second place is I finally get to do some real-life racing in person instead of doing the real-life racing stuff from home. I'm excited. It's going to be fun here in June. I actually get to travel 15 minutes and sleep in my own bed for the first race of a touring series that started when I was in Europe. So that's absolutely fantastic. Here's a Martin Kadlacek with a close battle that we've seen throughout the stint. They're on lap 2 of the stint working. And this has just been the great battle throughout. And it's gone tooth and nail since all these drivers have come out of the pits. 0.7 of a second separate McEwen from Spets, and 0.3 of a second from Kadlacek to Spets.
Yes, indeed, the gaps are starting to still come down between the three teams, and yeah, it just seems like they're all in a stalemate. Nobody can make a move for some reason. They're just stuck where they are as they continue their way on, and this is a great onboard here of Martin Kadlacek at the moment, on the back of Alexander Spets, who, yet again, these three teams are doing a perfect job. I think Luke